then there will be chances of Moshtaba taking over, but not necessarily so. There's a council in place, the Assembly of Experts, as they're called. That assembly is going to decide who the next supreme leader is going to be, and there are contenders. There are those who are very close, to the Ayatollah, their advisors, aid. There are those who have worked in the clergy for a very long time, and then there are people like Ali Larijani, who not so long ago took over as Secretary General of the National Security Council, which means the entire security apparatus is under him, whether it's the military wing, the police, the defense, intelligence, all of that. And he certainly is an important person right now. And he, in all probability, will be leading, will be the head and the face of the war as we speak. He's already put out a tweet saying and vowing avenging the death of the leadership and the action carried out by Israel and US. So the first statement by the future leadership in current scenario has already been put out. It has already come in, and right now Iran certainly focused on retaliatory attacks rather than anything else. But there will be, to quell the dissent and protests, there will be massive funeral processions, and not just of the leadership. There are children who've been killed, Maria. So there's some way that they're going to try to get the country to see sense in fighting this one out to keep Israel at bay. And West Asia, the argument is the same. Do they want a weak Iran or a very, very strong Israel? I don't think the Arab world at this point in time would want. They would neither want a nuclear Iran nor would they want a very strong Israel.
Yes, so that's the choice for the Arab world. The GCC nations who have now witnessed multiple attacks by Iran in the last 24 hours. What happens now? What happens in a post-Khamenei situation in Iran? And Geeta, reports are that he was in his office when he was attacked and killed. So the details of the complete whereabouts of Khamenei was known to the forces, the US-Israel forces. And the question now is what happens to Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, what happens to the military intelligence of Iran in his absence, because there are reports of 7 important leaders and the officials of the entire military establishment who have been killed, along with Ayatollah Khamenei, who was killed in his office when that's where he was present. He was 86-year-old, has been at the top for 36 years, and perhaps he had not revealed who after him, had not declared his successor, but it was largely seen that his son would be taking charge in his absence. What happens on the streets of Iran now will be something that we'll be waiting and seeing. But as reports are coming in that there is a crowd which has started gathering outside the home of Ayatollah Khamenei. Let me bring in Mir again on this. Mir, are you able to pick up any details of what's happening in Iran right now, what's happening in Tehran and in other cities?
Well, there has been massive outpouring of people on the streets. Obviously, everyone is going towards the residence or the place of attack where Ali Khamenei was killed. Everyone is trying to reach that location. And obviously, there are elements who are happy. We're getting visuals from some parts of Iran. There have been celebrations, but mostly it's outpouring of grief because as we have been, in fact, explaining the importance of Ali Khamenei. Now, as far as the succession plan is concerned, you have to understand that they would see this coming. So they would definitely have a contingency succession plan. And we know that this regime had at least 3 or 4 successors for every person they lost. Now, be it the IRGC, the top commanders or the political leadership. So they have a contingency plan. Sources say that could be implemented and you could have successors, and they have the system to absorb this hit. So that's what people think about this particular regime, because they were literally living on the edge. They knew Israel and US is going to attack, and they always had their target on Ali Khamenei. But you have to see beyond Ali Khamenei the fact that this system that they had evolved, they were preparing for this. So you can expect a succession line, and for every person they lose, they have at least 3 or 4 people who are ready to succeed him. So that really is the way this regime had planned this and planned its contingencies. But there could be turmoil, there could be visuals of chaos on the streets of Tehran and other places of Iran, quite expected considering the stature of the leader, his connection, and the way he had led Iran all these years. Not only in Iran, but in various places you have Muslim population, Shia population who could react to this. So this is going to have far-reaching consequences as far as developing situation and protests in various parts are concerned. But as far as Tehran is concerned, a lot of people on the streets right now. We have reports that there have been protests, demonstrations. There are people who are trying to reach the location, and then you also have places where people are celebrating this. So mixed mood, but most probably you will see lots and lots of people in the funeral procession. Many people really mourning this. But as far as the core decision-making group is concerned, they would have prepared for this, and you'll see a contingency plan, and that is something that definitely will irk US and Israel, because if their target was Khamenei, then obviously nothing is going to change on the ground as far as this regime is concerned. But if they have plans of toppling this government, we do not see that happening, at least as of now, considering that all these bombing raids, they did these missions previously also. This time around, they have gone a step ahead, tried to wipe out the political leadership. But will that really change the regime, change the institutionalized system that has been in place as far as this Islamic regime is concerned? That's the big question. As of now, it seems that there definitely is going to be a contingency plan as far as the big people in this regime is concerned. And you will see replacements in the coming time, because this is a very well-organized system as far as the Islamic regime is concerned. They have been ruling Iran for years and years now. But yes, massive loss as far as the face of this regime is concerned. Ali Khamenei was a spiritual leader, unlike anyone. The kind of following he had and the kind of die-hard supporters he had in the regime and otherwise as well, and not only in Iran.
So the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in the middle of this war, or the strikes, and the Iranian retaliation has turned this from one more flare-up movement into what will be now an open question. What now? Will there be pause, or will this be seeing massive escalation, retaliation on the part of Iran as well? And moments when Khamenei's death was made official, Iran's press TV anchor actually broke down live. And those are the visuals coming in. I'm going to let that play out. And 40 days of national mourning has been announced in Iran after their supreme leader was killed in the precision strikes while he was at his office in Iran. His daughter, son-in-law, and other family members have been killed as well.
رهبر و امام مسلمین حضرت آیت الله العظما سید علی حسینی
امام خامنه‌ای الیه راجعون. ملت بزرگ ایران، روح بلند پیشوای ملت بزرگ ایران و پیشقراول امت اسلامی حضرت امام خامنه‌ای با نوشیدن شهد گوارای شهادت در ماه مبارک رمضان به ملکوت اعلی پیوست. شورای عالی امنیت ملی در این زمینه بیانیه‌ای به این شهر صادر کرده است.
As you know, some of your colleagues
روح بلند و ملکوتی کوه نستوه ولایت، پدر مهربان امت، رهبر و امام مسلمین حضرت آیت الله العظما سید علی حسینی خامنه‌ای در راه سربلندی حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد گوارای شهادت را نوشیدند و به ملکوت اعلی پیوست.
The 40 days of mourning declared in Iran, and the risk for Tehran is a double crisis from within and also from outside. They have to choose a new leader while trying to suppress a population which has already taken to the streets, which has already shown that they are against the president regime. So the question is, what happens now? Washington and Tel Aviv are framing this operation Epic Fury as an operation to shatter Iran's nuclear, missile and command capacity, and a formal regime change as well. The formal regime change may begin now, but will it happen from within, or will there be somebody sitting in Los Angeles, in Raza Pahlavi, who could be brought in? That's the next question that I wish to ask Geeta. Reza Pahlavi took to Twitter immediately, urging the people of Iran to take charge and indulge in uprising again. But any uprising at this point will be met with similar kind of crackdown that we saw last time around, Geeta. The clampdown will be harder and stronger now.
Well, that's right. The situation in the announcements have been made. People are being asked to come to Engage Square and Tehran University. The processions are going to be big. A counter to that in the streets right now is going to lead to massive crackdown back home in Iran. But Maria, as much as they are trying to hit the West Asian region to ensure that they feel the pinch and the pressure mounts on US and Israel to back off. This time around, it's not going to be a focused effort to quell protests back home within Iran because their forces, their energy and their focus, everything is going to be diverted and into two areas. One is domestic front and the other is the international front. And that's why we'll have to see whether if the people are actually going to be able to sustain a massive protest within the country. But remember, when things such as the killing of the of a leader takes place and there's an Israeli hand to that, you will see the kind of gathering in Iran that certainly is unprecedented. So you will see massive outpour of people in the streets of Iran, and it's going to be very, very difficult at that juncture to have protests to topple the regime. In terms of Reza Pahlavi, who was first to come on and say that the regime needs to be toppled, hopes of maybe coming back and taking over. Even in Venezuela, the example was very clear. Just because the regime was had been toppled and Nicolas Maduro had been taken, it was absolutely clear that America is in control and that America could have decided. They didn't go ahead and just give that position of leadership to the opposition leader, Machado, who won the Nobel Peace Prize. They in fact ensured that the acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, who took over because she was the vice president, continues. In this case, if or should there be a complete vacuum, like Donald Trump said, he'd want the people then to decide on taking over, but knowing very well that a complete toppling of the regime and a change of government and guard would mean that Iran would that US would finally have a pro-US regime or establishment in Iran, which is what they exactly want. Bringing in Reza Pahlavi might have a pro-US face, but not one that who has acceptability within Iran. Not complete acceptability for sure. Many people were not okay with the Shah regime, not because they were liberal and forward-looking, more so to do with the fact that the policies were bad, that he did not run the country efficiently and well. There was massive corruption by the Shah and his sister particularly. So there are many complaints. There is hardly any popularity of Reza Pahlavi, but there is certainly going to be a plan on how to bring about about elections where people from the ground are elected and they
now onwards, because there have been some
will not
overnight developments. All the viewers who are joining us now, Geeta, continue to be with us in this conflict. What started as a conflict has now taken a dramatic turn with the reported death of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in US-Israeli strikes. And the questions are being raised, which are very urgent in nature, as to what happens next in this entire region. Iran has now vowed revenge against Khamenei's death. Iran is saying that great crime won't go unanswered. Iran has, in fact, rained fire in UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait. So, fresh round of strike now by Iran in all those military installations and other important assets of United States in these countries in the GCC, in the Middle East. Iran has gone on to say that most intense offensive operation will begin soon. So they are warning of perhaps a more intense offensive operation, which is likely to target the bases of Israel and US, and attacks in UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait. We saw earlier today Burj Al Arab, an important asset, a luxurious hotel in Dubai, being targeted by Iran. Similarly, there were targets of other hotels in Palm Jumeirah area of Dubai last night. So details which are coming in is that Iran has vowed revenge. They are saying that they would be beginning or starting a more offensive operation that will begin soon. Khamenei's passing certainly creates immediate uncertainty in Tehran, and who decides what happens to the arsenal, who controls that, and who decides what will be Iran's next move in the absence of Khamenei and the entire second rung of leadership in many ways, with top leaders who were heading various important military bodies and defense bodies within Iran have now been eliminated. The US and Israel have described their operation as targeted strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, missile facilities, and command centers, not a full invasion. But the question is this not then, Geeta?
Yes.
Mir, come in on this. The question is that there will be a cycle of retaliation which will happen. Each strike will potentially see a broader war. Is that what we are seeing now? Iran will retaliate. That's what they have vowed. And there will be protests also that we saw a few weeks ago within Iran. That is also likely to continue. So what happens now in the entire Middle East? This is unprecedented, never seen before, and perhaps there'll be more uncertain times that we are entering into.
Absolutely, Maria. We also would want to see whether the limits of the US-Israel action plan, where does it stop? Ground invasion is not possible. We know that the war as of now has been fought aerial. There has been intense aerial bombardment as far as US-Israel is concerned. They're trying to cripple Iran's defense, its missile arsenal, its nuclear facilities. And now, obviously, the political side where they're trying to wipe out the complete political leadership. Ali Khamenei is dead. But what next? How far is US-Israel willing to go to ensure a regime change? Was Ali Khamenei only their target? Because if that is the case, then obviously this is not going to ensure a regime change. Because as I said, the system is way too institutionalized in the last 30, 35 years. They have an action plan. They were living on the edge. They knew this is going to come. And in the past also, we've seen several top commanders, political leaders of Iran being killed, be it the tacit or clandestine Israeli action or direct war-like situation like we are having right now. So what next? Obviously, US and Israel are banking on domestic unrest, people who are against this regime to rise up now because they have created a situation for them. They have killed the most important leader of this regime. And now they're banking on the fact that the people, elements who are against the regime will rise and topple the government. Now, whether that is possible is the big question, whether they've done their homework on that front. We saw an unrest in Iran not so long ago, but that was quelled effectively, that was taken control effectively by the regime. But will Ali Khamenei's death really change those dynamics? That internal situation in Iran is the big question. As of now, it seems that the regime and the way they have planned things, they are still in control. The command and control is being handled. While the face is missing now, we may see that face coming up in the coming days as they announce the succession. But what next as far as the military confrontation is concerned, whether that will be enough to achieve what US and Israel have set out for, that is a regime change, it seems difficult as of now because a ground invasion is not possible. So now they're banking on internal elements. Obviously, Mossad and the intelligences definitely would have worked on the ground to ensure that those elements really rise. They'll support them. But whether that will be enough to topple this regime is the big question, because as I said, they have succession plan, they had their contingency plan, and that you will see in action in the coming time. Aerial bombardment, the US and Israel can do that and do that intensely, but we know that's not going to be enough to really ensure and effect a regime change. So that is the big question. That is something that we'll see panning out in the coming time. But as of now, it will be a time of mourning. And Ali Khamenei's death can really work in a counter manner, because this could gel people together. There could be mourning, and there could be this wave of emotions really taking over as far as the public in Iran is concerned. So this could be counterproductive as well for the US and Israeli plan. So all those things are possibilities. But as of now, focus on the streets in Tehran, which are filled with people who are marching towards the site of Ali Khamenei, where he was killed. And you will see a lot of grief on the streets and huge processions as we see this really panning out in the coming hours.
So what is now clear is that this entire conflict is an uncharted territory. We do not know what happens now onwards, Geeta. 40 days of national mourning announced in Iran. But this tradition could spark more protests. We have seen how the public anger could also flare up. We do not know what will happen next. And also, Geeta, what happens to all those rebel groups, the Hezbollahs, the Houthis? Is there a fear now of multi-front war?
Well, that's a very critical aspect of the war.
Okay, Geeta, I'll try and fix your audio in just a bit. Let me bring in Sandeep, who's joining us as well. Sandeep, overnight developments, a lot of developments. The entire world now is in an uncharted territory. We do not know what will happen now onwards, what will be the nature of retaliation coming in from Iran. They are saying that there would be high-risk zone. That is what we are looking at now. So, Sandeep, what happens now onwards? Assembly of experts to pick new leader from clerics and IRGC insiders. But several IRGC leaders, the second-rung leadership, their key figures have been targeted as well.
This is a scenario that Iran has prepared for several months now, and they knew exactly what was coming their way. And in fact, there were reports which said that Ayatollah Khamenei had asked the Iranian administration to prepare for precisely these kind of decapitation strikes, which is airstrikes that would kill, assassinate key regime figures in the hope that the government would collapse. So his idea, his instructions to all governments right down to the provincial level was to have 3 and 4 layers of replacements for each person that is killed. And that is something that they've seen with Hezbollah as well. This is exactly how Israel has taken out Hezbollah. But of course, Iran is much, much bigger. And this is the strategy that they've been putting into place. So the priority, of course, for Iran now would be to find a replacement for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We don't know who it could be. It's either his son, it could be Ayatollah Khomeini's grandson has been spoken about. That would be the priority, because Iran is, of course, an Islamic theocracy. It needs a supreme leader to give it directions. And Ayatollah Khamenei has been one of the longest served leaders, not just in Iran, but in West Asia. More than 3 decades he's ruled Iran. he has actually seen the setting up of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Council, one of the most important organizations in Iran. In fact, the most important organization in Iran today, which controls all aspects of power, including the military. It has a parallel military of its own. It controls the ballistic missiles. The attacks that you're seeing across West Asia today on Dubai and other places, they are actually being controlled by the IRGC. So there is a theory that the IRGC could now, in fact, take over the country as a kind of a military rule in the interim before Iran can elect a supreme leader of its own. But this, again, there is no surprise here. There is no out of the blue kind of thing. While the death of Ayatollah Khamenei is a shock to many, this is a scenario that Iran would have prepared for the last couple of weeks. They knew exactly what is to be done, because if they don't, replace the leaders, it could actually see deep instability. It could lead to civil unrest and the hopes of the United States and Israel that there would be public protests, exactly the way we saw in 1979 when the Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, had to flee in January of 1979. That is 47 years ago. He fled after almost a year of protests, unrest, civil, unrest, all of that. He had to run away in January, and that is when Imam Khomeini returned from France and he took over Iran, and he announced the Islamic theocracy of it that rules Iran today on the 1st of April 1979. So Iran is at a 1979 moment, you can call it that. That is, of course, the hope of the United States and Israel, to see that they could effect a regime change from the air by carrying on multiple assassinations of key regime figures across the country, to hope that there is instability, there is civil unrest, and people then choose a new leader. The hope of the regime is, of course, the priority of the regime from day one, from 1979, has been regime survival. And that's the reason that they have set up all of this, multiple networks. The IRGC is so strong precisely to protect the regime from its external foes, like the United States, Israel, that are currently attacking them. The axis of resistance is also to protect Iran, the regime, the Islamic Revolution itself. So all of these things they all boil down to protecting the regime. And this is what we're going to see in the next couple of hours. This is actually Iran's 1979 moment again. If they survive this, if the regime can wither away these series of airstrikes that have been going on for almost 24 hours now, the regime would continue for a few more years. If they
recall cannot, for our viewers, Sandeep, since you're saying that this is Iran's 1979 moment, in 1979, what really happened in terms of did Iran react the way they did in attacking and targeting US assets in the entire Middle East? You have a situation right now where the US CIA facility in Dubai has been targeted. Similar attacks and targeting has been happening in Bahrain, in Jordan, in other parts as well. And it's not just the US military facilities or assets, it's also of the hotels, the luxurious hotels that are being attacked.
Well, interesting question, Maria. And, the answer to that is no. Now, Iran in 1979, when the Shah fled, it was a power vacuum. Ayatollah Khamenei returned. He set up an Islamic rule which began in April of 1979. And Iran went through an intense period of change. There was they were very inward looking, but let's not forget that they had an extremely powerful military. They had the most powerful military in West Asia, as equal to, if not most capable than the Israeli military. Now, the Shah of Iran for more than 3 decades had been building up this military with US assistance. Now, there is a story there that the F-14 fighter jet, the fighter jet that Tom Cruise flew in Top Gun, the first part, was actually funded by the Shah of Iran. And that's the kind of power that he had. When he fled Iran, there was complete disarray. They were met with Western sanctions. The regime had to establish itself. The Ayatollah Khomenei's regime had to establish itself. Iraq seized that opportunity. Under Saddam Hussein, they invaded. So the Iran-Iraq war went on for almost a decade from there, from 1980 to about 1988. So almost 8 years of constant fighting between Iran and Iraq. They did not have the time to focus on the greater Middle East. They did, of course, threaten to shut the Straits of Hormuz. That is what they have done, which is possibly the last card that we are talking about that Iran has to play, which is to stop the Straits of Hormuz. There are reports that are coming out that they may have already done that. They have sent out instructions to shut, that no ships can pass through the Straits of Hormuz. But the point of attacking US bases, that is a capability that has been set up over the last 2 or 3 decades. Now, this happens because the IRGC became so powerful. It set up this axis of resistance, this happened, of course, under the reign of Ayatollah Khamenei, late 1980s, post the Iran-Iraq war, when he set up the IRGC into what it is today. It's the most powerful military force in the region. It is more powerful than the Iranian military, which is the Artesh, which doesn't have the kind of capabilities that the IRGC has. The bases that we are talking about, the dozen or so US bases, these are all under Central Command, CENTCOM. I call it this Trump's CENTCOM empire, which is the largest network of air and sea bases owned by any country in any part of the world. They are all across West Asia, from as far as Jordan, Kuwait, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. They're all over the place. And over the last few years, Iran worked out the strategy. They knew that the US and Israel were coming for them. The strategy was, we saw the first indications of that when Major General Soleimani was killed about 6 years back under the first Trump presidency. Now, Qasem Soleimani is one of the most key figures in the IRGC. He was part of the Iranian Revolution in 1979. He was authorized by Ayatollah Khamenei to set up this net axis of resistance. The Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, all of this was the work of this one man, Major General Qasem Soleimani. And it is believed that under his command, they built up the capability to target US bases like Al Udeid, Tehran, all of these places in the event of an attack on Iran. Iran has said that in the past. We've seen it after Qasem Soleimani's assassination in 2020 in Iraq by the first Trump administration. Iran retaliated against the US bases in the region, but there was a difference there. They called them, they warned them, they said that, look, we are going to be striking at your bases. They wanted to avoid casualties. At the same time, they wanted to prove a point. Now, we saw that again last year to a limited impact, where they targeted a few of these bases. During the 12-day war, during the US attacks on Iraq.
Since you're saying that this is 1979 moment for Iran, I want to talk about the 7 IRGC generals who have been killed, including Ali Shamkhani. Then if the second rung has been impacted, besides the top leader himself, then is Iran prepared for this?
Well, Maria, they have prepared, we are being told, up to 4 levels down.
Okay.
So if the generals are knocked out, the brigadiers will take over. If the brigadiers are knocked out, the colonels will take over. If the colonels are knocked out, the majors will take over. That's the kind of hierarchy that they've built. That's the redundancy that they've built into this kind of thing. They've figured that they have no other way of handling this wave of decapitation strikes. It's very interesting. The kind of attacks that we are seeing are possibly the largest decapitation strikes ever launched post the Second World War. Now, in the Second World War, of course, you had leaders being taken out. The most famous example of a decapitation strike that I can think of in the Second World War was Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, who was killed by the United States. He's the architect of Pearl Harbor. They knew where he was flying in 1943, and they sent a long-range fighter mission to track him and kill him in one of the islands in Southeast Asia. Now, think of 100 times that is what you're seeing in the 21st century with the use of AI, with the use of air power, all of these things, C4ISR, satellites, this entire surveillance grid the United States and Israel have set up. I mean, these are the most capable frontline powers in the world today. You're seeing the kind of technology that people could not even believe. If the United States has the capability to fly into a heavily guarded country like Venezuela, extract its leader and take him back to the United States, you're seeing those kind of capabilities here at play. The combination of the US and Israel coming in and carrying out all of these decapitation strikes, Iran really has no way of handling this kind of offensive. And my sense is that they've prepared for this. The IRGC is a very large force. It's a very competent and a very capable force. It is more powerful than the Iranian military. It has very deep roots into the ground. There are three structures. And, you know, when you said this is Iran's 1979 moment, there's a big difference. In 1979, you had just one military. You had the Iranian military.
Yes.
When the military turned against the Shah knew, when they refused to fire at civilian protesters, the Shah knew the game was up. In 2026, there are three parallel militaries inside Iran. You have the Artesh, which are the Iranian armed forces, the traditional conventional armed forces as we know it. You have the IRGC in the center, which is the most powerful military inside Iran today, which reports directly to the supreme leader. And then you have the paramilitary forces, the Basij, which are believed to be almost 1 million. These are volunteers. These were the volunteers that were set up during the Iran-Iraq war. Literally hundreds of thousands of them, child soldiers, all of that. They used everything to fight that war against Iraq, which they knew was a war of survival, basically. It was the rest of the Gulf propping Iraq and Saddam Hussein into invading Iran because they were afraid of the impact of the Iranian revolution coming into the Shia populations of their countries. So today in Iran, you have three parallel militaries. It's almost impossible for you to have one
Brigadier General Ahmad Wahidi has now been named as the new IRGC chief. General Wahidi, what do we know about him? Geeta?
Well,
yes, please. Go ahead, Sandeep. You can take that question.
Well, just one of the other Iranian generals, and this is a new name that we are hearing. But, you know, like I said, the IRGC is a large force. It's almost 500,000 strong. It has several military commanders. My sense is that this would be
Ahmad Wahidi. We'll try and get that corrected.
Would have been part of the revolutionary struggle in 1979. He would have been a young officer at that time. It is, of course, the struggle, the revolution of 1979 is almost half a century old. So this is possibly somebody who would be in his 60s, and he would have been a young officer at that time. The revolution is still important. A lot of the key IRGC figures are those who've been around in 1979, and that is a very key recruitment thing for them, that they have to have been part of that. And that is one of the reasons that they would be in the IRGC right now in very key positions.
That's actually a very important point that has been made by Sandeep, something that Geeta has been highlighting, that Iran today is far more prepared than it was earlier, that they have the second and the third rung. Even if Ayatollah Khamenei has been eliminated, 7 IRGC top generals have been eliminated, perhaps the third and the fourth rung is ready to take charge and ready to take command of the entire arsenal. But the question then is, Geeta, what if any of these countries, because they have said, including UAE, that they reserve the right to react, or they reserve the right to retaliate, what happens in that case?
Well, the net security provider for the whole of West Asia that has come under attack is the United States of America. They will have to coordinate. They have their missile defense systems. They do have certain capabilities, but to have an absolute onslaught of attack on Iran, they will require American assistance. I'd like maybe Sandeep to weigh in on this one. But Ahmad Wahidi, like Sandy was saying, and he's just talking from experience, is an old guard, very old hand, born in Shiraz, was the former defense minister of Iran, a very critical figure when it comes to the IRGC. So, like I said, they did not even take time. They knew that the IRGC chief Pakpor has been taken out, and look, the very next day they've appointed Ahmed Wahidi. Similarly, Mohammad Pakpor also was appointed after his predecessor was killed in action. So they do not take time, and it's not like they're choosing a very young officer at this juncture. He's a very old, seasoned IRGC officer, served in intelligence, and then further on has gone ahead and become the defense minister of the country, and then now being a critical part of the military establishment is now taking over IRGC. I'd say not the most enviable post, given that anybody who takes over as IRGC is a direct target of Israel, and they have made sure that any IRGC head is followed. There's enough intelligence to know about his whereabouts, and then is in a very specific precision strike taken out. So for now, the new IRGC chief is Ahmad Wahidi, for an elite military officer who has also served in the political dispensation as the defense minister as well.
Minister of Iran under President Ibrahim Raisi, former defense minister till 2013 under Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, and he was the founder commander of the Quds Force, the external operations wing of IRGC, which is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So Iran has chosen the person who will be leading its security right now at this moment. The question again is, Sandeep, from now onwards, would you say that this is an uncharted territory, or is it still that moment of 1979?
Well, it is actually uncharted territory. We don't know which way it's actually going, because like we were saying, the airstrikes that have led Iran to carry out this wave of attacks, ballistic missile, cruise missile attacks. There has been some spectacular videos of drones slamming into buildings in Palm Jumeirah in Dubai. This is Iran telling the rest of the GCC countries that this, supporting the United States has its consequences. And though their spokespersons have been saying since yesterday that they are only attacking US bases, it's very clear that many of these drones, many of these missiles have been specifically targeting iconic landmark structures in the UAE. The Jumeirah, the Burj. The Burj is an iconic structure. The Shahed 136 drone, which is believed to have struck many of these buildings, is a very accurate drone. It's not like an old Second World War missile with an enormous, CEP that lands over several kilometers, and you can say it was a mistake. These are all very specifically targeted drones, and they're all being done to send a message to the GCC countries, particularly UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, to get them to pressurize the United States to stop this wave of attacks. The idea is to, of course, impact the economy of the GCC countries. Now, we've seen previous versions of this, and I take you back to 2020 or so, when the Houthis launched a wave of drone and missile attacks on Saudi Arabia's Aramco oil processing facilities, and Aramco shares took a hit. Iran has been working at this game for several years now. They've prepared these contingency plans not only to replace their leaders in the event of such decapitation strikes, but exactly how they would target all the emirates, all the monarchies in the region using their drones, missiles, and they know exactly where their vulnerable spot lies, which is the economy. The economy of the Middle East is what Iran is targeting right now. I mean, think of it. You have the Dubai airport, which is one of the busiest airports in the world. Today, that airport is completely empty. There's no passengers, no flights. The economy of the UAE, Saudi Arabia, all of this depends on tourist inflows, particularly of the UAE, which is just across the Straits of Hormuz. And that is the kind of warfare that Iran is doing. It's played this economic card now. It is waging economic warfare. There is a expression in naval warfare. It's called guerre de course. It is the war of commerce, where you target an enemy's commercial lifelines. When you're an inferior power, you don't have the ability to target his military straight on. You start targeting his commercial lifelines. It's called commerce destruction. That's exactly what Iran is doing with UAE and the other Gulf states. He's targeting the the biggest visible symbols of these countries, their economic stability, their peace, their progress, prosperity, all of that, in the hope that they will pressurize the United States to call off these airstrikes. Because if these continue, even given the kind of strategy that survival strategies that Iran has in place, they know that they are extremely vulnerable, and that comes back to the 1979 moment that they're going through. That if this wave of attacks continues, it is quite possible that they might actually run out of leaders at some point in the not so distant future. And in the future, I mean a couple of hours. This is a battle of hours that we are waging, because there is a limit to the number of weapons that the US, Israel, and of course Iran have in this. It's clear that they can't fight more than 4 or 5 days. So Iran has to ride out that storm, and it needs to do everything. It's throwing all its cards in. The Straits of Hormuz, attacking ships, tankers, is something that they've tried in the past during the 1980-88 Iran-Iraq war. They will resort to that as a last resort. In a sense, a regime under attack like this tries to expand the arc of conflict beyond itself in an attempt to drag more countries in. We saw that happening with Saddam Hussein in 1991 during the first Gulf storm, the first US-Iraq war, when Saddam Hussein began targeting Israel with Scud missiles in a hope that he would bring Israel into the conflict, thereby enlarging it, getting more countries involved. Iran, to some extent, more than 35 years later, is trying a similar strategy. It's trying to enlarge this scope of the conflict, to drag more countries in, and to build pressures on them to pressurize the United States to back off. Because finally, at the end of the day, the Gulf sheikdoms are also extremely vulnerable. They have not seen this kind of conflict in several decades. For them, the economy is primary. The oil, of course, oil supplies, that's another important thing. Who would come? Why would people invest in these countries if there is the threat of Iranian missiles flying off short distances away, 50 and 60 kilometers? Now, we've built all of these shiny hotels there. We built residential towers. Many of our film stars and our well-heeled have relocated to places in the Middle East because they offered this vision of peace and prosperity and stability, little realizing that they're all under the shadow of Iranian ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. And that is exactly the scenario that Iran is trying to paint.
That's actually quite interesting the way you have explained it. And that explains why Iran has targeted hotels, be it the Fairmont Hotel yesterday and now the Burj Al Arab today. It is essentially those economic centers or those tourism hubs which were seen attractive to the tourists, that is being targeted. Dubai airport, as you pointed out rightly, is shut for the last 12 hours. Multiple flights diverted and cancelled. So, Geeta, given the kind of preparation with which US went ahead with it, it was also prepared for the backlash to come in from Iran, and that is what Iran is doing. For them, it's a battle for survival. The regime is holding on to the straws, just trying to do everything it can to create that multi-front war. The question is, what is going to be the stand, particularly of Russia and China, Geeta?
Well, they've already reacted. They've come in with a lot of condemnation. They sought the UNSC meeting yesterday. We do know that there is going to be a massive movement when it comes to what kind of help they're willing to offer. But there's clarity at this point in time that military involvement will not suit either of the two nations, and not something that Iran expects in a scenario of war between Israel, US, and Iran, when the talks between Russia and Ukraine are moving forward. There are country interests involved, but this is beyond that. This is economics as well. They could be hit very badly if Iran falls, especially China. So yes, China will be considering options on what they should be doing, but military involvement for now looks really not an option, not like an option at all. But I do agree with Sandeep in terms of the retaliation that you're seeing, Maria. That is going to be critical. This is not a war that can stretch beyond 72 hours. And in those hours, in those days, what Iran will have to prove is the damage it is causing and it can cause in the region. That is going to certainly not just talk about or show the impact and damage and economic loss, the chaos it has created across the world because of the flight situation. And certainly that will reflect in economy and markets, but more importantly, how vulnerable this entire region really is. So taking out Iran and taking out the entire leadership might be a matter of time, but then at what cost? And are these countries willing to bear that cost? There have been conversations. The phone lines have been busy through the night between leaders of the Arab world. They've been speaking to each other, talking to each other, looking at what needs to be done. They're considering this an outrageous attack against their land and their soil. The Iranians have been very clear. They call it a retaliatory attack, not against the countries per se, but against the United States of America and its bases. But from the drone attacks that we are seeing, it has moved beyond the bases. So that explanation now completely falls flat when it comes to Iran. Iran is now trying to maybe make the pinch felt, make the hurt felt for West Asia when it comes to the option of attacking Iran. It is not possible that Israel, particularly the United States of America, would not have actually informed the allies in the region. Some of the leadership would have known that there is that this is what the plan is, whether they agree to it or not, but not keeping them in the loop, at least some of the leadership. It doesn't seem like a possibility because the bases are there. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE have been frantically asking everybody to bring the tempers down, not escalate tensions, but the tensions now are at its peak, at their peak. And what we're looking at, Maria, is the repercussion and ramification of a major attack that has led to the killing of the leadership of Iran. And while the second-rung leadership is taking over immediately, Ali Larijani will be taking the calls or calling the shots in Iran when it comes to the decision from the clergy, after which, once things settle down, the assembly of experts are going to decide on the leadership within the clergy. But for now, it seems like West Asia, beyond US bases, Maria, is kosher, that they are not going to spare. And more importantly, remember, the strategy will have to change a little because Khamenei is dead. And again, if Sandy's there, it would be great to get his perspective in. The supreme leader is dead, Maria. There are people in the streets. So now when the attacks take place or when the attacks are carried out, they have to be very careful about civilian casualties.
Yes.
And that will be a very important strategy because the idea and the messaging has been that we do not want to kill people. We just want the regime to topple. But if there are so many people in the streets of Tehran and in various parts of Iran, then what happens?
Yes, Geeta and Sandeep continue to be with us because there is an update which is coming in from the Civil Aviation Ministry here in New Delhi, which has announced 444 flights are expected to be cancelled today due to escalating tensions involving Iran and Israel. The ministry has said that the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, that is the DGCA, is in close coordination with carriers to ensure safety and compliance amidst airspace closures across parts of Western Asia. After military strikes and retaliatory attacks, passengers are advised to check and confirm flight status with airlines before traveling to airports. And major Indian airports are now on operational alert to handle diversions, manage terminals, assist passengers, and help with crowd control, with senior officials now deployed at passenger assistance control room, actively addressing the concerns. So this is because of the entire airspace in Middle East now, which is now shut, and with much of the Persian Gulf and West Asia restricted, carriers are diverting north via Afghanistan, Turkmenistan and Turkey, squeezing global corridors between the Iran crisis and tensions around Ukraine. And Dubai airport has been struck by an Iranian drone, which has caused more disruptions. And at the same time, Abu Dhabi airport is seeing stranded passengers due to operational delays. Bahrain airport has also been hit by an Iranian drone. So Bahrain airport, Dubai airport, remember one of the busiest airports across the world, has now been hit by a drone. There are reactions coming in. Let's listen in. All right, so reports coming in of multiple airports in the Middle East, from Dubai to Bahrain, now being hit by drones. These are Iranian drones which have struck these airports, which has caused massive disruption and delays now. So all those passengers who are traveling to any of the countries in Middle East, please check with your airline before you head to the airport. This is the advisory coming in from the Civil Aviation Ministry here in India. So all precautionary measures being taken. So this entire Gulf, or the diversions which are happening, becomes important because much of the Persian Gulf and West Asia has now been restricted. Carriers are diverting north via Afghanistan, Turkmenistan and Turkey, which essentially means the entire global corridor has shrunk because of the Iran crisis and also the tensions around Ukraine. Let me bring in, let me go back to Sandeep again. Sandeep, you know, we are looking at a situation where the flights have been halted world over. That's how it will be appearing increasingly, because the air bases are now shut. The entire Middle East would be shut. You have a situation with the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war as well.
Absolutely, this, Maria, appears to be is Iran's strategy. Now, it does not have an air force of any consequence. It's got a couple of planes from the time of the Shah of Iran, but it has a very capable drone, ballistic missile, and a cruise missile force. And it is using all of these instruments of hard power to kind of, reshape the environment to its advantage. And by firing all of these missiles all across the region, it's a carefully calibrated campaign. They have to be careful, because if they start attacking civilians in all of these Gulf countries, the tide is going to turn against them. So they're very, carefully hitting these symbolic targets to, indicate what they can do on a larger scale. So you're looking at a very graded and a gradual escalatory ladder that Iran seems to be walking up, and they are first targeting these high-profile buildings, and they will then keep slowly, mounting that pressure on that, even as the airstrikes on Iran continue. And the idea is that they want to, again, tell the world that they have the ability to paralyze global commerce, to halt airlines, literally turn it into a lockdown of sorts, the kind that we saw during COVID 6 years back, is exactly what Iran would want to do today. To say that, look, we are not going down alone. If you attack us this way, if you try and collapse the regime, there will be consequences to that. And they want to involve more countries into this to make it a wider problem than just an Iranian problem. When it starts to hurt the Gulf countries near Iran, there will be pressure on the US and Israel to stop the air campaign. That seems to be Iran's goal. They cannot bring down the aircraft that are attacking them, but they can target the air bases, the airfields from where these aircraft are taking off. So that seems to be the strategy at play over here.
News coming in now of several Indians who have been now stuck at Dubai airport. India's Olympic medal winning badminton champion PV Sindhu has now revealed that an explosion occurred close to where she and her team were sheltering at Dubai airport after being stranded due to the ongoing Iran-linked attacks in the region. She described the moment as extremely tense and frightening, adding that her coach had to move quickly away after finding himself closest to the smoke and the debris. Actor Sonal Chauhan has also been stranded in Dubai following widespread flight cancellations triggered by rising tensions, and she has sought help from Prime Minister Modi as well. So this is what it looks like. Thousands of people stranded at Dubai International Airport. Dubai International Airport has now been struck by a drone. And so this is going to be the strategy. This appears to be the strategy. But Sandeep, you were saying that it's a matter of hours. Are we looking at a protracted war, or are you of the opinion that today is very critical?
Maria, today is very critical because, as Geeta mentioned, that this is a war not of days, this is a war of hours. This possibly wouldn't stretch more than 72 hours because the United States is constrained by the amount of missiles, the amount of ordnance that it can expend on this particular conflict. Now, Iran is only focused on the region. It has to protect itself with its missile arsenal. It's built up a massive missile arsenal over the last couple of years. We're being told 5,000 ballistic missiles is what they have. It's one of the world's largest stockpiles. The United States has to cater for global conflict. And that could involve a conflict tomorrow with China. They do not want to expend all their missiles, all their interceptors, all their Patriot missiles, the THAAD missile batteries, all of that. They need to conserve their ammunition for waging war if it breaks out, in Taiwan, for instance. So that is one of the reasons that is going to be a constraining factor on US and Israeli operations. Whatever they have to do in the next couple of hours, 72 hours, 120 hours, because beyond that, then the number of missiles that start to get expended, they start coming out of their war wastage reserves. And that is something they would want to avoid because these missiles cannot be built quickly enough. It takes, the rates of production of these missiles are something that people have worried about in the West, including the Secretary of War, that is Pete Hegseth. They're extremely worried about the slow rate of building of all these missiles. It takes several weeks to build a single Tomahawk missile, and they don't have enough of them in stockpile. So this war, again, it's in its most critical phase now. If Iran can ride it out for the next 72 hours or so, you're going to see a pacing down of this wave of airstrikes. They will possibly look at other ways to change the regime, but this cannot go on indefinitely, primarily because there is a limit to the ordnance that the United States has in its arsenal. And the interesting thing, Maria, is that the US has borrowed a page out of Iran's playbook. Now, one of the missiles that you see on screen hitting the building in UAE, in the Palm Jumeirah, is a weapon called the Shahid 136. It is a drone that Iran has pioneered over the last couple of years. It has sold that technology to the Russian Federation to use in the Russia-Ukraine war. And now in 2026, the United States is believed to have reverse engineered the Shahid 136, the Iranian platform, to create a weapon of its own called the Lucas, the low-cost unmanned aerial system. So that is what the US is now using in large numbers as well. So wars of attrition have to be waged over several days. They consume thousands of missiles of the kind that NATO and the West have not prepared themselves for. This is the kind of war that Russia, Ukraine, and Iran, and to an extent you can say China, have prepared for, to create these mass industrial lines that are literally spitting out missiles every day. And that is something that the US is extremely worried about, and they also seem to be adopting this playbook. So it's typically this war will be decided by who runs out of missiles and interceptors first, Maria.
Likely that Israel and US would. So where does this take the entire Middle East to? This is an uncharted territory, not very close to 1979, but the second-rung leadership has taken charge in Iran, even as we wait to see what happens in other countries in the Middle East. But the strategy is clear. Iran is going all out to protect what is left of its regime, and at the same time sending a message to the world that it can target these hubs which are seen as commercial hubs. So, Geeta, if there is no intention of a pause, particularly by Iran, then where are we headed?
You're saying no indication of a war?
Of a pause.
Of a pause. There can be no pause. Now this is the end game, either for Iran or for the other side in terms of backing off. The 12-day war was certainly a moment where we thought things are going to change drastically. Didn't happen, but this looks bigger than that, because it's not covert operations. It's not just strikes. It's an all-out war with announcements being made, and the supreme leader having been taken out. But like I said, unlike the past, this time around, the two-pronged war that Iran has to fight is the domestic situation within, the celebrations that are happening in some parts of Iran, or not about the fact that Iran is attacking or retaliating, but of the fact that the supreme leader has been killed. So yes, there has been a lot of tension within. They have to look at that and then look at the external threats. More importantly, the economy. Air flights stopping is the biggest chaos that you're looking at right now. More than 60,000 passengers stuck in Dubai alone, and Abu Dhabi. These are massive numbers we're talking about. How long can this sustain? It's not just about being hit by Iranian drones in some parts. It's about how Iran is going to escalate in the next few hours. And should there be escalation, then, and the kind of economic crisis that you're going to see, not just because of the oil transport being impacted, the Red Sea shipping lanes being impacted, and the fact that airlines have been impacted, then we'll have to see what kind of pressure is mounted. Can Iran sustain and withstand those hours is the question.
Okay, so the question then is, Sandeep, what is the likelihood of Iran escalating via its proxies, like the Hezbollah and the Houthis? Because there are no red lines anymore.
Yes. Maria, if you look at it, the Houthis, the location of the Houthis at the Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea, that's a very critical choke point, and they've used it, of course, in 2024. Iran, of course, sits at the other choke point, which is the Straits of Hormuz. This entire West Asia depends on the sea route to export its oil. It's one of the world's largest sources of oil. Iran controls the two key choke points of West Asian oil. You can say that Iran has West Asia in a bag, if you can call it that. The only problem is that the Houthis today in 2026 are extremely weakened. They're running out of missile supplies. They're a very determined lot. If you see the kind of campaign that they've been waging since 2023, they would be the most potent force that Iran has remaining. The rest of the so-called axis of resistance, which is Hezbollah and Hamas, Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, they're all extremely weakened. Hezbollah has suffered over the last 3 or 4 years. It's been put to the kind of pressure that Iran has been facing in the last couple of hours, it is in no state to wage a campaign. But what you could see is possibly a campaign of suicide bombing by these groups, especially Hezbollah. Let's not forget that Hezbollah is a group that actually pioneered the use of mass casualty suicide bombings against specific targets. The bombing of the Marine barracks in Beirut in 1983, where over 150 American servicemen were killed. That's the largest attack on US servicemen after the Battle of Okinawa in the Second World War. President Trump mentioned that attack as well, linking Iran to that Hezbollah attack. Now, these are the kind of capabilities that these groups have, this so-called axis of resistance that's been set up across the region. They have this kind of capability, but they don't have anything close to what they once did, because they've also been fighting a war of attrition over the last nearly 3 years now. They've been at the brunt of Israeli Air Force and missile strikes right from the 7th of October 2023, when Israel expanded its operations to include not just Hamas, but also Hezbollah and the Houthis down south in Yemen. So the groups are there, but they are what you call a force in being. They've lost a lot of their potential to cause damage and to cause nuisance. But as long as they're around, that's a factor that the rest of the world cannot discount. They are there, they are a force in being, and they have the power and the potential, however diminished, to cause a lot of damage, cause a lot of nuisance to global commerce, global shipping, and possibly even carry out attacks on targets that they deem appropriate.
The commercial impact or the economic impact here, what are the projected oil price spikes and supply disruptions, Sandeep, if Hormuz Strait actually closes, and particularly for India?
It's going to be a big problem for us, because we have some very key suppliers of our oil from there, where you have Kuwait, Iraq, two of our largest oil suppliers, Saudi Arabia, of course. But the fact is that Saudi Arabia has another coast. It has the Red Sea coast as well. If Iran were to shut both of these, the Bab el-Mandab and the Straits of Hormuz, we would have no option, Maria, but to go for Russian oil. And that is something that the government of India is working on at this moment. I presume that if the West Asia becomes close to India, shut down to us, then we will have to swiftly look at other sources of oil. And the fastest and the cheapest source of oil for us, if West Asia is destabilized, is Russian oil.
Okay, so let me get final comments from both Geeta and you here. The Assembly of Experts will be selecting the next leader, but in the meanwhile, the IRGC commander who has seized control is evident here. Geeta, are there some diplomatic off-ramps which are on the table or expected? Is there somebody you can talk and de-escalate from here on? Or have we reached a point that there has to be a total surrender on part of one country here, which is Iran?
Well, it is. We have reached that point. This is war, Maria. There is no off-ramp right now, because the off-ramp that was offered was underway. The next round of talks was supposed to happen in Vienna. Oman and the foreign minister of Oman was the mediator. There were indirect talks that were happening not just with the US but also with the IAEA, and the guarantees that were given. But it doesn't seem like the US was convinced or wanted to work towards an agreement, and therefore, even as conversations were on and both sides had decided on a next meeting, which means that the talks didn't fail, the attacks took place. So it does seem like Israel acted in urgency and America followed through, and you are seeing a massive repercussion of that here. It is all about sustenance and sustaining this war for this entire day, to see how the two sides keep reacting and retaliating and responding. The major installations in West Asia are vulnerable. The whole of West Asia today is vulnerable. The economic crisis will be felt sooner than later. And in that, a decision will have to be taken that should they want to continue or will they end this.
Okay, so Geeta, news that is just coming in that Iran's Ali Shamkhani, as we have been reporting, top advisor to the supreme leader, has been killed. And another commander-in-chief, who was the commander-in-chief of IRGC, which is Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard group, Mohammad Pakpour, has been killed as well. So two important leaders, important figures who have been killed in this Israeli-US strikes. Even as we look at what will happen in Iran, on the streets of Iran, Geeta, you were there just 24 hours ago in Tehran. So the sense was that people of Tehran were also prepared for this, that they were also prepared for perhaps what happened in 1979?
They were prepared for war. When I spoke to people and I said, are you hopeful of the agreement and signing of an agreement between the two sides? They said, no. They might be going in for another round of talks. They didn't expect it to happen so soon, but they said they might be going in for another round of talks, but I don't think it'll end in success. I do suppose that we should be prepared for an eventuality of a war. And so most of them said that they're looking at a scenario where they're facing an imminent attack from Israel. So most of them quite clear that this is not going to end well. For which side is the question over here, and how long or how prolonged can this be? Another question. Like Sandy said, don't think this is going to continue for a very long time. Nobody has the sustaining power. America has aircraft carriers and limited weapon systems. So does Israel, and so does Iran. So the fact that Iran is going to use its proxy networks in the region, the Hezbollah, the Houthis, are certainly going to be activated. Houthis are going to take on the sea lanes. And when that happens, there is going to be a problem in how the war takes a turn. One, and secondly, in all this, if you see, the Iranians were very clear. One, that they're not going to go beyond US bases. They did go because they want to show maximum impact so that the West Asian leaders back off. There will be pressure on Iran and Israel for them to back off. This economic crisis is not sustainable. This crisis itself is not sustainable, where they have scores of people stranded at airports, in cities, travelers who are scared, people, workforce from various countries, because they have a lot of foreign workforce stuck in West Asia. They all want to leave. So this is not a scenario that can sustain or last for another day or two. This will bring the economy down globally. And so a call will have to be taken. How much of an impact will that have, this time frame that they have, how much of an impact can Israel make is the question, leading to whether if there's going to be a regime change and toppling of the regime, or quelling of protests yet again, and a new leadership taking over. Because toppling of a regime does not mean killing one leader. If Iran has been saying that we have an entire system in place, if the leader gets killed, there will be another who will come. Also, if I may add, the top advisor, Maria, we've been discussing this, and Sandeep, it'll be interesting for you to also come in, because this is the same Ali Shamkhani who was reportedly killed in the last war that took place, in the last attack on an assassination that was carried out by the Israeli forces, till he appeared for his daughter's wedding, which had gone viral for not because he was alive, but because the daughter was wearing the dress that she was wearing in a very closed, conservative Iran. But he was alive, and then he used the choicest words to describe America and say, well, I'm alive. He announced him being alive, but that's the same Ali Shamkhani who now has reportedly been killed.
welcome you watching India Today. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Welcome to our continuing coverage on the decapitation operations that are underway in Iran. And it's not just Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but an entire list of top leaders who've now been eliminated. India Today now gets you the list of all the top leaders who've been eliminated. Ali Shamkhani, advisor to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Defense Secretary and Secretary of the Defense Council, Mohammad Pakpor, has been neutralized, and Iran has now named the successor of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Mujtaba Khamenei has been named the new Ayatollah of Iran. Now, reports from Tehran say Mujtaba Khamenei is the son of the late Supreme Leader of Iran, and he's been named the new Supreme Leader. So the power moves from father to son. Mujtaba Khamenei has for long been considered the shadow power behind the regime, the person who was controlling key appointments in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. He's the one who's now officially taking over, according to information that's coming in from Iran. He's someone who for a long time had been overseeing intelligence operations, managing his father's inner circle, and he was at a different location, very specifically because Iran had planned that there could be a decapitation operation, and that is why President Masoud Pezeshkian was at a different location. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei with his core team, they were at a different location, and Mujtaba Khamenei was at a different location. But the simultaneous strikes that were carried out, in which not only was Iran's supreme leader killed, but the leadership of the Supreme Council and top leaders, according to Israel, as part of Operation Roaring Lion, 40 top leaders have been decapitated. The second line, Israel says they have the list ready. Moment there's a takeover, they too will be neutralized. American President Donald Trump, he has specified that this operation will continue not for days but for weeks. Reports say Mujtaba Khamenei, son of the late Supreme Leader, is now the new Supreme Leader of Iran, and you're looking at the image of the new Supreme Leader. So father to son, Mujtaba Khamenei, the shadow power, is now the center in Iran. As Iran, the Revolutionary Guard Corps promised and threatened the fiercest counterattack. And some of this has been on in the last 12 hours, the manner in which American bases have been targeted in the region. Not just the strikes that you saw that stunned the world, the strikes that took place in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in Bahrain, the strikes that took place in Kuwait, in Iraq, and multiple military air bases of the United States, their air bases, their military bases, CIA centers, they've been targeted. Now this kind of indicates the kind of intelligence that even Iran had and continues to have. We'll show you two images in just a short while from now. So there are celebrations that are taking place, and there are calls for intiqam, or avenge the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Mujtaba, let me tell you a little more about Mujtaba Khamenei, the new Ayatollah of Iran. He is the son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He has 6 children. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has 6 children. He lost a daughter, 1 daughter and 1 son-in-law, according to reports that have come in. The son is the one who was handling appointments. Son was the one who was handling intelligence operations, managing his father's internal circle, and he now takes over. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Sandeep Unnithan joining us for more on this. Sandeep, very clearly the leadership in Iran, they had a plan B, a plan C and a plan D. So plan B now takes over.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And as we've discussed since yesterday, this is something that Iran has prepared for. They knew very well that what would follow was airstrikes. And we've seen that decapitation strike model in play that Israel has used against Hezbollah in Lebanon, that every successor that would come to the Hezbollah chief would be eliminated. And Iran prepared for this exactly, as you said, plan A, plan B, plan C, and plan D. And now we are in plan B, and there's possibly a plan C and a D as well. Iran is hopeful of replacing all of its leaders. This is the only chance it has to ride out this storm that's been unleashed against them. This Operation Fury that the US has unleashed from the skies. The only way they can do that is by ensuring that there is regime survival, regime continuation, and that is by replacing all key figures, identifying that the trick here is that you're identifying these successors well in time, well before the strikes actually happen. So there is no confusion.
Sandeep,
Everybody has a plan.
Sandeep, stay with me. I have more breaking news coming in, and I want to go to that breaking news, and we'll keep this really quick and fast-paced here on India Today. The images that I want to show you right now, full frame, these are the images of people now taking to the streets of Iran. I want to go to those images full frame for a moment to show you those images. Intakam, intakam, intakam. Those are images. Death to America. Chance of death to America on the streets of Iran. For a moment, listen in. I'll come to you for more on the story. That image tells you the story. Right now, on the streets of Iran, you have chants of intakam. People say, we are on the streets, we take to the streets against the regime, against American forces and Israeli forces that have carried out the decapitation operation. But I quickly want to, for a moment, cut across to Jerusalem and bring in Mayan Hoffman into this conversation. Man, what can you tell us about the Iranian counter-strikes that have taken place and the situation right now in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, and across Israel?
Thank you. Yes, here in Jerusalem, it's actually quite quiet right now after a pretty difficult night. We had one of the largest bombardments from Iran on Israel overnight. And in fact, there were some direct strikes in Tel Aviv, resulting in the first death from this escalation. One woman who was murdered in that attack, as well as another more than 27 people who are injured, some critically, including one infant who was injured and taken to hospital. So it was a pretty hectic night that happened around 1:30 in the morning, Israel time. And other than that, there have not been many rockets other than most recently some in northern Israel. Israel, however, is bracing for a very long-term set of attacks. As you mentioned yourself in your report, the IRGC is threatening a ferocious attack against Israel and U.S. bases. We're starting to see U.S. bases being targeted in Iraq and other areas, and we can expect that we will continue to see rockets throughout the day here in Israel.
For a moment, as I bring in my colleague Sandeep Punithan into this conversation, Sandeep, Iran has threatened the fiercest possible counterattack. Give us details of what they've been able to do so far and what they still have in store, Sandeep.
Well, Gaurav, what Iran has been doing over the last couple of hours is a carefully calibrated campaign of attacking commercial targets inside all the Gulf countries. Now, if the first stage of that was to target the bases around the region in Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all of these countries, Qatar. Now, the second stage of that is to escalate it to targeting commercial interests of these Arab countries, the Gulf Sheikdoms. We saw those spectacular attacks on the Burj Khalifa. We saw those attacks on the Palm Jumeirah, the hotel in Palm Jumeirah. These, I believe, were very carefully chosen for high visibility, high impact. The fact that this would travel, these images would travel through social media. They've struck and paralyzed the commercial aviation. Dubai airport, one of the busiest airports in the world, is shut. It's empty. Passengers are stranded.
Yes.
This is the next level.
Worse is in store, Sandeep. Worse is in store. That is the threat that comes from Iran. Mayan Hoffman, given the situation right now, is Israel bracing for more, or is Israel confident the manner in which they were able to deal with Hamas and then Hezbollah, the top leadership, second line leadership, third line leadership, that they will be able to deal with whatever emerges from Iran?
Yes, I mean, look, military analysts are saying that these strikes could go on for quite a long time. The IDF has been continuing to strike in Iran all night. They do have a hit list of the leadership that they plan to annihilate in Iran. And it can be assumed, as President Trump said, that this could go on not for days, but for weeks in order to ensure effectively regime change. Now, the Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump have called on the people of Iran to take to the streets against the regime. But as we saw in your report, some of those people are taking to the streets now, given this situation and the high level of attacks in Iran, to ban with the regime, to say they support the regime right now and are actually chanting death to America and going against the attacks. It's only to be seen. We do know that by and large, though, the people of Iran do deserve and want a regime change. And the goal certainly of this operation is to take down the key leadership in Iran so that there won't be a replacement, as you mentioned, with Hezbollah or with Hamas, and that this organization, the IRGC, will be weakened enough that there will effectively be able to be more stability.
Is that disappointment, and Mayan, stay with me as I bring in Sandeep into this conversation. Sandeep, is that disappointment with the American interception mechanism, the kind of air defense system they have in place? We saw in Qatar, there were some missiles that went and fell at sensitive locations. We saw that in Dubai. And Dubai, we are told, the United Arab Emirates, they'd invested heavily in America, giving them that protection. But if commercial centers are being targeted, somewhere down the line, it raises very serious questions about the air defense system, unless, of course, this is one excuse for more investment in air defense system by the American weapons industry.
Well, Gaurav, all of those strikes could not have happened, but for those chinks in the armor. The Gulf sheikdoms have their own air defense systems. There have been Patriot missile batteries that have been moved into place. The THAAD systems, the theater high altitude air defense systems, have been moved in. But clearly these have been ineffective in, preventing the swarms of attacks. But that is exactly how swarm attacks work, that you overwhelm the system by firing so many cruise missiles and drones that it reduces the capability or the capacity of the defenses to respond to every one of them. There will be one or two cruise missiles that will go through. There will be a Shahid drone that will go through and strike its target. And, the fact is that is the strategy that Iran has banked on for several years now. It has got tens of thousands of these drones, cheap, inexpensive, pilotless target aircraft. It's got over 5,000 ballistic missiles. They've prepared for this for several years now. And this is literally all of this equipment, this entire arsenal, Gaurav, built by the IRGC. This is directly under the Islamic Revolutionary
And
Guards.
let me then bring in Mayan Hoffman for more on this, because that raises a very pertinent question, Mayan. Last time, the Iron Dome system and the David Sling were overwhelmed. The manner in which very expensive missiles were being spent to neutralize drones that just cost a couple of $100. Has Israel been able to think this through? How does it manage this next time? Because these cheap drones that will keep coming in and wave after wave after wave, is that a huge threat? And the loitering munition?
Well, it's certainly a threat. I do want to remind you that our laser system has been up and running now for the last few months. Israel was preparing for what would eventually be an Iranian attack. Remember that we heard from American officials that there was really no choice at this point. The U.S. had to attack. Iran was planning a preemptive strike, they said. Here in Israel, we've known that this was going to happen and have been prepared. I think, as you heard, we can't expect 100%. That's why the Home Front Command has put in regulations for the population that must be followed. Here in Israel, we have quite a number of bomb shelters. However, I will say in Tel Aviv, last night you see hundreds of Tel Avivians holed up undergrounds in these makeshift, in these bomb shelters, these communal bomb shelters, because they can't go home because they don't have one in their house. But by and large, you saw a person killed, but most of the time, although the system will be tapped and we will spend a fortune, the Israeli people will hopefully be safe. Last time there were more than 24 people killed over those 12 days. That was the most in any other war. I would hope that we wouldn't see such a high level this time, given again the cheaper and more effective laser system that is targeting a lot of these drones and missiles outside of the airspace even of Israel. But again, that is to be seen, because it really depends how many drones and missiles of the rockets that Iran is able to send at once. If they're going to carry out what they call this ferocious attack, we could be slightly overwhelmed. But again, we will spend the money. Israel will always spend the money to protect its people.
Because right now, it's not just Israel, Sandeep. along with Israel, when you look at these images, you actually have practically the entire West Asian commercial centers that are being targeted, military centers that are being targeted, and very systematically, and Iran is threatening the worst is yet to come. For a moment, I want to just play out those videos, and man, stay with me, Sandeep, stay with me, as I play out one after the other names of top leaders apart from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So the supreme leader, he's been killed. Along with the supreme leader, I just want our production to bring out those graphics. Who are the others who've been killed? Ali Shamkhani. Ali Shamkhani was one of the key aides of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He was Secretary of the Defense Council. He was someone who was actually looking after the negotiations with the United States of America as a backroom boy, Secretary of its Defense Council, handled defense, 70 years old. He's been neutralized. Mohammad Pakpur, the main commander of the IRGC, and the IRGC is seen as the sword arm of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We are being told that Iran already had a plan B in place, the next in command ready to take over given those tasks, but Israel says they've neutralized 40 top leaders. Mohammad Shirazi. Mohammad Shirazi is one of the key names. Why? Because Mohammad Shirazi was the head of the military bureau for over 40 years. As you look at these images of destruction that has taken place, I also want those images of the top leaders who've been neutralized to be put out. Saleh Asadi was one of the top intelligence leaders who was neutralized. Again, Saleh Asadi was one person who was almost constantly with Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, giving him pinpoint details of intelligence inputs that were coming in within the country and from across the world. Ali Shamkhani, Secretary of the Defense Council, killed. Mohammad Pakpur, head, the man you see on your television screen, head of IRGC, killed. Mohammad Shirazi, head of their military bureau. Saleh Asadi, senior intelligence officer. Aziz Nasirzadeh. Aziz Nasirzadeh was the defense minister of Iran, Brigadier General Aziz Nasirzadeh, and he's the one who was playing a key role, Sandeep, in getting countermeasures in place. The Iranian missiles, the silos, all of them, where would plan B, next phase of attacks, take place? He was the one who was organizing that. He's been neutralized, Sandeep.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. And, they've started this campaign, the US and Israel have started this campaign with a massive organogram of all the leaders that they need to take out to collapse the regime of Iran, or to weaken it to such an extent that any uprising could bring that regime down. And the target, as you mentioned correctly, Gaurav, has been the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Council, or the IRGC. Now, the IRGC is a very interesting organization. It reports not to the Iranian people, but to the party. It reports to the supreme leader. It is the military of the Islamic Revolution that was set up in 1979. It is very distinct from the Iranian armed forces, or the Artesh, which have been there for several decades now. IRGC only reports to the supreme leader. It is in that sense, it is the army of the revolution. And that is what the US and Israel have been targeting. They've been going after all the IRGC leaders, the top leaders of the ones that you're flashing on screen right now. All of them in the hope that the IRGC would be weakened to such an extent that they would not be able to operate, and most importantly, not fire the missiles. The IRGC controls all of Iran's drones, cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. The IRGC, the aerospace force, directly controls the missiles and drones. So this is a way of collapsing the IRGC's ability, Iran's ability to launch ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. So this is a very interesting game that we are witnessing, Gaurav. The fact is that these decapitation strikes, if they continue, could seriously impair the command and control of the IRGC, disrupt their ability to launch more ballistic missiles to a point when, Iran would be completely defenseless, vulnerable to more
But
airstrikes.
Iran also has a couple of aces up its sleeve, Mayan, and would that be a cause for serious concern, not just for Israel, but for the entire Gulf region? Because Israel may have the Iron Dome, Israel may have the David Sling, and if I may, Israel now has the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier battle group off the coast of Haifa with its best air defense system, and Abraham Lincoln has the sword arm to strike. But then the Gulf region does not. And this is where Gulf countries become very vulnerable, man. And that would be a cause for grave concern for them.
Yes, and it is a cause for great concern. I want to start by just saying, even as I've been waiting for this, for this next question, we've had two more sirens, two more areas of sirens wailing in Jerusalem, both in southern Israel, and a drone that was just intercepted over Eilat. And certainly there is concern in the region. As we know, Iran has already targeted the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, accidentally, what I understand, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Kuwait, etc. And there is collaboration. You have to remember that back in April and October of the previous years in 2024 that we band together in order to stop those massive barrages against Israel by Iran. And the understanding is that we are working together, again, the United States and Israel, of course, in very close coordination, but also with our regional partners, the Abraham Accords countries and the others, in order to be able to stop those drones. I can assume that we have been able to help those countries as well. And some of those interceptors are also available in some of those countries. It's not only Israel that has protection, but certainly we are much more attuned to this, and the other countries are not.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The images that we are getting from Qom, those are very worrisome, Mayan, especially for Israel, because Qom is a very, very critical religious center for the people of Iran. And this is where, Mayan, you could see people rise, take to the streets in favor of Ayatollah, even as we see some images of celebrations in Tehran, muted as they may be. But Mayan, quickly respond to this.
Well, I mean, I think that if you're talking about, the attacks that Israel is carrying out, it certainly could lead to some of the people, being frustrated and spanning with the Iranian regime, if that's what you're implying. As I mentioned before, you're seeing both on the streets. But I think by and large, we know that the Iranian people wanted, quote unquote, help to be on the way. And it is expected that while the IRGC may unleash, as they said, the most ferocious war, and that could lead to more deaths, both in Israel and in areas of the region, as well as destruction of the economy. I mean, thinking about those commercial centers and what can happen in the region, potentially some kind of regional war. It sounds right now from what Prime Minister Netanyahu and what President Trump are saying that they also have quite a number of tricks up their sleeves. They have their hit list, there are more weapons, and certainly they are planning to carry these strikes through until they are able to achieve success. The annihilation of the Iranian nuclear program, first and foremost. We know just from a few days before these attacks started that there was still enriched uranium in Iran that needed to be confiscated or removed.
Stay with me for a moment, Mayan. I've got latest breaking news coming in from Baghdad, from the capital of Iraq. Hundreds of people have taken to the streets to mourn the martyrdom of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in Baghdad. Remember, Iran and Iraq, while they may have fought an 8-year war, the Shia population in Iraq was very close to the people of Iran, and the Shia population, you watch those images, they are gradually taking to the streets and they are protesting the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iranian drones and missiles have targeted some of the American locations or sensitive locations, even in Iraq, Sandeep, especially in the northern part, the Kurdish-held area. Erbil airport was targeted, certain other locations were targeted. The situation remains extremely, extremely volatile almost across the region, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And the fact is that what many people don't realize is that Iraq is actually a Shia majority country.
51-49, you're right.
Until 2003, Iraq was a Shia majority country ruled by a Sunni Arab minority. And that changed dramatically after 2003, after the US invasion of Iraq. And what we saw after that, Gaurav, was a Shia crescent of sorts, where you could drive from the Mediterranean right up to the Arabian Sea, where you had a row of Shia countries, starting from Lebanon, South Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. And today, that Shia crescent would be up in mourning. They would be extremely unhappy at what happened. The assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei is someone the supreme leader who's been in charge for several decades now, close to 4 decades. He's one of the longest ruled leaders in West Asia, possibly since the Shah of Iran. Almost, he was there right from 1988 onwards, since the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. So that's nearly 4 decades. That's a very long time. And he's actually, a lot of what we see in Iraq today, you can blame it on him, but he's been the one leading Iran into where it is today. The entire building up of the IRGC, its capabilities, the nuclear program, all of these were done under Ayatollah Khamenei. And today, what you're seeing out there on the streets of Baghdad, you're seeing it across the Shia world and possibly through the Muslim world as well, because you've taken out a very, very important Muslim leader in the holy month of Ramadan, Gaurav.
Absolutely, that's a very critical point that you're making, and Mayan, would that be a cause for very grave concern, a Shia uprising in different parts of the world, or would America and Israel have factored that in, considering this entire Shia arc that we talk about could well likely erupt?
Look, I think there's no question that the United States and Israel would have taken into account that you could see a Shia or any other uprising in the region. We were warned by, Saudi Arabia as well. If you remember, many of the Gulf states were concerned about exactly what you're seeing now. Though I think, as President Trump indicated yesterday, the Americans expected that the retaliation would be even stronger than it has been to date. But again, a new and more ferocious attack is expected by the IRGC in the aftermath of Khamenei's assassination. So that is to be seen. But I think there's no question that you could see a very large regional war. You're already seeing, as you mentioned, Iraqi, Shias attacking American entities, and you could see more of that. But again, this was a war that was really unavoidable at this point. President Trump said yesterday that in his interview with Israel's Channel 12, that while he was trying to negotiate in diplomacy was certainly the goal, that every time that Iran appeared to come toward the United States, it then pulled away, and they did not believe that they would be able to reach any kind of deal. And clearly the ballistic missiles, as we're seeing them now, hit Israel and the rest of the region, were an extreme danger to the area. He mentioned as well that in his speech preparation, when he tried to look into how often Iran was causing terror in the region, that it was minimally monthly, meaning that we've been suffering from these attacks, maybe not to this scale, but certainly for a very long time. Think about the October 7th massacre that was perpetrated by Hamas, a proxy of Iran, Hezbollah, as you saw in Lebanon, and it was starting to rebuild. So this wasn't just an issue of taking out Iran, but trying to stop terror in the region, which impacts not only Israel, but all of us. It was long before the Houthis ever attacked Israel. They were attacking the United Arab Emirates, if you recall.
Mayan, in fact, I was in Israel on the 8th of October 2023. Through the month, they're covering the Hamas atrocities on the Israeli people, and then subsequently Hezbollah's attack on northern part of Israel, reporting from Haifa. That point taken, absolutely. The fact now remains protests. The two images that you see on your television screen, there are protests that are taking place in Qom. Qom is a very, very significant religious center for Shia Muslims in Iran. And of course, Shia Muslims taking to the streets in Iraq. Iran and Iraq, very, very significant point. I also want to tell you a very, very big input that's coming in. Iraqi resistance group, Saraya Alwaya al-Daman. It's called the Blood Guardians Brigade. They've taken the responsibility for the attack on the US base in Erbil, which means the resistance now, Sandeep, is targeting US installations. It's not just Iranian missiles and drones, but local Shia militia. Is it likely to escalate? Because Israel have made one point very clear. They've targeted more than 500 places inside Iran. And America says attacks will be relentless, not over days, but over weeks.
No, absolutely, Gaurav. One of the big things that the IRGC did over the last couple of decades, specifically under Major General Qasem Soleimani, whom Trump assassinated in his first term in 2020, was to set up this so-called axis of resistance all across Shia populations of West Asia, from Hezbollah in Lebanon to the Houthis in Yemen to the Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, several such Shia groups inside of Iraq. All of these have been armed, trained, resourced, funded by the Iranian regime specifically for contingencies like this. And we saw that after the 7th of October massacre in 2023. I was there shortly after that, and I saw the full face of these atrocities that Hamas had inflicted on the Israeli civilians. And Hamas was, let's not forget, Gaurav, part of this axis of resistance. And what they did on the 7th of October is what has brought Iran to this position today. And this is something that Iran would be well aware of. There are consequences to setting up this so-called axis of resistance, but there are times when these axis of resistance will threaten your own survival. So the war that began, what we are seeing today, Gaurav, is a war that actually began on the 7th of October 2023. Let's not forget, this is the war that began by Hamas massacring Israeli civilians on the 7th of October 2023. All of that is a consequence of this.
So give me a moment, Iraqi resistance group, and I want this big story, and we want to kind of focus on this for just a moment. Iraqi resistance group, Saraya Alvia al-Daman, the Blood Guardians Brigade, takes responsibility for the attack on US base in Erbil. Maya Hoffman, is there an apprehension? You could see a massive spike in strikes.
Well, again, I think that we've just mentioned before that certainly you could see that, and I think that we just mentioned it quite well, that this is something that was going to be already taken into account by the United States and Israel when they went into this war. But the war was inevitable. There was no choice going back, as you mentioned, to the 7th of October, but also over the last 2.5 years, you've seen continual strikes by various entities against Israel and vice versa. And here, after April, after October, after attempt for negotiations and no ability to stop the Iranian regime from its plans to proliferate nuclear weapons that they would certainly use against the United States and Israel. The buildup with the help of China and Russia of the ballistic missiles, the arsenal there, these were threats not only to Israel but to the region. And I think it is a risk at this point that the United States and Israel felt that they had to take in order for the long-term stability of the region, which was obviously going in the wrong direction given the fact that Iran was unwilling to negotiate and come to a proper agreement.
So stay with me, Mayan, stay with me, Sandeep. I quickly now want to take our viewers to a newsroom where inputs are coming in, the manner in which the family of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was also targeted. The effort was to ensure it's not just Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but the next line is also taken out. He's got 6 children. His son Mujtaba, who was not with him that time, he, according to reports from Iran, has now taken over. Anjali joins us with the latest on what next needs to be done. But Anjali, before I come to you, there's more breaking news coming in. US President Donald Trump was pushed by Israel, and not just Israel, but Israel and Saudi Arabia to strike Iran. Now, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman made numerous phone calls to US President Donald Trump advocating this was the time for an attack. Those are inputs that are just coming in. Remember, Iran, according to Israel, was just a hair split distance away from making a nuclear bomb. Now, this is something that Iran has denied. In an exclusive interview to India Today, just earlier this week, you had Iran's foreign minister saying they had no intentions of making a nuclear bomb. But that was not the American assessment. That was not the Israeli assessment. Now it appears that was also not the American and the Saudi assessment. And I want to bring in Sandeep Unnithan for more on this. Sandeep, there were many who were arguing that should Ayatollah Ali Khamenei be neutralized, the wider Islamic world would unite. But it's not just the Shia-Sunni divide. The manner in which Iran has targeted other Sunni Muslim countries in the region, and not just now, there wasn't much love's labor, practically lost when it comes to the Iranian regime. Even Saudi Arabia was advocating a strike.
Well, Gaurav, I think the Gulf monarchies very wary of Iran, and particularly Iran's tendency to export revolution. Now, if Iran had kept the revolution within its borders, it wouldn't have been a problem. But when Iran took over, when the regime took over in 79, it began this policy of exporting the revolution across the world to Shia populations. And that worried a lot of the Gulf monarchies. And that worry, which began in 79, continues till date in 2026. All of these countries have substantial Shia populations, some more than the others, and they would be extremely worried if Iran, that has weaponized religion the way it has, the kind of impact it would have on their own country and their own internal stability. And they possibly see this as an opportunity to unseat the regime over there and bring in some kind of stability in West Asia, Gaurav. And the fact is that, once Iran, if there is a transition of power there, if there is a regime change in Iran, Saudi Arabia then becomes the most powerful country in the region. So Saudi Arabia clearly making a break for the leadership of the Islamic world. There's an interesting triangle at play over here, Gaurav. You have, on the one hand, you have Turkey, which claims to be the successor state of the Ottoman Empire. On the south, you have Saudi Arabia, which is the largest Sunni Arab region in the country and the custodians of the two holy mosques. And to the north, you have Iran. And this triangle is the one that is actually deciding the fate of Islam. And all of them have, from time to time, tried to champion the cause of Islam. If Iran falls off the map, Gaurav...
Very big statement that's coming in. It's a Washington Post report that's coming in. Washington Post, in its report, has said US President Donald Trump was pushed by Israel and Saudi Arabia to strike Iran. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman made numerous phone calls to President Trump advocating for an attack. And man, in your appreciation, we would understand why Israel would want a strike on Iran. Your reading of why Saudi Arabia would be advocating a strike, according to this Washington Post report?
Well, I think you have to remember that the Gulf states, the states in the region, have been countering Iran for a very long time, again, even before October 7th, 2023. Where if you go back to September of 2023 and the United Nations General Assembly, and recall the interviews and speeches that took place with the Saudi Crown Prince and with Israel, we were very close to signing a normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia, Israel and Saudi Arabia at that time. The core of that agreement, as though it's often spun as economic, and there certainly are economic benefits, was actually a ban of defense against Iran and its infiltration of terror in the region. The United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, both of which have been targeted, obviously, since these strikes started, and are members of the Abraham Accords, have been fighting against Iran for quite a long time, hoping to stop the terror in the region and be able to live more in peace with its neighbors. Saudi Arabia was fearful that Iran, when it carried out any preemptive and other strikes against Israel and the region, would also be striking Saudi oil reserves and trying to show its dominance in the region. Saudi Arabia wants to ensure that it maintains its stronghold, that it maintains its position, and also to protect its citizens and, again, the peace in the region. I want to take you back again to 2022 and 2021, when the proxies of Iran were attacking the Gulf states and not Israel. And, you have to remember that this is a war, although it's correct that where we are today was unleashed because of the Hamas massacre on October 7th, 2023. This tension with Iran and the rest of the world has been going on since, as you mentioned, the 1970s, and it has only gotten worse. And there was certainly fear in the region that if Iran would obtain a nuclear weapon, that wouldn't only impact Israel, that could attack many other of the regional players.
In a moment from now, we'll also be joined by India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan for more on this story, because this is huge. This is huge, Sandeep. The fact that Washington Post is now reporting it wasn't just Israel, but Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is seen as defender of the faith. So the defender of the faith also wanted Iran to be targeted, because the entire region, according to the several reports, were apprehensive that Iran could strike, and Iran did strike. Iran did strike UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, except Oman. Of the G6 GCC countries, except Oman that was facilitating peace talks, every other country was targeted, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And the fact is that what Mayan mentioned is that what was there in October 2023, we were looking at Saudi Arabia literally a handshake away from normalizing with Israel as part of the Abraham Accords. And if that handshake had gone through, you'd have seen a very, very big chunk of the Muslim world coming together, recognizing Israel. And that is what Yahya Sinwar's attack on the 7th of October 2023 did, which is to disrupt the progress, the slow, steady progress of the Abraham Accords. And today, I'm not surprised then that Saudi Arabia is, backing these attacks on Iran. If Iran is out of the picture, Gaurav, you have that final piece of the jigsaw puzzle is, falling into place, which is Saudi Arabia, being on the same page with Israel. It's not on overt as of now. A lot of backroom jockeying is on, as the Washington Post story seems to suggest. The fact is that the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, the pragmatic man, has probably seen the future of the region, and he believes that it is in his interest to have closer ties with Israel to complete that mosaic of the Abraham Accords.
So let me then take it forward. The thought that would move forward, should this happen, Mayan, remember when India was hosting the G20, during India's G20 presidency, there was a conversation around IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, and that was inked, and that passes through the Haifa port. UAE, Saudi Arabia were to be on board. They were on board that time. October 7, 2023 attack that held it back. Do you see that moving forward now, Mayan?
I wouldn't call it now, but I would call it that if we are successful, the United States and Israel, in eradicating the Iranian regime, if we see that there is more peace in the region and the effect of this war is successful, then certainly I believe that that would be something that would move forward. I also believe that you would begin to see the opportunity again for normalization. As Efficacy mentioned, it's not overt right now. It is covert discussions, things happening behind the scenes, which, by the way, we've had knowledge from, for quite some time that these discussions have been going on between the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Obviously, all of the different attacks that have taken place going back to June over the summer, when we had the first escalation, were in collaboration with Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry, we're just getting a rocket siren here in Jerusalem right now.
Absolutely, you stay safe. You stay safe. You get into a shelter wherever it's safe. I'll come back to you in just a moment, because I believe there's just been, sadly, a death in Jerusalem. There has just been a rocket strike in Jerusalem, and one person was killed in it. That's the information that's coming in. But Sandeep, as we wait for Geeta Mohan to join us and more analysts and experts to join us, that's a huge claim for Washington Post to make, that Saudi Arabia also advocated this time for strikes in Iran, which means the appreciation was, this is the best time to deal with the threat, whatever is the ramifications, whatever other ramifications. This is a time when the regime was at its weakest in Iran.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And the fact is that Saudi Arabia, there's no country that's as threatened by the rise of Iran, nuclear-armed Iran, than Saudi Arabia. Of course, if Iran were to go down the nuclear route, the primary target for its weapons would be Israel. The second target would be Saudi Arabia. And Prince MBS has said so publicly that if Iran went nuclear, Saudi Arabia would almost immediately reach for nuclear weapons and get them from wherever they can. And, so this is possibly MBS at his pragmatic best, realizing that a regime change in Iran is the best way forward for Saudi Arabia's rise in the region. He has a long vision, Gaurav, extending into the middle of the 21st century. He's one of the youngest leaders in West Asia. He's not even 40 years old. And going by the history of his family, they're very long-lived monarchs. They, rule till they're in their 80s and their 90s. So you're looking at a leader who's here in West Asia, possibly until the year 2075, if all goes well. That's practically 3/4 of the 21st century. He's seeing the long road ahead. He's seen the right thing to do, and possibly that he looks at the removal of the regime in Iran as one of the reasons that would benefit the rise of Saudi Arabia.
So what you would see at this point of time, Sandeep, is both Saudi Arabia and Israel advocated strikes on Iran. If this Washington Post report is true, and the strikes are taking place, even as we speak, Israel has said 500 different locations have already been targeted in less than 24 hours. It's not yet 24 hours, and 500 different locations have been targeted across Iran. This shows the length and breadth, one, of military planning, two, military execution, and this is just phase one. Phase two is yet to begin. I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Anjali to get more details on the impact of Operation Decapitation.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. Big blow to Iran as its supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed after the strikes, the joint strikes by US and Israel. But it is not just the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who has been killed. In fact, several family members of the supreme leader have also been killed in these strikes, these coordinated strikes by Israel and United States. Let's take a look at who all from the Khamenei family have been killed in these strikes. So, of course, first and foremost, the supreme leader himself, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and then comes Khamenei's daughter, who has also been killed in these strikes. Along with Khamenei's daughter, Khamenei's son-in-law has also been killed, and in fact, the grandchild of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was also reported to be dead in these strikes, and the son-in-law was also dead. So not just Ali Khamenei, but the family members were also targeted in these airstrikes. Now, what does this show? This shows how precision strikes were carried out by United States and Israel, and how they had intelligence about the family members as well. So it was not just the supreme leader who was targeted by these two countries in these joint coordinated strikes, but also the family members. They made sure that the harm was also done to the family members. And as we just reported, that 5 family members have been killed. 4 family members and 5, including Khamenei, have been killed in these coordinated airstrikes by the United States and Israel on Iran.
So the aim very clearly was to take down the leadership, not just the leadership, the second line and the third line, and not just of the family. So Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was taken down. Apart from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, once he was neutralized, along with top leaders, the aim was target multiple military locations. And I want to bring in Sandeep for more on this. Sandeep, this is a military operation that may have been planned not for months, but perhaps even years. And if you were to see some lessons that could not be implemented during the June 2025 strikes, those 12-day war, lessons were learned from it. This time, look at the expanse of the strike. 500 different locations from the northern tip to the southern part of the country. And Iran is a vast country. Their nuclear sites were targeted earlier. Their missile sites have been targeted. Military leadership, brigade headquarters, corps headquarters, religious, where their centers are, political leadership, religious leadership, all taken out in the first salvo.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And there is a lesson in military planning over here. I would be very interested in knowing how the US and the Israeli Air Forces, they decided on the force planning, which aircraft would strike which target. That's the Israeli Air Force, the US Air Force, and the US Navy. Let's not forget the US Navy has substantial air assets there. And all of these strikes were carried out by all of these 3 forces in careful coordination with one another. As you mentioned, 500 targets across the length and breadth of Iran. Iran is a large country. Iran is half the size of India. It's more than 1 million square kilometers, Gaurav. And Israel, for our viewers, is a country that's as small as the Indian state of Manipur. You can imagine the dichotomy here, attacks being launched from a country that small, targeting a country that massive. Of course,
Sandeep, give me a moment. Jerusalem is again being targeted by Israel. Mayan, you're in a bunker. Mayan, tell us what's happening all around you.
So I'm actually outside. I went back outside, but I am waiting within minutes. They've sent us the warning that the rockets are targeted directly toward the center of the country, but also this time right at Jerusalem. Was just taking a break to go inside to inform the family that these sirens are about to take place and to make sure that they're near the bomb shelter. Everyone will be gathering within minutes. You'll probably hear it as the IDF continues to send out the warnings to get near the bomb shelters in order to be safe. They're saying that quite a large number of rockets have been targeted again towards central Israel and specifically at Jerusalem.
Right now, the manner in which, and man, whether these are reports in Israel or your conversations with the IDF, what was the planning like on areas to be targeted, 500 locations targeted in the first salvo?
Look, I mean, and they've been planning these attacks, I think, for actually decades. And certainly in the last month since June, Israel has been putting together a plan. We knew that there would be another escalation with Iran after the June war. And they've been making the list of targets, I'm assuming, since then. Israeli intelligence, as you know, is some of the top intelligence in the world and was able, therefore, to assassinate Khamenei because Israel knew exactly where he was. As well as, if you recall, yesterday, the IDF explained that they targeted 30 Iranian leaders in 30 seconds. Now, not everybody on the list was actually assassinated at that time. And there are certainly second and third and fourth rounds of Iranian leaders that are expected to be eliminated, similar to what you saw in previous escalations, not with Iran, but with other terrorist entities earlier, during the last 2.5 years of war.
Indeed. So 500 targets taken down already. You have other targets that will be taken down. Sandeep, all of this would indicate that both Israel and the United States of America, they're moving to a plan. The number of visits that were made at the level of military commanders, foreign ministers. More breaking news coming in. Multiple sirens go off in Jerusalem, in Israel, and these sirens are going off. One person has reportedly been killed in a drone strike. So despite the best systems, the Iron Dome, the David Sling, THAAD, everything may have been in place. Fighter jets in the air. Abraham Lincoln deployed for offensive role. Gerald R. Ford for a defensive role. But somewhere down the line, that one drone seems to have come in. And it seems there are multiple others. There are some interceptions that are taking place in Haifa. That map on your phone, Mayan, can you show us where are all these sirens going off in different parts of Israel? And unfortunately, I believe one person has been killed.
Moderate or lightly injured. Those happen from strikes that happened overnight. There are sirens right now wailing, not actually where I'm standing in Jerusalem, though I expect those to come quite soon. I'm hearing the interceptions overhead. I'm not sure if you can hear that, but I am listening to the interceptions as I stand here. Sirens are going off in central Israel, central northern Israel, and in Jerusalem area right now as we speak. But they've been going off throughout the country. We've seen them up north, down south, in Eilat. And again, the strongest strikes where we've actually seen direct hits have taken place more in central Israel, in the Tel Aviv area. Iran generally targets Tel Aviv not only because our military headquarters are located there, but also because it is in some ways, the heart and soul of the city of Israel. There is the most populated area outside of Jerusalem. Generally speaking, until now, there has not been as many attacks toward Jerusalem, and that is because so many of the holy sites are located in the holy city of Jerusalem, and there was always some fear of hitting the Temple Mount or other areas like that. It does not appear that is worrying the Iranians this time around. We've had here in Jerusalem nearly as many sirens as in Tel Aviv, and as you mentioned, some missiles do get through. The Iron Dome is more than 99% effective. We have the new laser systems, and we have upgraded all of our missile defense systems, but that doesn't mean that the situation is foolproof. Therefore, the Home Front Command requires that Israelis get near their bomb shelters. They give us a warning about 8 or 10 minutes before when Iran launches the missiles, and Israelis are asked to go near the bomb shelter, and then minutes later you start to hear the sirens and need to bunker down.
Absolutely. Man Hoffman, not everywhere do you get 8 to 10 minutes. When we were reporting from the northern part of the country, Haifa, and when Hezbollah was firing, in some places closer to the border, we had less than a minute to run to a bunker. But for the benefit of our viewers, can you explain that entire process? How Israeli weapon locating radars track this from the moment the rocket is launched to the moment its likely trajectory, which will be intercepted, which will not be intercepted. What is the way the system works?
Yes, of course. And I think it's important what you pointed out. There's a difference between where the missiles are launched from, right? When Hamas launches a missile at Israel from the southern border, the people that live in the Gaza envelope or near the border sometimes have less than a minute to get to shelter. And therefore, there are even different kinds of sirens. Here you'll hear a wailing siren here in Jerusalem, but down south when it's a Hamas rocket, what you'll hear is red alert, red alert, red alert, because they have to immediately enter a shelter because those rockets can strike down. But remember, remember, the Hamas and the Hezbollah rockets, as you mentioned, are different than the Iranian rockets. Iran is launching ballistic missiles at Israel. These have incredibly large warheads. Judging by what we saw in June, one direct hit, even on a safe room in Israel, can kill the people inside. That is why many people are bunkering down in underground shelters, what we call miklats here. The way the process works is the home front commands, the army is watching whether or not a missile is launched from Iran, and immediately there is a basic warning. It has a different sound than the siren that takes over your phone. It's an automatic push that tells Israelis missiles were launched from Iran. Get ready, be near a shelter because you should hear sirens soon. Then they monitor the trajectory of those missiles to see where they're heading, and they're able to say, by and large, what direction. So central Israel, as I said, right now, or Jerusalem. And then the sirens go off. When the siren goes off, depending on where you are, you really need to go immediately to
Mine, you
a
stay
shelter.
safe. I'll come to you in just a moment. India Today gets you now the biggest scoop on Operation Roaring Lion of Israel. Now, media reports in the United States of America are reporting Israeli fighter jets dropped 30 bombs on Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's location. Khamenei was bombed while meeting top officials. Israel tracked Khamenei's meeting location. Information that's coming in. Okay, now it's coming in through the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal reports in detail on the joint plan by Israel and the United States to simultaneously target senior officials of the Islamic Republic of Iran and Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at the same time. The report says Israeli fighter jets dropped 30 bombs on the complex where he resides, where the meeting was taking place. According to the newspaper, Israeli and American intelligence officials had long been waiting for this joint meeting of the top political leadership and military leadership of the Islamic Republic so that they could all be targeted simultaneously. And this shows Israel had ground-level intelligence, perhaps people who were not very far from where this meeting was taking place, because a lot of these leaders were moving around, from what sources tell India Today, in unmarked cars, not in their long cavalcades. Israeli officials, according to this report, said intelligence officials finally identified 3 locations. There were 3 meetings that were taking place on Saturday. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's location was determined. The Wall Street Journal adds that the opportunity was considered unique, and that was the reason for the attack to be carried out in broad daylight. According to sources, Washington had precise intelligence indicating that the Islamic Republic was considering action against American targets and escalating that action. The attack order was issued by US President Donald Trump, which added urgency to the US president's decision. So very clearly, they saw multiple vehicles were moving in the direction of one compound. Satellite intelligence, ground-level intelligence, human intelligence, signal intelligence, all of it was collated according to reports, and there were multiple reports. And then America did not want to take a chance, neither did Israel, and they launched multiple strikes. 30 bombs were dropped, Sandeep. This is huge, that whatever was there was neutralized, Sandeep.
Well, Gaurav, we have to see that, the killing of Hassan Nasrallah by Israel on the 27th of September 2024, Israel demonstrated that it had the capability not just to detect and track the location of a leader who was believed to, stay underground, was rarely seen in public. They identified his location, Nasrallah's location, and then they targeted him with a series of weapon strikes. Again, these are the numbers that are being spoken about. Something like 20 or 30 bombs were dropped on Nasrallah's location, and he was living, as they say, in an equivalent of a 20-storied building underground. That's how deep under the ground Nasrallah was hiding. And it's very clear from what the details that we're getting from Supreme Leader Khamenei's assassination. Also, a similar strategy would have been used. The Supreme Leader is not seen in public for many years. He's believed to have been in an underground place. And the number of bombs that were dropped, Gaurav, it suggests that a similar strategy was used as the Israel Air Force had used with Hassan Nasrallah, which is to drop a series of these bunker-busting bombs, which actually go one after the other. They literally chip into the earth, and they go deeper and deeper. They strike at the location, and pretty much anything that is under the ground, 30, 40, 50 meters under the ground, is taken out. And it's quite possible, as details will emerge of this assassination of the supreme leader, it's quite possible that a similar strategy would have been used, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. Mayan, the bunker busters, the manner in which they were used. While we talk about the bombs, man, 30 bombs fired one after the other as they keep, going in. Hassan Nasrallah's strategy works. Afghanistan is where what was known as the daisy cutters there, known as the GBUs here. Tell us more about intelligence gathering and the final operation that you've been able to pick up, Mayan.
I mean, what I'm understanding again is that there's certainly been intelligence gathering going on again for the better part of the last decades. And certainly since June, there's been a lot of work to understand what this attack would look like. I don't have any additional inside information than what you just reported just now, but certainly Israel has been tracking these leaders and their movements for as long as we can remember. We've known that Israel likely knew. It was just a matter of when the trigger would be pulled. And that was something that needed to be done in coordination with the United States, as you saw happen. Israel has wanted to be able to take out these terror leaders for quite some time because of the impact that they have on the region and certainly on the state of Israel. But we needed, again, to be able to do that with regional support. Israel could not act alone unless absolutely necessary. And here we saw that with U.S. support and collaboration, the leaders were able to be taken out.
30 bombs, 30 bombs. Now, there are two reasons why this kind of military hardware is used, Sandeep. One, to ensure that the entire area is sorted out. While these are PGMs, precision-guided bombs, at the same time, you want the impact, the kinetic impact, to ensure that the threat is taken out. And two, the manner in which it can penetrate deep, even if that building, the bunker is safe, let's say 10 feet or 20 feet underground. The bombs that have now been made, different bombs blast at different levels, they neutralize the threat at various levels, keep going in deeper to ensure the threat is taken out and the adversary cannot move.
Israel used against Hassan Nasrallah in September of 2024, they used the GBU-31, which is a precise laser-designated bomb. It has a warhead, it weighs almost a ton, and that has a massive explosive capability. And as you mentioned, various bombs go in and they explode at different levels. And this is exactly what they have seemed to have done there in 2024. Something like 80 bombs, 80 GBU-31s were dropped by IAF F-15s, Gaurav. They went deeper and deeper, exploding to a level of something like 30 meters under the ground, completely destroying that underground complex that Hassan Nasrallah was hiding in. It's quite possible that they knew the location of the supreme leader, who is also believed to have been hiding in a deep underground hideout. His location would have been identified, it would have been tracked, and they would have known precisely when to strike, where to strike it. And the fact is that the US and Israel have, they can roam the Iranian skies with impunity. They've used all kinds of aircraft there, starting from stealth aircraft, F-35s, F-22s, and of course the IAF's F-15 Strike Eagles, which are able to carry very, very high amounts of bombs. Something like 10, each F-15 Strike Eagle can carry something like 10 tons of ordnance, Gaurav. To give viewers an idea what 10 tons is, that's the weight of 2 MiG-21 fighter aircraft. That's the number of bombs that each of these F-15s can carry. So that's the...
And if we were to compare, in India, you only have the Su-30 MKI or perhaps the Rafale that can carry this kind of military hardware. Mayan, stay with me. Sandeep, stay with me. I want to quickly cut across to Tehran. Latest inputs coming in from Tehran. I want you to look at those images. It's a war cry for intiqam or revenge. Avenge the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. War cry of intiqam on the streets of Tehran. That's the big story. You have a number of people who've taken to the streets. Watch those images for a moment. I want you to look at those images full screen. These are thousands of people who have now taken to the streets asking for intiqam. Take a look. I want to quickly bring in Sandeep Puneethan for more on this story. Sandeep, this is very, very worrisome. Should this escalate? Because those who were thinking that there would be a regime change operation, clearly easier said than done. There are a large number of people who support the regime, and that's what our reporters who travel to Iran, they've been reporting constantly.
Absolutely, Gaurav. You know, we discussed this yesterday as well. Iran's street cred in the Islamic street, irrespective of Shia or Sunni, is extremely high. But, you know, as we discussed as well, the fact is that the monarchies, these are not democracies, right? The will of the people doesn't really count that much. It is who controls these countries, and it's the monarchies. They're all, almost without exception, throughout the Gulf, you have monarchies. The will of the people doesn't really matter, right? And all of these countries, these Sunni Arab monarchies, they are all, to some extent, they are anti-Iran. But on the street, if you look at it, there's a dichotomy here. You have a country that is neither Sunni nor Arab taking up the biggest cause in the Sunni Arab world, which is the Palestinian cause. The Iranians have been literally calling for Palestine right from 1979, from the revolution. Possibly because this is, as I mentioned, it's a battle for the Islamic world. And the fact is that today, Iran's street cred, the fact is that you have the United States and Israel attacking another Muslim country in the holiest month of the Islamic calendar, which is Ramadan. And that is what has inflamed, Muslim sentiments across the world. You will see a lot of that in the next couple of days as well. And, the supreme leader has been assassinated in this holiest month. So, without a doubt, Iran's street cred, its popularity among the people, especially in the Islamic world, is possibly at the highest ever. But, Gaurav, it is a bit like Pakistan as well, if I can bring in that comparison. Imran Khan is the most popular leader in Pakistan today, but he is in jail. It is Asim Munir who calls the shots. He's very popular. Imran is popular among the people. But the will of the people in Pakistan doesn't count. It's the same thing with the Gulf monarchies as well, Gaurav.
There's another very big story that's coming in here on India Today, and that is Dubai under attack. Several explosions are being heard in Dubai. So even as we speak, an area which is considered amongst the safest is repeatedly being targeted. Loud explosions are being heard in Dubai, one after the other. Reuters is reporting one explosion after the other in Dubai. And these are not just drones, missiles are being seen. This is now being reported by wire agency Reuters. Missiles are being tracked as they move in the direction of Dubai. Pro-Iran protesters in Tehran continue to chant armed forces, revenge, revenge. But it's the civilian areas that are being targeted in the United Arab Emirates. In Dubai, Abu Dhabi was targeted earlier. And Sandeep, this is a cause for grave concern because Dubai, by and large, has been an island of peace, treated as a very major commercial economic center. And that is systematically now being targeted. Palm Al Jumeirah, Burj Al Khalifa, but now we are told there are other locations that are being targeted, including the Abu Dhabi airport yesterday.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Dubai was an oasis of stability, peace, prosperity. It's literally a Singapore of West Asia. That is where money would come in because it was seen as an investment haven. A lot of Indians have built their second homes. Some have actually permanently relocated to Dubai as well. It was seen as this island of tranquility in this very unpredictable part of the world, that's West Asia. And that's the full credit of the rulers of UAE. They're some of the
Give me a moment. I want to quickly cut across to Dubai where Sanjeev Ohri joins us with the latest. Sanjeev, what can you tell us what's happening?
Good morning. The roads seems the road seems to be calm. We have not heard any explosions since midnight. Last at 1 a.m. There was one explosion that was heard, and immediately we got this emergency message from the government, which we were awaiting, because they do it like this, whenever there is an emergency, they leave this flash emergency message. And we got that message at about 1:05 a.m. And immediately after that, two more blasts were heard, and we could see these missile sort of things in the sky, and about 3 of them immediately after that.
Okay, so Reuters is reporting.
After that, the panic situation was created, and all.
Reuters is reporting loud explosions are being heard in Dubai. Is that in a different part of Dubai where you are?
If I am audible?
Yes.
I am audible?
You are, go on.
Okay, and then after these blasts and the emergency message that we got from the government, and all the people were on the road because the panic situation was created and everybody was in a state and what is happening. And we could, even now, we could hear this, the jets in the sky, and knowing that the commercial planes are not operating, and I'm sure something is really going on. But yes, government is able to manage it, and being here, though it doesn't seem it doesn't seem unsafe here in Dubai, but yes, something is happening and it can be felt. Government has also announced the schools and universities to have study from home, the home studies for next 2 days. That also, hints about whatever is going to happen. And then we have this another threat from Iran that the worst is still to come. So yes, we definitely again believe the government, and they are taking care of it. As of now, there is definitely the panic is there, but there is not much impact on the lives of the people, on the citizens, and no threats to the citizens and the residents of UAE.
No, but yes, was this not unexpected, Sanjeev? The fact that Palm Al Jumeirah was targeted, Burj Al Khalifa was targeted, the images that went viral on social media, Abu Dhabi airport, there were reports of a blast. Is Dubai taking this very calmly? Because images that you see, and when you speak to people, there is panic there.
Yes, this is something, we don't listen about, we don't see in Dubai. Dubai is supposed to be the most safe country, and rather UAE rather. And no, yes, this is definitely something that we don't expect and have never seen here in Dubai. And yes, something happening in the Palms and near the Burj Khalifa was really a concerning thing, because that is where most of the people look up to. And they are the heart of Dubai, both Business Bay where the Burj Khalifa is, and there's the Palms. Definitely it is, panic situation is there, but I am sure, while, the things are happening, we can feel the things are happening. The government is taking care. Panic won't help here. The social media has been, we are not allowed to make any videos, and they are making sure that, false news are not spread. And people are abiding that. I hope, the right information is going to everyone. And, if it is, it's fine. I'm sure they are taking care. Things are in control. The panic is there. My individual panic is there. The community panic is there. But things are under control. It has not yet affected the life of Dubai. If I can just show you,
yes.
The roads are still there. Being Sunday morning, we don't see much traffic. But people are on road. They are, people who work on Sundays, they are already on the road, and the life is okay. So panic is there, but again, people here, we trust the government. They are taking care of it. Thank you.
Okay, Sanjeev, for the moment, many thanks for joining me. I have Ambassador Prabhu Dayal joining us on the broadcast. I have General Meston with me on this special broadcast. Sandeep Unithan stays with me. Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, 500 sites have been targeted inside Iran in the past 20 hours plus, and Iran still has the ability to strike. There are some rockets and missiles that have been fired in the direction of Dubai. What do you make of the current situation?
Well, Gaurav, thanks for having me on your show. What I make of the situation is that it is playing out exactly as it was expected. Because Iran had said that if it comes an attack by the US and Israel, it is going to widen the conflict. Because if you recall, in June 25, when Iran was attacked, that is last year, it had attacked the US base in Oman. And that was a factor which had brought to an end the conflict. Now, Iran's strongest tactic is that if it itself is under attack, it should engulf the region. Now, the difference between June 2025 and now is that the Americans have built up a very strong naval presence. They have two huge warships, the USS Abraham Lincoln and the USS Gerald Ford, along with refueling tankers and 150 planes. So they don't really need to attack from the bases. They have their warships.
But they're even unable to protect, Jenny Meston. They're unable to protect their bases, and this would raise serious issues about their air defense system. They have the Patriots, they have other military hardware in the place, including fighter jets in the sky, and yet bombs are falling. There's an explosion that's being heard in Doha even as we speak.
No doubt, Gaurav, that had to happen. Reason being because no system of air defense can be 100% foolproof. Obviously, it is generally 90 to 95% is the success rate. Some missiles apparently or drones will pass through and they will hit some targets. And at the same time, even if there is a debris of interception, that also can affect in some or the other way. But the fact of the matter is this will continue. But if Iran is doing all this, engulfing the entire GCC or the West Asia, what does it achieve strategically? That is the whole question. I think the entire Arab world, especially the GCC countries and many of these places where the US bases are there, they definitely now will go against Iran. And let us now remember that there are 90,000 Indians in the entire these countries, especially GCC countries. Beyond that, there are Iranians. There are so many Iranians in Dubai. Now, if they start fuming up passions of targeting these countries, targeting Dubai, which is just, I think, one of the best countries in the world, which is a role model. Nationalities of all countries are there. There is no religion and no all these kinds of problems. There is no religious divide here. So Iran is trying to engulf these regions, but it is going to backfire on them. And yesterday I heard one Indian reporter from Dubai. I think his statement made a great impact. He was some Karthik. He stated that imagine if Iran had nuclear weapons and tomorrow they would have targeted all these GCC countries. So the fact of the matter is that this perhaps may continue, but right now American arsenal has not been utilized in full. The American ships are deployed.
But this would, Sandeep, raise very serious questions about American military hardware and the trust that Gulf countries had placed in the United States. During the 12-day war, you had Qatar that was targeted, Sandeep, and Qatar and Saudi Arabia both were looking for a plan B. Sandeep, right now, you have multiple GCC countries, barring Oman. Virtually every country has been targeted, and this would raise serious questions about America's ability to protect them, willingness and ability both.
Yeah, yes, Gaurav, but there are two sides to this. The fact is that there are a limited number of missile interceptors that are available, right? They have to be lucky every single time. The Iranian swarm drones and missiles have to be lucky just once. You just need one missile or one drone to go through and strike a building or a target, and those are the visuals that we are seeing. There are possibilities that some of these would have been intercepted, but the ones that have gone through have caused great damage, very visible damage, and those images traveling across the world convey the message that the UAE is not safe, Bahrain is not safe, the GCC countries are certainly not safe. They are all in the line of fire. So while it's possible that Patriots can bring down a number of these missiles, intercept them, they claim interception rates of 90%. There is a 10% chance that many of those drones and missiles could go through, and that is exactly what seems to have happened over here. And this is exactly what Iran is playing on. They have a massive stockpile of ballistic missiles, of drones, which they have been stockpiling precisely for a contingency like this. They have 5,000 ballistic missiles, 40 or 50,000 Shahid drones. It's a near inexhaustible supply of missiles and drones that Iran has.
Another big story that's coming in and very, very worrisome. More than 60,000 passengers remain stranded because of this conflict. Explosions are now being heard in Doha. There are explosions that were heard over Dubai. Look at those images that we put out on your television screen. And in a short while from now, we will mark every location that is being targeted right now, a cause for very, very serious concern. Some plumes of fire that you see on the Dubai skyline. Late last night, you had Palm Jumeirah that saw debris falling on one building. Then you had Burj Khalifa that was targeted. There were other locations that were targeted. Dubai is considered amongst the safest places in the world. It stayed away from conflict. I want to bring in Dr. Tara Kartha, former director of the National Security Council Secretariat, joining us on the special broadcast. Dr. Tara Kartha, West Asia seems to be on fire this morning as we speak. The situation does appear extremely alarming in Dubai, in Doha, and several other locations, madam.
It is, I mean, it was a given, right? Once you kill Khamenei, then they will just hit out everywhere. I mean, as an aside, I can't understand why they want to targeted Khamenei at all. The guy was anyway half dead. He's 80 plus. He was sick. He had innumerable medical problems. And then you go and kill him. And surely you expected this. Any wargaming, any sensible wargaming would have anticipated this. And to hit Dubai, my God, those images are unbelievable. I can't imagine what would people are thinking of. I mean, this is a bastion for big money. It's a financial center, which is why places like Switzerland and all never targeted, because everybody's money is parked there. So now what is going to happen next? IRGC has threatened in this mourning period, we can expect terror attacks also. They will 100%. They are going to launch even the Houthis. I mean, expect Israel to have been targeted. And these countries, perhaps not. But I mean, what foolishness to target them. I mean, it was the most stupid thing Iran could have done. They would have got some kind of, break from the GCC countries, telling the US to back off. Instead, you go and target these people. I mean, I don't know who's taking decisions there.
Ma'am, more breaking news coming in. The United States has now showcased some of the deadly arsenal that was used to target Iran. War assets that were used to pulverize Iranian targets are now being displayed to American media. US aircraft carrier strike groups are now moving closer to Iran. So you have the Gerald R. Ford that's already deployed, and USS Abraham Lincoln that's deployed. So Abraham Lincoln was in the Persian Gulf, Arabian Sea, Persian Gulf region. It was aimed at carrying out offensive military operations. Gerald R. Ford was near the Haifa port or off the coast of Israel for the protection of Israel from incoming missiles. Now, the anticipation perhaps was that Iran would launch one attack after the other, multiple attacks directed at Israel. But what Iran appears to have done prima facie is not just target Israel, but launch majority of their outgoing missiles in the direction of the GCC countries, the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. And how have they done that? They've targeted United Arab Emirates, they've targeted Saudi Arabia, they've targeted Qatar, they've targeted Kuwait, they've targeted Iraq. The only country that they haven't targeted of the 6 GCC countries as of now is Oman, because Oman was the country that was facilitating talks between America and Iran. These weapons are now being showcased. The missiles that were used, Israel's gone on record to say 500 targets across Iran in less than 24 hours. One salvo after the other, one barrage after the other, precision strikes. And Sandeep, this would indicate that while 500 targets have been taken down, there are many targets from where Iran continues to strike back, and not from sea, from land.
Well, Gaurav, for the last couple of years, Iran has built up a very, very extensive network of underground facilities. They're fully aware of the fact that the US has bunker buster bombs like the GBU-31. They have been burrowing, tunneling underground. Many of these missiles, these weapons, these production lines have been moved underground. In fact, even large parts of the Air Force, whatever survives of the Air Force, have gone underground. That's where they're launching these missiles and these launchers from, these TELs from. And the visuals that you see on screen are of an actual launch. But those launchers, those trucks, those missile batteries would be all hidden underground, because Iran has been, working extensively in the last couple of years to keep these out, disperse them precisely for a moment like this, a contingency like this, where they would be under massive air attack to prevent them from launching more attacks of cruise and ballistic missiles. And they have the ability to, dart out of these mountain complexes, these cave complexes, launch their missiles and then retreat. So this whole thing of the whole Iranian strategy is of survivability.
Yes.
Over the last few months, they've realized that they have no control over their airspace.
And Listen, that's exactly what they're doing. They're using their TELs, their transport director launchers, shifting them to various locations, shoot, scoot, go to the next location, strike, move again. Now, this is a time when you have multiple satellites, aircraft, everyone's looking at them, firing constantly, and yet they have the survivability to strike and strike back.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Despite the US satellites and, of course, the Israeli satellites are having a very good 24 by hours reliable intelligence input, or real-life inputs are coming. But, we have to analyze what is the staying power of Iran in terms of these missiles. I agree with, that these are all underground, etc. And we have seen a number of visuals that all these tunnel networking has been done. But finally, at the end of the day, these missiles have to exit from these tunnels through some, silo. So they would now be monitored, and, if you can block the entry-exit in these mountains, I think a lot of things will be achieved. It is not physical destruction of the missiles. It is, rendering them incapable, but not allowing them to, use them. Coming on to multiple, rocket launchers, which are shoot and scoot, I think they are also being targeted. It will take time. But right now, US arsenal, entire things have not been used. Their bombers have not been used. There so many naval aircraft have not been utilized. Their ship-based missile like Tomahawk, etc. So they will be used, and of course, the Israeli pilots, etc. They will be also targeting. So I personally feel that the way things are going on in the GCC countries, Iran is targeting. This is the moral responsibility of America to now take on these targets. Otherwise, they will lose their credibility in entire GCC countries or in West Asia.
Ambassador Dayal, when you look at the situation right now, very clearly there is no scope right now for anyone to dial down. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been neutralized. 40 of his top generals and commanders have been neutralized. Will Iran be open for dialogue at this stage, or will Iran just hit back with whatever it has now that Mujtaba Khamenei has also taken over?
Well, we must understand what the Iranian game plan seems to be. It wants to attack the GCC countries because it wants them to intercede with the United States and stop the attacks. Because the GCC countries are not militarily equipped to handle such attacks. And as you all have been discussing and saying, the attacks are increasingly becoming more and more deadly. And the GCC countries do not want to get involved. But that is Iran's game plan. It wants to attack them so that they pressurize the United States, because otherwise the Iranian regime will be completely devastated. The US and
look
Israel
at these
will
images
continue.
that the United States has just released. This is of the US aircraft carrier strike group. It's not just the strike carrier, USS Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf. That you just saw those fighter jets that are taking off one after the other. But Sandeep, a number of cruisers, a number of destroyers and frigates in these waters. So that's the image of the fighter jets that are taking off, and at multiple locations, including on land in Israel. They have the F-22 Raptors, they have the F-35s, they have the FA-18s, you have the F-16s, multiple strikes simultaneously, and the Tomahawk cruise missiles, all of it going after Iran, one after the other, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. A carrier strike group is more than just an aircraft carrier. While the aircraft carrier, it's a platform, it's an airfield that launches up to 80 aircraft. It's got, very capable F-18 fighter bombers. But the strike group, the screens of the carrier, there are equally fearsome destroyers which are armed with over 100 missiles each. They are the screens of the carrier. They protect the carrier from, enemy missiles. But they also carry Tomahawk missiles of their own. The strike group has nuclear-powered attack submarines that are submerged, which carry Tomahawk cruise missiles. There are 1 or 2 Ohio-class, specially modified strike submarines, which are SSGNs. They are basically modified nuclear submarines which carry over 150 Tomahawk cruise missiles. So it's a massive force that each carrier strike group has in place. As you mentioned, one strike group, the Lincoln, is meant for attacking Iran. The other, that's the Ford in the Mediterranean, is meant to protect Israel from Iranian missile strikes and, of course, launch attacks of its own. So these are two very important force concentrations that the United States has.
And just look at these images, you're absolutely right, but will America need to bring in more fighting assets in this region? Remember in 2003 when Iraq war was happening, that time initially 3 and then another 3 aircraft carrier strike groups were brought in. A strike group, as Sandeep was just telling us, comprises the aircraft carrier itself. An aircraft carrier is a floating city. It's a floating warship with 5,000 soldiers on board. 5,000 sailors on board have fighter pilots, 100 fighter jets. Apart from fighter jets, there have about 80-odd helicopters. Those helicopters are anti-ship warfare, anti-submarine warfare, anti-surface warfare. They scan the skies, they scan the surface, and they scan subsurface. You have ELINT, which is electronic intelligence aircraft. You have the E2Cs, and these are turboprop aircraft that take off, carrier-based turboprop aircraft. They take off and then relentlessly they're circling the skies for electronic intelligence. They have jammers, they have suppression, they suppress enemy air defenses. So they carry out with the fighter jets, with the ELINT aircraft. Simultaneously, they're carrying out SEAD and DEAD operations, suppression of enemy air defenses and destruction of enemy air defenses with the fighter jets and with the missiles. And they're constantly guiding the eye in the sky. General Meston, all of that is simultaneously taking down everything that the enemy can fire at you.
Yes, Gaurav, very true. A lot of military assets have been deployed by United States and, of course, Israel for this action, and they are being released stage-wise and they are being utilized stage-wise, I would put it. And the kind of arsenal, the military deployment in the Persian Gulf, what I am surprised is that today the Iranian Navy is also deployed there. So far, there seems to be no action of any kind in the naval battle, which I am a little surprised. Because if you recollect, Khamenei had got paintings posted in entire Iran, showing that the ship is going down and so many US bodies are being packed and sent back. Nothing of this sort has happened. So why Iran is little reluctant? Because probably it realizes that if they start touching the US ships, I think then the entire onslaught will be solid on the Iranian naval ships and the naval fleet which is deployed there. So very surprisingly, until now, no ship has been even, merchant liner has been even captured or, hijacked by the Iranians. So that is a little surprising factor. But the fact of the matter is, I think now the US now will revive its strategy because the intent would be to firstly protect the GCC countries. That is their moral responsibility. Otherwise, their credibility will be questionable. Number two, their intent will be to utilize the entire military arsenal to target their missile infrastructure in Iran, because that is, if they achieve, then the center of gravity, which is of the IRGC, is basically the missiles and the drones.
Yes.
If they can achieve this over a period of time, I think then things can be taken care of.
Dr. Tara Kartha, because you also see a situation where American President Donald Trump had said he will not only destroy the missiles, he'll destroy missile manufacturing capabilities. He will not just destroy the Iranian Navy, but it seems they were also going after ports like Bandar Abbas and others. In your appreciation, the manner in which 500 places have been targeted so far and Iran continues to strike, are we looking at not just days but weeks of operation to ensure it's not just decapitation but a total regime change operation?
I think with those attacks on GCC, it's just begun. I mean, the US is not going to spare these guys. They're going to finish off everything that they have. And that is what I think now they are going to have a formal declaration of war. If that happens, then you'll see everything on the table. By the way, one interesting fact, a very unusual pair. The Saudis and the Israelis both together got after Trump to attack Iran. I mean, the whole, I found it so strange. Number two, the Abraham Lincoln has come from the South China Sea. I'm wondering what's going to happen there. And number three, where is Pakistan's defense in all this? Pakistan is supposed to defend Saudi Arabia, right? I mean, that is the pact. What's happening there? So this is not over. There's a lot of, by the way, what Sandeep was talking about in terms of Iran's missiles, a lot of those parts came from China. You know, it was done by these underground networks, Hong Kong, through Hong Kong, that was disrupted. Now there is nothing from China to be seen. So I think everybody is backing off because now they know this is war. No one wants to get in the way. So Iran is done. They are not going to be able to survive this. The problem is what will come after. But we'll come to that later. You're going to have trouble. You've created another state which is going to keep imploding and creating problems for the entire region.
Is that also your appreciation, Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, that Iran will continue to implode?
Yes, I entirely agree with what Tarakarta said, that this is just the beginning. And we can expect more and more developments to take place which will shake up the whole region. You know, let me mention from memory that I served as Deputy Ambassador in Iran, then Consul General Dubai, and then Ambassador Kuwait in rapid succession. And I observed how these Gulf countries were really scared of Iran's propensity and its capacity for mischief, because they were afraid that what the Iranians wanted really was the export of the Islamic Revolution. And this sort of policy of the Iranians was intended to topple the sheikdoms. So that is how they developed very close military and strategic relations with the United States. Now, Iran, by targeting the Gulf states, is trying to get them to pressurize the Americans, because otherwise the Americans and the Israelis will continue to hit them so hard that the toppling of the regime and the regime change is inevitable. The IRGC is strong, it has missiles, but when you compare it with the Americans and the Israelis put together, the IRGC's might is not at all sufficient.
Sandeep, there's a very important point that Dr. Tarakarta had just raised, something that you and I had discussed just a short while back. The fact that American media was reporting it wasn't just Israel, but Saudi Arabia that also shot strikes on Iran. And somewhere down the line, is this more about a Shia-Sunni clash, a Shia Iran and a Sunni Saudi Arabia, or it was Saudi Arabia's worst nightmare coming true should Iran either develop a nuclear weapon or continue to use Houthi rebels in Yemen to target their oil pipelines and then strike closer to Riyadh?
Well, it's Gaurav, the short answer is it's all of that and more. And the bigger, larger umbrella issue here is the battle for the leadership of the Islamic world. There are three countries in the fray. There's Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Iran, the three biggest Muslim countries in the region. If Iran is out of the equation, then automatically the Saudi Arabia becomes much stronger there. And like you mentioned, in the past, Iran is believed to have inspired the Houthis to carry out attacks on Saudi oil processing facilities and the Aramco facilities in 2019. The Saudis have not forgotten that. And they certainly wouldn't want a force as powerful as Iran, the IRGC, with the kind of cruise and ballistic missiles that it has, which continues to threaten all of the Gulf monarchies. That's a big worry for them. But having said that, Gaurav, I'm not sure if Saudi Arabia would want a complete collapse of Iran. They would want an extremely weakened Iran in some form or the other, but which is no longer a major threat to Saudi Arabia and the regions. And Saudi Arabia has, ambitions of its own. And that's all of Mohammed bin Salman's, reform movements of the last couple of years, over the last decade, in fact, have been about making Saudi Arabia great again, right? He is, to an extent, you can compare him to what he is to Saudi Arabia, what Trump is to the United States.
When I look at it from India's perspective, I'm also looking at the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, where Saudi Arabia also plays a very critical role, as does UAE ambassador, as does Israel through the Haifa port, taking it to Europe. But before I come to that question, latest information that's coming in, Iran, the Chabahar port has not been targeted. Bandar Abbas may have been, but Chabahar has not. India today, through open source intelligence fact check, can get you details. Satellite images show very clearly that the Chabahar port has not been targeted. India was operating this flagship Chabahar port. We've invested very heavily here. Though because of American sanctions, India did have to pull back, had a 6-month leeway to pull out of Chabahar. But that's very important, not just for India, Iran, but India's access to Central Asia and to Afghanistan through the Chabahar port. Jel Meston, you've been a defense attaché in Afghanistan, and the Chabahar port was actually a lifeline when Pakistan blocked land route supplies to Afghanistan from India. Chabahar port was used to provide wheat, rice, medicines, all essentials, and it's so important for our access to Central Asia.
It is of great strategic significance and relevance to India, and there is no denying. And in fact, if tomorrow there is stability and peace in the entire Middle East, it is of great advantage to India, because as you highlighted, the IMEC corridor is also of great strategic significance to us. And therefore, not only the Shia-Sunni aspect, I think more than that, it is the ideological difference. The GCC countries basically want peace, prosperity and development, and you have seen the radical reform within Saudi Arabia, and therefore all these countries today are looking for development. And therefore they were all on board on IMEC corridor, and we know so many Indians today, 90 lakh Indians are working in these areas, and they feel no discrimination of any kind. Now let us look at the ideology of Iran. Iran has been just talking of death and destruction, and talking about that Israel will cease to exist from the world map. So this has been their ideology, and today let me tell you, at the end of the day, when this war is over, GCC countries will be very, very happy, because the long-term threat from Iran will go away. And yes, Tara has very rightly pointed out that there will be an implosion in Iran, but that is to their disadvantage. And I think the people of Iran, through their democratic process, yes, it will take time. If they have to now look forward to the development and prosperity of the country, maybe to 1979 pre-era, of course, not that they will bring the Shah.
Sir, give me a moment. Dubai in the line of fire. There are some fresh explosions that are also being heard in Doha. I want to bring in Ritukant Ojha. Ritukant Ojha is CEO of Proact Luxury Real Estate, who joins us from Dubai. Ritukant Ojha, welcome. What can you tell us about the situation in Dubai right now?
Namaskar, Gaurav ji. Gaurav, two important things. One is, of course, there have been missile attacks and there have been missiles coming in, but a lot of them have been intercepted. A lot of what we see are debris, and of course, there is a part of drone that fell down on the entrance of Fairmont Hotel yesterday, and we saw the fire and everything. Then there were being attempts to target the ports and some of the hotels as well. Honestly speaking, most of it has been very controlled by the UAE government. That has been intercepted. The point number two, Gaurav, is that, as we always see, there again, a lot of, AI videos and fake videos start coming up.
But what's the current situation? Is there panic? I'll come to those fake videos and all in a moment.
Yes.
We are on India Today.
Sure,
we only broadcast what is correct, Ritukant Ojha. What I want you to explain to us, the current situation right now, because there was a Reuters report that spoke of some explosions being heard and some missiles that were being tracked that had been fired from Iran in the direction of Dubai. So is that leading to tension and panic?
Yes. So first of all, I'm confirming that there were, as a resident, I am confirming I stay in a high-rise apartment. I can see almost 37 floors. So I confirm that there have been missiles coming in, but I am also confirming that they have been intercepted. We have seen that happening live. So that is for sure. as far as panic is concerned, yesterday when all of this was happening, there were normal traffic. I was meeting my client. Today morning I was walking around with Poodle, and just let you know, I'm just few kilometers away from Jebel Ali Port, which is a lot of media is saying that's one of the key targets. So there have been some parts of missiles that have fallen, debris that has fallen. That is definitely happening. The region is in a war zone, so that remains a reality. No taking away from there. But as far as the panic is concerned, I don't see any panic when I'm moving around, when I'm walking with my
What is the
morning
advice
walk.
that has been given to you by the administration in Dubai? I believe there's an advice that's gone nationwide to in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, everywhere.
Yes. So we have been asked to stay alert, number one. Number two, we have also asked to stay away from glass facade. I don't know if it is, you can see in the backside. So there are a lot of glass facade that you see in the apartments here in Dubai. So we've been asked that just in case there is an attack, of course, people should stay away from the glass, more on the wall side of it, so that just in case some splinter, something hits, people don't get hurt. So that has been definitely
Stay with me, Mr. Ojha. I want to quickly bring in Brahma Chilani, one of India's foremost voices on strategy and security, joining us on this broadcast. Professor Chilani, your reading of the situation on day 2, Israel officially said they've targeted more than 500 locations inside Iran. President Trump has indicated that these attacks will go on for weeks, if not days. And yet Iran has the ability to strike back. Your reading of the situation right now?
Trump has set a lofty goal, regime change in Iran. And achieving regime change will require an enduring operation, an operation that will extend over months, certainly. But I think the bigger concern should be this, that whatever happens within Iran will not stay within Iran's borders. We have seen from past American regime change operations, whether in Iraq, whether in Libya, whether in Afghanistan, that not only are the target countries destabilized, in fact, Libya became a failed state and remains a failed state, but once a country has been destabilized because of American military intervention, then the region itself suffers. There is instability in the wider region. For example, if you look at Libya, Libya now is a threat to the entire region.
Absolutely. I mean, parts of North Africa are deeply, deeply threatened, and Egypt is feeling the pain, as you rightly point out. But here, reports seem to indicate that Saudi Arabia was on board the regime change operation, or at least the bombing of Iran. American media is reporting that. How do you see that, Professor Chilani, before I bring in our other guests into this conversation?
Well, that underscores Saudi Arabia's ambitions to be the real, the top dog in the Islamic world. And that also explains why Saudi Arabia signed this mutual defense pact with Pakistan. Saudi Arabia looked at Iran as its geopolitical rival, and cutting that geopolitical rival to size is what the Crown Prince wanted. But I think this will also come back to haunt the Crown Prince, because encouraging a US-Israeli war on Iran, on another Muslim country, will not make him popular in the Muslim world. In fact, he has taken a major risk, even though he thought that what his efforts to persuade Trump to start the war, he thought will remain under wraps. But now that it's out in the open, he is now open to major political risks, even within his own country, because we should not forget that no monarchy in any Gulf state is secure. Every monarchy is fighting forces within its own borders, as well as forces from forces that are external, that are seeking to destabilize monarchies. And I think for Saudi Arabia, this kind of encouragement to the Americans and to the Israelis to take on Iran and to wage war against Iran, even though it's a Shiite country, not in a Sunni country, yet it not only exposes the divisions in the Islamic world, but also presents Saudi Arabia as
The
a
fact now
willing
remains, do
proxy.
we see this more as a conflict in terms of rockets, missiles and drone attacks on GCC countries, on Dubai, on Abu Dhabi, on Doha, Qatar or Kuwait? Or do we see this more as terror attacks in those countries? Sandeep, what are you picking up? How long? What is Iran's staying power given the current scenario?
Gaurav, Iran can stay for a couple of days. They have the rocket missile forces that can see them through the next couple of days. The regime is pretty resilient, but as Professor Chelani mentioned, the fact is that they cannot take this for several weeks. The regime is at its weakest since the 1979 revolution, and today it's a matter of how long, how much stamina do they have to actually see this very unprecedented situation of airstrikes on them. Gaurav, the kind of decapitation strikes that we are seeing on Iran today, it has possibly never happened on any country after the Second World War. And even in the Second World War, we saw those isolated incidents of one Admiral Yamamoto being taken out by the US Air Force, US Army Air Force. But to see so many people being taken out, 40, 50, these kind of decapitation strikes are the stuff that we've seen in cinema or in novels, but never
or even after Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was taken down, arrested in the manner in which he was, or Colonel Gaddafi, the way he was taken out. But I want to understand the entire regime change operation, but the apprehension in Dubai right now. Ritukant Ojha, as somebody who lives in Dubai, works in Dubai, if this lasts longer than it does, as some argue, it may last weeks, hopefully not months. Will it adversely impact life in Dubai, work and business in Dubai, money flow in the region? And is there an apprehension more of rocket attacks, missile strikes or terror attacks?
See, Gaurav, when something, you have been covering war for a very, very long time, you do understand when things like these happen. Of course, there is a certain level of fear, and investors also sometimes, fear about what's going to happen, and they become careful. So I think there'll be wait and watch for next few days. But as I gather from the people that I speak to, I feel that this is only going to go down slowly. Right, go down in the sense the attacks, the intensity, everything. I think because the supreme leader is no more, I think US would have planned it very well. It seems so within 24 hours they have killed the supreme leader. We in Dubai feel that the things will start becoming normal in under 24 to 48 hours. That's what we believe very strongly.
24 to 48 hours is your appreciation, General Miston. As a military analyst, would that also be your assessment? The pace of the American strikes and Israeli strikes, 500 plus targets, 40 top leaders taken down. Second run, and the manner in which that Israel was able to take down the leadership of Hezbollah. Moment the second rung of leadership came out, they neutralized them. Third rung came up, neutralized them. No longer a potent military threat. Are they using the same tactics in Iran?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the pace of operations by the United States and Israel will be increased further because they have to give protection. And protection does not mean, giving only air defense cover. Protection means targeting these sites from where these missiles are being launched, and that would be the priority aim. Number two, you just spoke about the terrorist attacks in, is there a possibility in GCC? I rule out that. I'll tell you why. Because the intelligence network in the GCC countries, even if you have seen in Dubai, etc., it is very good, and they don't want anyone radicalized there in their country. If you see, there were some Pakistanis, they were repatriated from Dubai back to their country, and today even their visas are not being granted very easily. So Dubai and the GCC countries are those countries which want development. They don't want radicalization, and therefore if Iranian tries, firstly, I doubt any Iranian. There are a large number of Iranians in Middle East, including in Dubai. I doubt that Iranians will get into all this, because if they get, then I think the Iranians will be repatriated back to the country. So situation today, I definitely agree with the previous panelists that things perhaps may ease off once the strategic aim of degrading the missile potential of Israel and
Professor Chilani, there's breaking news that's coming in. Reuters is reporting multiple explosions being heard across GCC countries. Your appreciation, if there are blasts or missiles that are being fired in the direction of Dubai, if there are missiles that are being fired in the direction of Doha or Abu Dhabi, will this lead to GCC countries seeking even harsher action and harder action against Iran?
Are you asking me?
Yes, Professor Chilani.
Gaurav, these Iranian ballistic missiles and drones are being fired at US facilities in the Gulf states. I don't think I've seen any reports indicating that Iran is targeting civilian infrastructure in the Gulf countries. It is clearly seeking to target the military, the US-run military infrastructure, and sometimes the intercepts of the incoming Iranian missiles are creating explosions with the debris falling on hotels and civilian facilities. But I haven't seen anything that indicates that Iran is directly trying to target civilian infrastructure in the Gulf countries. But I think what Iran is doing is what it had threatened to do in case war was waged against Iran. So Iran is living up to its own word that it would actually target US facilities across the region. That is precisely what it is doing. And we saw from the 12-day war last year between Israel and Iran that as the war progressed, Iran became more proficient in actually penetrating Israel's air defenses and actually inflicting more and more damage as the war progressed. So actually,
sir, give me a moment, and I want you also, Professor Chilani, to look at these images that you're just putting out on your television screen. First, we put out images that came in from Tehran. These are images that are coming from Isfahan. Isfahan is a very crucial city or region inside Iran. Two images on your television screen: cry for revenge on the streets of Tehran and cry for revenge. Intiqam is the cry that's going out in Isfahan. Crowds have gathered to mourn the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. Large crowds of people in the streets of Isfahan saying, Intiqam, Intiqam, avenge these killings. Just a short while back, there was a statement that was put out on Iranian television that said, the great nation of Iran mourns Hazrat-e Imam Ayatollah Khamenei ascending to the highest heaven in the holy month of Ramadan. That's the statement that was put out just a short while back. But I want to understand, Professor Chilani, these cries of Intiqam, mourning on the streets. America said this is the best time for the people of Iran. Take to the streets and uproot the regime. It seems there are a large number of people who even support the regime, not just in Tehran, but in Isfahan, in Qom, and other parts of the country. How difficult would a regime change beyond decapitation be for the Americans and Israelis?
Gaurav, there's never been a case where Western air power has succeeded in bringing about regime change in any country. As you know, Western powers have militarily intervened in a number of countries over the last half a century or more. But there has not been a single case where air power alone has managed to bring about regime change. Second, and I think this is important, that revenge is deeply embedded in the Shia culture, just as revenge is deeply embedded in Middle East Sunni culture. Injustice in one generation is carried forward to future generations. So this is a cycle that has begun with the Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination.
Okay.
Mark my words.
Sir, stay with me. There's breaking news that's coming in from the United States of America. US President Donald Trump has warned Iran, do not retaliate. American President Donald Trump says, we will hit Iran hard if Iran even thinks of revenge. American President says, we'll hit Iran hard if there is revenge taken. So clearly, as was the apprehension, the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei will not beat Iran into submission, or the 40 top leaders who've been taken down in the past 20 years, that will not lead to Iran submitting. There will be a counter strike. Some of it is happening, and as Professor Chilani was just telling us, that this is in the psyche not just of Shia Muslims but also Sunni Muslims. And I want to understand a little more from you. As President Trump's reaction comes in, he's also apprehensive that there could be strikes. But these strikes, in your view, would these be terror attacks, or would these be rocket strikes and missile strikes, sir? Professor Chilani.
Iran's response will be asymmetric. First, these missile strikes, you have to understand that Iran doesn't have an air force, and its air defenses are virtually non-existent. So it relies primarily on ballistic missiles and drones as weapons of deterrence, as well as weapons of offense. So once its military industrial capabilities are degraded through sustained US and Israeli bombing, Iran will resort to other asymmetric means to exact, to wreak vengeance. I think this cycle of attack and revenge is a cycle that will not end in this generation, because Ayatollah Khamenei's killing is something that will not be forgotten by Shia Muslims. And I think the Americans under Trump have started a fresh cycle of attack and retribution that will go down. That will be carried forward to new generations. And I think that for American policy, starting a fresh war in the Middle East appears to be contrary to America's own long-term interest, because it appears that Trump has not learned any lesson from past history, from America's own record.
Unless they'll take control of the oil, which was always their intention. Unless that's all about oil. But for a moment, I want to stay on revenge and avenging this. General Meston and Sandeep come in on this. Ambassador Dogra also joins us on this special broadcast, as does General Kulkarni. Welcome, gentlemen. And these are people who know the lay of the land, who've served on ground or in that region. General Meston, America says, do not hit back, or we will hit back very hard. Is America apprehensive Iran could launch more than just missile and drone and rocket strikes?
See, the concern for America definitely would be terrorist attack. Now, where is the terrorist attack likely? I think it can happen any part of the world where, US citizens are there. What options could be there? Capturing some of them, taking them as hostages, that is one scenario. Number two, some lone wolf attacks is possible, including in the United States. You have seen the CIA had done an analysis that there are a lot of Iranian people who are ready to hit Trump. So this kind of things are a likelihood. But now what is the remedy for that? I think the intelligence network will have to be activated all over by the US setup. But yet, one or two odd attacks cannot be ruled out. But how long this cycle will continue? Terrorism also has a level where, next point I would like to highlight is, if they have to resort to use terrorist attacks somewhere, they require some training, they require a lot of equipment, they require, like Osama bin Laden was, trained and had, given sanctuary in Pakistan. So what I'm trying to highlight is, perhaps in the near picture, small-scale terrorist attacks is a likelihood.
Okay.
But big-scale terror like 9/11, I somehow feel it is too...
General Meston, give me a moment. There's more breaking news that's coming in, and this is Iran's big warning to American President Donald Trump. I want to go on this big story. Iran has warned not just American President Donald Trump, but Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Iran has told both the United States and Israel, you've crossed the red line. You will pay for it. Iran is telling the United States, you will pay for what you've done, and that Iran will continue to chart and stay on course of the path set by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran will continue on his path. Sandeep, how do you look at this?
Well, Gaurav, this is a sign of Iran doubling down. They're not, taking this lying down. They have decided to continue with the struggle, and they're not giving up in a hurry, Gaurav. And if there was any apprehension that Iran would fold up after that wave of airstrikes, that's clearly not the case. Iran has decided to fight the long haul, fight this through. They may not have many friends, allies, supporters, but they have decided to fight this to the end. So it's a question of regime survival now, Gaurav. And again, this is something that they have rehearsed over a couple of months now. They've prepared for this very day, and that's the reason they've put in all these contingencies into place. They're not running away, Gaurav. It's very clear. They're unlike what happened in 1979, where the Shah realized that his time was up after several months of public discontent. He literally folded up and he fled. By January of 1979, he was gone. But that clearly is not happening here in Iran in 2026. The regime has nowhere to go, literally. It is so deeply entrenched inside Iran that, the change that will have to come from within, Gaurav. And the fact that the IRGC is what it is today, and all of these statements, that all portends to a very gloomy future for the region. The fact that you will not be able to take out the Iranian regime through airstrikes. It is going to be as resilient, survivable, and it will continue in whatever shape or form, Gaurav.
Absolutely, Sandeep. That's a very pertinent point you're making. Let me also, bring into this conversation. I want to see our guests on the broadcast for a moment. If I can just... Yes, Sandeep Unithan is with me as we track the story that Iran will continue to strike. Sandeep, bring us more details of what is being said, the manner in which Iran is saying that it will strike back, that there will be consequences, Sandeep.
Well, Gaurav, they've a wide variety of options of retaliation. One is, of course, through the drone and cruise missile strikes and ballistic missile strikes that they have been launching across the region. The other, of course, is the axis of resistance that they have cultivated over the several decades now. Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, whatever is left of Hamas, the Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, the other Shia militias all across the region. All of them would be encouraged to rise up and attack targets of opportunity. The other one is, of course, the economic war against the Straits of Hormuz. That's a very, very critical jugular. It is literally an energy jugular of the world, where 20% of the world's oil and natural gas passes through that narrow channel, which is completely dominated by Iran. And this is again a scenario they've prepared for mining.
Read out this message about the embassy extends heartfelt condolences to His Holiness Imam Mehdi, to the Muslim Ummah and to the great nation of Islamic Republic of Iran and to all freedom-loving nations of the world. Undoubtedly, the grave consequences of this unforgivable crime shall fall directly upon criminal US regime and the occupying Zionist regime, who bear full responsibility for the resulting consequences and repercussions. Ambassador Dogra, how do you look at this message that comes out of Iran that there will be consequences for the United States of America and for Israel?
Well, it shows firstly resilience. It also shows that Iran was prepared for this eventuality, that the supreme leader would be killed, and along with him some other important personals. Iran has that lineup ready, and Iran also has its game plan ready, because Iran was expecting America and Israel to do some such thing. The other thing is Iran learned a lot of lessons, and I mean technological lessons, from the first conflict. That is why their missiles have had nearly a free passage into Israel. There's a huge amount of censorship by the West, America and Israel combined. That's why the full details are not coming out. For example, one of the largest desalination plants in Israel was hit yesterday, affecting 20% of its desalination capacity. There are some reports that some of the American ships, warships, have also been damaged. There are reports that all across the Gulf, American assets have been damaged and hit quite seriously. So Yesterday, it was, whether it was an even match or not, the future events will disclose. But the fact is that Iran certainly received a blow in terms of its supreme leader, but otherwise it was more or less an even day for both sides. Iran is determined. Iran cannot be cowed down by Trump's threats. These were expected, and the maximum Trump can do is to launch more missiles into Iran. But Iran is a large country. The other thing is, unless USA and Israel decide to take the nuclear option, Iran will not bend down.
So, General Kulkarni, what is your military assessment of the situation right now? The manner in which we see people take to the streets in Iran, Isfahan, Tehran, there are thousands on the streets saying intakam. Is this kind of, in your appreciation, something that could fuel up the fire even further? Do we see more terror attacks in times to come, or do we see more military operations?
Gaurav, is that for me?
Yes, General Kulkarni.
See, Iran, well, is an old civilization. We do feel bad to what's happening in Iran, to Iran's sovereignty. There's no denying the fact. But Iran's words will not match because they do not have the military resources nor the capacity to match the American resources and the Israeli resources, resulting in more and more losses of Iran. Khamenei dead, defense minister dead, IRGC top commander dead, the missile sites badly hit, nuclear incapacitated, Tehran hit, all the cities hit. That's the kind of destruction caused. Much that the destruction has been caused by Iran on USA, but those are damages, not total destruction. But Iran's under tremendous. Imagine Khamenei dead, 40 days of mourning. A religion which was facilitated to become a strong rallying point, in turn, in Iran itself has become a dividing point. So all those who are followers of Khamenei are definitely mourning and feeling bad. Everybody feels bad. Obviously, the religious leaders no more. But the fact is that there are a sizable number against also, with the kind of resources that Iran probably has shot whatever it has. Much that they may say Karamshah, Sijil has still left 2,000 kilometers. But all said and done, the USA and Israel have come fully prepared. They knew exactly what was happening. They've hit Iran very badly. And at this point of time, it's not the time for Iran either to retaliate nor for Americans. Americans must use this opportunity of 40 days mourning announced by Iran for a talk, a dialogue, a facilitation. Because
I'll come to the dialogue bit in just a moment, because when you're looking at the current situation right now, Mayan, you've been in a bunker virtually every other minute. And Israel is constantly facing a barrage, or at least apprehensions of a barrage. What can you tell us about the latest situation that you're picking up in Israel, in Jerusalem?
For sure. Just a few minutes ago, we were actually told we were able to leave our shelters. We've been, as you mentioned, going into shelters throughout the night. Last night was one of our first deadly attack. One of the rockets that made it through into central Israel, hitting down into 2 different apartment buildings in the center of the city in Tel Aviv. 1 person was killed, a woman in her 40s. 2 are still critically injured. And we've got a couple of dozen others who are lightly wounded, including some children from that attack. Now, we were watching this very closely. Obviously, Israel was expecting to have an escalation. We've been for better half of the last month waiting for a U.S. and or Israeli attack against Iran, knowing that that meant that Iran would attack back. The military is ready. Obviously, we're seeing rockets now hit down in the region, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and we're all working together to be able to stop those rockets, but some will make it through. And as I think one of your guests alluded, there have been some direct strikes, some more in open areas and strategic targets here in the area, most of which we're not able to talk about or to share. But at the same time, the majority of the rockets are stopped by our air defense systems, our Iron Dome, as we know, and the new laser defense systems, which have been put in place since the June war over the summer with Iran.
So, Sandeep, if you were to look at the situation right now, there were some reports that seem to indicate that the effort is to widen the horizon of this conflict, bring in more GCC countries so that they could put pressure on America and on Israel to pipe down. Right now, how long, given the weapons, the systems that Iran has, and the pace at which they're being targeted, 500 plus locations targeted already, and we're told even as we speak, there were several other missile erector launchers, the TELs, they were being taken down. How long can Iran sustain this?
Not more than a couple of days, Gaurav. The fact is that I did mention that Iran has a sizable stockpile of ballistic missiles, cruise and missiles and drones. But all of these are, at the end of the day, they're controlled by humans, right? There are command control chains there. There are communication nodes. And it's a matter of conjecture how long these can actually withstand this barrage of airstrikes. If the Americans and the Israelis carry out vast airstrikes of the kind that they have done yesterday and last night, it's anyone's guess how long a C4ISR node of the kind that Iran has set up will be able to survive this and launch ballistic missiles, launch attacks on other GCC countries. So it's not just a question of decapitation strikes. There are multiple objectives they have in mind. One is to cripple Iran's ability to launch missiles and drones of the kind that they've been doing in the last couple of hours. So, this is a twofold strategy. A regime change on the one hand, the other one is, of course, to completely destroy Iran's ability to launch these, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. They have one of the largest stockpiles in the world, possibly. They have production lines. They're more or less self-sufficient in doing this. They've been stockpiling these cruise and ballistic missiles. But at the end of the day, they have to be physically launched. You need people to launch them. You need command control chains to do that. And, with this withering level of airstrikes, it's anyone's guess how long they will be able to last this. Not more than a couple of days, Gaurav.
Not more than a couple of days is your assessment, and I want our viewers to look at these images that we are putting out on your television screens right now from Tehran and from Isfahan. The man you see on your television screen is Mujtaba Khamenei. Mujtaba Khamenei is the son of late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in the strike. So Mujtaba is now taking over the religious power. Imam Khomeini had 6 children, 3 daughters. One, we are told, sadly, along with her husband and a child, were killed in the strike. There's not much information in public domain about the whereabouts of some of the other children. But Mujtaba Khomeini, who was actually handling intelligence operations behind the scenes, looking at recruitment and promotions in the IRGC as training the next line of defense, he has now officially taken over. But the 4 images that you see on your television screen, Iran continues to attempt to target GCC countries. Ali Khamenei killed in the strike late yesterday, early this morning. Iran currently mourning the loss of the supreme leader. And will Raza Pahlavi be the person who will be para-dropped after 4 decades? Your appreciation on this, Ambassador Dogra, will exiled Raza Pahlavi family be parachuted by America to take control?
Well, that's the American intention, and it could very well happen in case Iran capitulates. But parachuting is, of course, the done thing for America, but it does not always work, as has happened in other countries.
Bangladesh, it did not work. Bangladesh, it collapsed. The parachuting attempt by the United States.
Exactly, Gaurav. Yunus was a disaster for Bangladesh and for some of its neighbors. But the more important thing is, taking off from the discussion you had just before me, if West has 2 options, Iran also has 2 options. First is the Samson option, which is, if I go down, I'll take the rest down. And hence is widening of attacks on the Gulf countries. The second is the oil option. If America wants to grab the Iranian oil after grabbing the Venezuelan oil and becoming the overlord of the oil world, Iran too is going to squeeze oil to the maximum. And that is why it has closed the Straits of Hormuz, because the effect would be on India directly and immediately, because most of our gas exports, LNG imports, are from Qatar and UAE. They will be affected and we will feel the pinch immediately. Our energy imports are also largely now from the Gulf countries. So besides India, rest of the world would also feel energy prices going up. So it's not as if Iran will go down only by itself. America is making a huge blunder for the world. America may have control of the oil, but it will wreck the global economy if this war continues. I hope, as Sandeep says, the war will last only for a couple of days more, but I doubt it.
Your assessment is different. Jen Kulkarni, you want to weigh in as I bring in these images for a moment. And for a moment, Mayan, also stay with me as I want our viewers to look at the images of mourning that are coming in from different parts of Iran, Tehran and Isfahan, but even beyond. So the images that you see on your television screen right now, hundreds and thousands of people in all black holding the portrait of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, offering prayers and chants that are echoing through the capital. Let me also take you to the shrine of Hazrat Masume. Mourners have gathered there at the temple complex. Let me also now take you from Iran to Iraq. Let me take you to Karbala. Karbala is in the southern part of Iraq, and devotees, again, Karbala is a Shia-dominated area in Iraq, and this is where thousands and thousands of devotees and Shia mourners have taken to the streets. At the Imam Hussein shrine, they're marking the moment with very solemn rituals, images that you see from different parts. And Mayan, could this be a cause for grave concern for Israel if the Shia world, by and large, were to attempt and target the United States or Israel, or Sunni Muslim countries that may have sided with you, with Israel?
I don't think this is any surprise, the protests that we're seeing in the streets. I think when Israel and the United States made a decision to attack Iran, they knew that there would be some of the people on the ground who were hoping for the help on the way and were going to retaliate against the government, and the opposite, that there would be those who supported the regime and would not want to see it fall. We know that that exists, and we know that there is an opportunity for escalation. You heard U.S. President Donald Trump, as Iran threatens to escalate into attack throughout the region, Trump says, you better not, we will attack back. And Trump and Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu as well has said this is for the long haul. They want to stop, as you mentioned, both the ability of Iran to launch ballistic missiles at Israel, but also at the region and potentially at the United States. They want to cease the nuclear proliferation in the country. Negotiations had been going on, and it was clear to the president that there would be no consensus. Moreover, you have to remember that Iran has been carrying out a regional war, and certainly a war with its proxies for a number of years. If even as it's, what you see in Iraq, or you see the protests happening in Iran supporting the regime, there might be fear of an escalation on the one hand, but on the other hand, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, so many proxies of Iran carrying out attacks nearly monthly for most of the better part, since Iran, since the revolution. This is something that needs to be stopped, and Trump and Israel are finally committed to stopping it. Israel's been preparing for this attack against the Iranian regime, and certainly against Ayatollah Khamenei, for a very long time. It was just an issue of being able to pull the trigger, of getting the green light to move forward. That is why when you talk about the 30 tons of explosives targeting Khamenei, where he was, Israel knew where Khamenei sat, Israel knew Khamenei's movements, and when it was given the green light to be able to take the supreme leader down, Israel was able to do so.
Okay, but you've taken down the supreme leader. What next? Because people are on the streets. Now, if you expected people, as the American president and the Israeli prime minister said, that people should take to the streets, this is a golden opportunity for them to bring about a regime change. The images that we see right now are people taking to the streets in support of the regime.
Well, you always run that risk, and there was always discussion as to whether or not, as the Prime Minister and President calls on the people last night, go out into the streets, bring about regime change. At the same time, our Mossad, was sending messages in Persian to the people of Iran, asking them to video and photograph what Israel was doing and what America was doing on the ground. And by the way, there were plenty of people who did so. Part of the ways that we were able to get the report of Khamenei's body being pulled from the rubble were taken from videos being captured there on the ground. Now, it was expected that they could either rally around the flag, so to speak, that you would see the Iranians go out in the streets in support of the regime, or the opposite. I think it's too early to tell. Trump is saying this war could go on for a long time. There are many, and we mentioned it earlier, who believe this will be a very short war. Israel is not and America are not only taking out the leadership, and just as Iran is planned for second and third rounds, there are also plans, of course, on the Israeli and American side for second and third rounds of leadership to be taken out. You saw it happen with Hezbollah in Lebanon last year, and you're going to see something similar here, I believe, in Iran. So this could be very short-lived, as well as the fact that they're taking out not only the leadership, but also the capabilities. Over the summer, Israel essentially annihilated Iran's air defenses. Israel has almost free reign to be able to go in and carry out these attacks, and we can assume that they're going to continue with their plan until the goal at this point has been achieved.
Sandeep, that's a very pertinent point that Mayan Hoffman is making here from Jerusalem. Israel has this staying power. These are images that we are playing out from Isfahan in Iran. Isfahan saw a massive missile strike. In fact, a volley of rockets and missiles were fired in the direction of Isfahan, because Isfahan is a very crucial missiles storage facility, launch site, production facility, and a strategic IRGC center, an Iranian security forces center. The images right now, Sandeep, seem to indicate that it is a very dire situation.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And the point you mentioned about the Israeli resilience. We've been in Israel, we've covered the war from there. And one thing I must tell you about, the Israeli people, Gaurav, they are one of the most resilient people on earth. And as someone who's lived there after the 7th of October 2023, Israel, contrary to what a lot of people believed at that time, that they would fold up very quickly, they've continued a war of attrition today, which is now seen Israeli jets over the skies of Iran. For 2.5 years, Israel has been fighting that war. You can, stay away from the politics of Israel, what's going on, what are the compulsions of Prime Minister Netanyahu to fight this war, whether they were, whether there was a massive intelligence failure that led up to the 7th of October 2023. But Israel has surprised everyone in the world with the way they have been fighting this war since the 7th of October. And if Iran thought that they could, force Israel to back off or to bow or to end the fight on their terms, they have something else coming. And today, that war that began on the 7th of October 2023 has reached the doorstep of Iran. The Iranian regime is literally, within its last couple of days, virtually, it's on notice. It's literally on its survival mode now, Gaurav. And if it manages to survive this wave of airstrikes by the Israelis and by the United States, it would have pulled off the almost unthinkable. While, the regimes cannot be changed by airstrikes alone, they can be severely weakened, degraded, and put into a kind of situation that very few countries in the world have, given the kind of technology that's ranged against them from the United States and from Israel. It would be very, very difficult for the Iranian regime to survive this kind of onslaught by Israel and the United States. And simply a matter of miscalculation.
Let me get Ambassador
in 2023.
Let me get Ambassador Dogra to respond to this. The information that we are getting right now is West Asia. The war has crippled aviation across the entire sector. Flyers are stranded across airports. Millions are stranded at airports like Dubai, like Abu Dhabi. There are people who are stranded at Doha. Air India has cancelled over 20 flights to and from West Asia. Air India has actually put out a statement saying the safety of our passengers, crew, that's top priority. Indigo too has cancelled flights to West Asia until the 2nd of March. Etihad has suspended all flights to and from Abu Dhabi as of now. That's the information that is coming in. So step-by-step approach is being taken, and this would indicate, Ambassador Dogra, that the apprehension is, at least for the next couple of days, the situation could remain rather fluid. Stability may be expected over the next 24 to 48 hours, looking at the reaction that comes in from Iran.
Well, there are a couple of points to be made on this issue. Number one is Iran's message specifically to Saudi Arabia, though Saudi Arabia has not been hit so hard as yet. But Iran knew that Saudi Arabia was egging Trump on that he should attack Iran. So Saudi Arabia has been spared, as I said, so far. But the other countries have been told that if we get pinched, if we get hurt, you will also feel the hurt. And that is why the attack on some of the airports. But more than that, Iran's main targets were the American radar and other facilities in the Gulf countries, because they were the ones who were tracking Iran's intentions, Iran's capabilities, and Iran did, according to them, very well by wiping out some of these facilities, especially in Qatar and Kuwait and so on. Iran also wants to spread the message to the people that, look, we've been wronged, and if we've been wronged, we will not let Gulf Arabs rest. And it's sort of a message from Shia to the Sunni world. The other thing that Iran has done by concentrating on Gulf countries is to appeal to the Shia population there. People do not realize that Bahrain has a majority Shia population. People also don't realize that the oil-producing part of Saudi Arabia is Shia populated largely. And some of the other countries have a substantial Shia population. So the acts
Sir,
of
stay
terror...
with me for a moment, because as we were talking about disruption in aviation, not just in West Asia, but the impact it's happening across the industry and reactions that are coming in from India. Major disruptions. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has announced 444 flights are being cancelled today. 444 flights because of this escalating tension in West Asia involving Iran. The Ministry of Civil Aviation and the Director General of Civil Aviation, in a statement, have said that they're in close coordination with carriers to ensure safety and compliance of all rules and international norms amidst airspace closure across parts of West Asia after military strikes and retaliatory attacks. Passengers are now being advised to check and confirm their flight status with the airline before traveling to the airport. Major Indian airports are on operational alert to handle any diversion that may come. Efforts are being on to manage terminals better, assist passengers with the crowd control. Senior officials are being deployed at various airports for passenger assistance. Another control room is also being activated. The situation remains extremely grim. It's a volatile situation that's forced airlines worldwide to reroute flights, avoid the closed airspace or unsafe airspace. There are 11 airspaces that have now been earmarked across the region, and these 11 airspaces are seen as extremely vulnerable. Some airspaces, NOTAM has been issued. NOTAM is notice to airmen, which means there should be no flying except designated military aircraft, rockets or missiles, as the case may be. Once a country issues a NOTAM, no civilian traffic moves in that area. So much of Persian Gulf region and West Asia, it's now restricted. Carriers are diverting north via Afghanistan and then Turkmenistan and going ahead through Turkey. And this actually squeezes the global air routes, the global corridor between the Iran crisis. And do keep in mind, there's also the war that's happening between Russia and Ukraine. So skies there are restricted, skies here are restricted. Dubai airport was targeted by an Iranian drone, causing some disruptions. Abu Dhabi airport saw stranded passengers because of operational delays. Bahrain airport also reported a hit by an Iranian drone. Regional tensions continue to escalate. A lot of reactions also coming in. We get you this report.
Tensions are escalating in the Middle East after US and Israel have launched strike against Iran, and even Iran has retaliated, which has directly impacted the air traffic around the Middle East and the South Asia. Currently, I am here at the IJI airport, and I'll show you behind me on the departure board. You can see the flights towards Middle East and Europe have been cancelled. According to DGCA, around 410 flights were cancelled yesterday, and around 444 flights are expected to get cancelled today, which is directly impacting on the passengers, those who are coming here.
then 10 flights have been cancelled, multiple flights have been diverted. I quickly want to cut across to Anjali for more.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav, as you were rightly mentioning about the closure of airspaces in several countries in West Asia. So because of the tensions and the crisis in West Asia, the flight operations have been massively impacted. Now, we'll quickly walk our viewers through the old route, the pre-crisis route, how it used to look like for a flight which was to fly from India to Europe, and how the route looks like now. So this is the original route, how it looked like before this crisis, before the tensions in West Asia. So if you talk about the route, it used to start from India, it used to be over Pakistan, then Iran, and then also passing through Iraq and Turkey, and then eventually Europe. So now this is a route for a flight from India to Europe, but this has now changed. If we talk about the current route, because of the airspace closure in West Asian countries, because of the tensions, of course, the route has now been changed. The route has been diverted. Now the new route looks like Pakistan, then Afghanistan, then Turkmenistan, and then Turkey. So that is the new route. The flights have been diverted on the new route. So this was the old route before the crisis, before the tensions in West Asia. But the route has now changed. The new route is over Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, and Turkey. We'll also show our viewers how the new route looks like. As you can already see, the air traffic, because of the closure, because of the airspace closure over Iran, there are no flights that can be seen over Iran, and not just Iran, but other countries in West Asia also. Now, this is how the new route looks like for a flight from India to Europe. It flies over Pakistan, then Afghanistan, then Turkmenistan, and eventually to Turkey, and then Europe. So this is the new route because of the diversions, and because of this, as you can see, the route now becomes longer. The earlier route was shorter, and this new route is a lot longer than the previous one. Now we'll also take a look at what are the implications of this diversion, of the rerouting of the flights due to this crisis in West Asia. Now the route becomes longer, which means that there will be more fuel consumption in the flights, because it will require more fuel to fly for the same destination, which will eventually raise the operational costs also. So these are some of the implications. Longer flight time. Of course, if the route becomes longer, the flights will take more time to reach the destination, and they will also require more fuel, and which will eventually increase the operational costs. Now, increasing the operational costs will also reflect in the ticket pricing. So as we were mentioning, the detours increase the fuel consumption significantly, because of course the route becomes longer, so more time, more fuel is needed for the to reach the same destination. Now, increased operating costs, of course, because of the fuel that increases, and also the working hours of the crew that's managing the flight, higher ticket prices, because the operational cost increases, that eventually raises the ticket prices also, and that the passenger has to bear the brunt of the higher ticket prices because of the higher operational costs. So airlines may pass increased costs to passengers, and that is what is being seen, and that is what mostly happens, that the airlines pass this increased burden to the passengers, which reflects in the form of higher ticket prices of these airlines because of the rerouting, the diversions, and of course the route becoming longer. So these are the implications. Revenue loss due to flight cancellation. So some flights have been diverted, but there are a lot of flights which have been cancelled. And in fact, even in the flights that have been diverted, there are several cancellations that the airlines are facing. So there's massive revenue loss to the airlines also because of these diversions, because of the cancellations, and the congestion in alternative corridors, as we just saw in the pictures, because even the new route is a usual route for the other airlines. So now, because some of the airlines have diverted to these routes, there is massive congestion that is being witnessed on these routes because of the airspace closure in West Asian countries. Longer routes increase aviation's carbon footprints also. So not just operational costs and time, but it also has an impact on the environment, as there's more carbon footprint due to longer routes and more fuel consumption.
So Flights from India to Europe have been diverted. The route before the flight was via Persian Gulf and southern Iran. There was a shorter flight, more fuel efficient. Now it's changing. It's not using Iran at all. They're diverting via north. They're flying over Afghanistan, then Turkmenistan, and then Turkey. So as Anjali was just explaining, it's a longer flight. It's a costlier flight. The West Asia war is bleeding the aviation sector already. Longer flight time, increasing detours, more consumption, increased operational cost, and then of course automatically higher ticketing prices. Airlines, they may pass on this increased cost to passengers. Revenue loss due to flight cancellations are also being reported. Congestion in alternate routes, longer routes increase the aviation carbon footprint, but as people are being killed, perhaps this is the least of the challenges right now. Ambassador Dogra, some assessment was maybe the next 24 to 48 hours, perhaps, but all indications that you've been able to gather, the words that are coming in from Iran, cries for intiqam. Do you see the Shia world uniting? Because there were some analysts who were arguing that whether it's the Shia world, it's the wider Islamic world that will unite against America and Israel. But with Saudi Arabia, according to reports in America, being in favor of these strikes or advocating these strikes, do you see this as the Islamic world divided, the Shia world seeking revenge, or elements in the Shia world seeking revenge?
Well, there are two parts to your question. One, whether there'll be a total Islamic unity. I think I'll reserve my opinion on that, because while the governments want Iran to be humiliated, the people, the Sunni people, are not united on that score. Their sympathies are with the people of Iran who are suffering. I'll give you an instance. There was a video grab of a missile falling in Qatar, and people of some say Pakistani origin were very happy that Qatar was being struck by that missile. So that is one small example of people's feeling. As far as the Shia world is concerned, whether they are in Lebanon or Syria or any part of the world, Shias are a very united lot. Even in Pakistan, which has about 20% Shia population, little less than that maybe, they are fully with Iran. And as far as Iran...
But then they're systematically targeted by the Sunnis of Pakistan, so that wider Muslim unity, you don't see that happen, because there are some reports that seem to indicate a Sunni Pakistan was helping a Shia Iran, or at least helping elements in the IRGC, but those were only intelligence inputs that were coming in.
Well, on the other hand, Pakistan is also giving its airspace and air bases to USA to attack Iran. So that exactly proves my point. Like Saudi Arabia, in Pakistan also, establishment is with USA for selfish reasons or other reasons. But people of Pakistan are not entirely in sync with the establishment's intentions. And as far as the Shia part of Pakistan is concerned, they are definitely with Iran.
Okay. Mayan, your appreciation that all of this must have been war game, the kind of reaction that will come in. The Shia world may unite, but then the Shia world was united against America and Israel, even when the Hezbollah was taken down. But do you see a wider Shia-Sunni unity coming into effect the way a Shia Iran was helping a Sunni Hamas?
I think it's a little bit too early to tell what the final ramifications are going to be. Certainly, you've seen, as you mentioned, the protests happening in Iraq. You've definitely seen escalation in the streets of Iran, but it's a little too early to tell. Also, keep in mind, attacks are still being carried out. Even as we're speaking, Israel is pummeling Iran and more to come. And so it really depends, I think, a little bit where you're going to see this play out, whether or not the people are going to feel that their regime is strong enough. Keep in mind that when the 12-day war happened in Iran, one of the reasons that the protesters were able to take to the streets in recent months was because they felt that the Iranian government was a bit of a paper tiger. In other words, they felt that their government, who had said that they were able to attack Israel and win a war against Israel, actually failed over the summer. And here again, Khamenei is dead. Of course, there is a line of succession, as we've talked about, but we don't yet have a clear picture of whether or not there will be leadership. I think one of the guests mentioned you need people in order to launch drones, in order to launch ballistic missiles. And those people need to be leaders who tell you to pull the trigger. The IRGC needs to be strong enough and have enough men on the ground to continue to carry out these targets. It's still too early to tell whether this will be some massive uprising against Israel and the U.S., or in fact, that they will go the other way and that we will start to see the people back out in the street protesting and eventually leading to the fall of the regime. As you said, airstrikes are not going to complete this regime. It's not going to fall from airstrikes, but a combination of the people on the ground and the airstrikes in the U.S. and Israel could lead to the eventual fall of the Iranian regime.
Mayan, continue to report from Jerusalem and stay safe as you continue to speak to us. General Kulkarni, before I come to you, there's more breaking news that is coming in from Tehran as Iran pledges to retaliate against the United States and Israel. Iran has issued an official statement both to the United States and to Israel. Iran in a statement has said, and I want to quote, "You have burnt our hearts. We will burn your heart." US and Israel that seek to disintegrate Iran. Iran's top security official is warning Iran will do the same. Now there's a very clear warning that goes out to Israel and to the United States of America. US and Israel are seeking to break Iran into multiple pieces. There is a temporary leadership council that has been set up, and this temporary leadership council will continue to meet. And this temporary leadership council, according to reports that are emerging from Iran, will have President Masoud Pezeshkian, and it will have the leadership of the Supreme Court, the religious leadership, and the council elements that remain in place. Now, this is being reported. As they say, the king is dead, long live the king. What's the next line? President Masoud Pezeshkian, who's seen as a reformer, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court or the religious court, they will come together and they will take this forward. Ambassador Dogra, when there's a warning to America and Israel, you burnt our hearts, we will burn your hearts. Is this more a symbolic, emotional statement, more meant for domestic audience than for international consumption?
Well, certainly it's meant for the domestic audience because it's a big blow for Iran. You know, when a leader dies in Iran, there's a group of experts that is assembled who choose the next leader. And as I said earlier, the lineup was already chosen. So this is a sort of a formality. And this is also an interim arrangement so that to help the new leader carry on with his decisions and activities. But it is also a warning to the world that, look, we are not giving up. We are continuing with the mission that our Supreme Leader had already outlined, and we will follow according to those lines. So this is a show of determination, but I think today will be crucial. If Iran is really serious and capable, it will retaliate hard. On the other hand, then turn out that Iran is now close to giving up because it's an unequal fight if it does not retaliate hard. But my feeling is that Iran wants to show to the world that it is capable of hitting Israel and American assets.
Because there's a strong statement that's coming in from Ali Larijani. And Ali Larijani, as you know, is the Secretary of the Supreme Council. Again, Ali Larijani was someone who was considered to be key in the regime. Seen more as somebody who was targeted in the past, but now Ali Larijani is the one who's Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. He's the one who's issuing a statement. You burnt a hole in our heart, we will burn a hole in yours. Temporary Leadership Council to be set up. General Kulkarni, if there's 40 days of mourning that has been announced, will these 40 days of mourning be used to regroup, rearm and strike? Or America and Israel will not permit that? As Mayan Hoffman was just reporting from Jerusalem, Iran is being continuously being pounded by Israel and by America to ensure that they don't even succeed in raising their head anymore?
Gaurav, I see, an escape route. Just see lakhs and lakhs of people are on the street, but you don't find Americans or the Israelis intervening in it. They are allowing that to happen. It's indicator that there's a reconciliation also going on simultaneously. They aren't wanting to humiliate the Iranians. That's very clear. But otherwise, if the countries are at war, do you think there would be lakhs and lakhs of people on the street wanting to die or being stabbed by aircraft when air supremacy is entirely with the Americans and the Israelis? They have not done that. They want reconciliation. And that reconciliation, the fight is not with the Iranians. The fight is with the clergy there. And that's where we must understand that the Americans are also looking for an escape route. The Iranians are also looking for one. Probably some sane thinking will there. This 40 days mourning will ensure that the Iranians also reconcile. The Americans also ensure that they can't bulldoze their way through. Iranians also know that in all civilization, they need to have that respect, their honor intact. And in that context, I feel that this mourning period and this lakhs and lakhs of people in the street allowed to assemble in a war scenario is indicative of a reconciliation move by the Americans and by the Israelis. As long as the Israelis' existential threat is there, not there, perfectly fine. And they can exist well, and the Middle East countries can also exist with Iran. I think this is a very good sign that they have been allowed to come on the street, mourn, and nothing would ever happen to them as a reconciliation by the Americans.
But how should we view this statement, Ambassador Dogra, of Ali Ardashir Larijani? Ali Larijani, the Secretary of the Iranian Supreme Security Council, is seen as a heavyweight political leader. He's 67 years old. Ali Larijani has had a career which has spanned military career, legislative career, political career. All of this is very strong. Could he be, one of the faces that the West could be looking at as some kind of continuation of the past, but be the transition person before they move forward? The statement has just come out from him.
Well, if West thinks that they can influence Larijani to change course, they are mistaken, because Larijani has been in this game for a long time. Moreover, Khamenei's second son, as you pointed out, who's taken over now,
yes,
he has been trained for this role. He has been trained for quite some years now. So it's not as if someone has been suddenly brought in, is inexperienced, and will not be able to take charge. He is capable of taking charge because he knows the ropes, he knows the system. So Larijani is just one of the aides and principal aides that he might choose to continue with. But the decisions will be made by the Khamenei Jr.
So Mujtaba Khamenei, and for a moment I want to talk about him, and Ambassador Dogra, get your minds on Mujtaba. He was someone who was seen as moving in, very close to with his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was neutralized by the Americans, but someone who was already working on the IRGC, the internal security, promotions in the armed forces, someone who was looking as the next rung of leadership. Do you see him as the person who will next be on target of the Americans then?
Yes, absolutely. Because if Americans want regime change, that does not mean just one person being eliminated. That means the supreme leader. Regime change means that the entire leadership is changed, and a new leadership which is amenable to American interests, meaning the son of the former Shah. So for that to happen, Americans will have to really put boots on ground, which I don't see happening. That'll be a risky venture. So America really is in a fix. They cannot just bomb out the entire leadership of Iran down to its fourth level, because Iran has a system whereby 4 rungs of leadership are already pre-selected.
That's a very important point you're making, and I want our viewers to know this, that since this war has been on for quite some time, post-2023, this has been on, and information that we are getting is Masoud Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, and Judiciary Chief Ghulam Hussein Mohseni, and a jurist from the Guardian Council, Iran's constitutional watchdog. So they will be in charge of this transition phase. That's the information that we are getting in, and I'll get you more on the story. We're getting a lot of inputs from inside Iran also. But big story coming in. The Muslim world has erupted in anger. India not untouched by the flames that singe the Islamic world in general. India has a sizable Shia Muslim population. There are protests that are being reported from Lucknow. Now, Kargil in Ladakh and Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh are two pockets of a sizable Shia Muslim population, and the images that you see on your television screen, very peaceful though. Very peaceful protests that are being reported from Lucknow. People have taken to the streets in Lucknow against the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. I want to cut across to Santosh for more on this. Santosh, there's anger and anguish in Lucknow. Bring us a sense of what people are telling you.
As you are seeing the anger and the anguish of the Lucknow people, especially the Shia community, you can see through the visual that how the protesters coming on the road, and they are claiming that this Ayatollah Khamenei as their supreme leader. He was not only the leader of Iran only, he was the supreme leader of the whole Muslim community, especially the Shia community. And you can see through the visuals that the people came on the road on the anger and the anguish of the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. These are the visuals of the old Lucknow, you can say, a big hub of the Shia community, and they are protesting against the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. And you can see through the visuals that many of the protesters are coming, and they say that Ayatollah Khamenei is their supreme leader. That they're not only for the Iran, even for the whole world, Islamic world. So we can say the people's coming on the street or the protests, as they said that Ayatollah Khamenei as the supreme leader, not only for the Iran, even all the whole world Islamic community. And you can see that the Shia community is on the road, and they are protesting against the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. So these are the visuals that the people came on the road as their anger, to show their anger and the anguish against America and even against Israel due to the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. You got up.
What is it that these people are demanding? What is it that these people want? I notice a lot of their criticism is aimed at the United States and Israel and a lot more. But what is it that they're looking at?
You can see the people are protesting against the killing of the Ayatollah Khamenei. कि आप लोगों के इस विरुद्ध से क्या मांगे हैं कि क्या ये हुआ है?
मांगे कोई नहीं, हमारी मांगे क्या, हमारी जुल्म के खिलाफ एक ये प्रोटेस्ट है, ये शहादत है। ये शहादत जो होती है वो जुल्म के खिलाफ दी जाती है। हम जुल्म के खिलाफ लड़ते हैं। ये जीत हार का मसला नहीं है। हम लोग हमेशा, जो आमनाई साहब ने कहा है कि आप करबला की दास्तान पढ़ लीजिए, ये इंसानी जो लफ्ज हैं हार और जीत, ये हार और जीत नहीं है। जुल्म के खिलाफ हमेशा शहादत दी जाती है। आमनाई साहब ने शहादत दी है, फाते हुए हैं, वो जीत चुके हैं। हम लोग सिर्फ जुल्म के खिलाफ लड़ते हैं। आप पूरी शियत को देख लीजिए, पूरी करबला को पढ़ लीजिए।
सिर्फ और सिर्फ अगर कहा जाए कि जुल्म के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रहे थे अयतुल्लाह खामनेई।
जी हाँ, सिर्फ जुल्म के खिलाफ लड़ाई थी। और खामनेई साहब सिर्फ केवल एक ईरान के सुप्रीम लीडर नहीं थे, वो पूरे शिया कौम के एक रहबर हैं। पूरे वर्ल्ड में प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, पूरे वर्ल्ड में प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है। आप कहीं उठाकर देख लीजिए। और ये प्रोटेस्ट हम लोग इसीलिए कर रहे हैं कि शहीद जो होता है वो कभी मरता नहीं है। वो नहीं है, कोई और होगा। हमारे यहाँ रहबरी चलती है, हम लोग रहबर के पीछे चलते हैं। हमारा वो रहबर शहीद है, उसने जुल्म के खिलाफ एक बहुत ही शानदार, जितना उसके पास ताकत थी उस हिसाब से उसने एक जंग लड़ी है। और हम लोग अपने आप को यही मान रहे हैं कि अमेरिका और इजराइल की जो नीतियां थी उसको बिल्कुल खत्म कर दिया गया।
तमाम लोग सड़कों पे उतरे हैं बात भाई, क्या मतलब इस जो जिस तरीके से मारा गया अयतुल्लाह खामनेई को कैसे
देखिए, खामनेई साहब को शहादत दी गई है और जब बातचीत हो रही थी, बातचीत का बहाना दूसरे मुल्क में जाकर बात हो रही थी और खामोशी से अटैक करके ये जुल्म है, ये सरासर जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानून है उसका उल्लंघन है, अमेरिका और इजराइल ने किया है। ये आतंकवाद फैलाते हैं अमेरिका और इजराइल, इनके खिलाफ गुस्सा है और शहादत तो हमारा मीरास है। यहाँ जितने भी हैं नौजवान, ये अगर मौका मिल जाए कि हक पर और मजलूमों की हिमायत के लिए अगर हमें भी शहादत करने का मौका मिले तो हम भी शहीद होने के लिए तैयार हैं और कभी भी जालिमों की हिमायत में नहीं खड़े होंगे। वही ईरान कर रहा है, खामनेई साहब कर रहे हैं। लेकिन हमें अफसोस है कि हमारा देश के प्रधानमंत्री ऐसी जहां पर अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी कितने सर्व नेता थे, सर्व समाज के नेता थे, वो जिस हिमायत करते थे गाजा और फिलिस्तीन की, उसी के खिलाफ आज जाके नरेंद्र मोदी जी उसी देश में जाकर अपना स्वागत और अपना फख्र महसूस कर रहे हैं, जालिमों का साथ दे रहे हैं। इसके लिए हमें बहुत अफसोस है और हम मांग करते हैं।
आप लोग गमगीन थे और मतलब ये अयतुल्लाह खामनेई का जिस तरीके से शहादत हुई उसको कैसे देखते हैं, कितना बड़ा नुकसान?
बिल्कुल ये इंसानियत का नुकसान है, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा खामनेई साहब मजलूमों के लिए लड़ रहे थे और करबला भी हमें यही सिखाता है और भारत का संविधान भी हमको यही सिखाता है कि हमेशा पीड़ित के साथ रहो। खामनेई साहब ने शहादत देके मजलूमों की हिमायत में शहादत दी है और ये शहादत इजराइल और अमेरिका को बर्बाद करके रहेगा। ये आप देख लीजिएगा, जिस तरह करबला में जिस तरह इमाम हुसैन को घेरा गया, यजीदी फौज ने घेरा था, उसी तरह ईरान को घेर लिया गया, मगर शहादत हो गई। इमाम हुसैन की शहादत हुई, खामनेई साहब की भी। इमाम हुसैन आज भी जिंदा है, यजीद मर गया। और मोदी जी हमें बताएं कि मोदी जी वहां क्या करने गए थे, इसको मोदी जी क्लियर करना चाहिए। जबकि हमारे देश की नीति ये है कि ईरान के साथ हमेशा रहते हैं, ईरान हमेशा भारत के साथ रहता है। थैंक यू।
तो ये तमाम लोग सीधे से अयतुल्लाह खामनेई की शहादत पर उनकी नाराजगी है कि अयतुल्लाह खामनेई के जो मौत हुई है उससे सिर्फ एक कम्युनिटी का नहीं बल्कि इनके हिसाब से एक उनकी कम्युनिटी के लिए, इस्लाम के लिए जुल्म के खिलाफ लड़ने वाले व्यक्ति की शहादत है। कैमरा पर्सन नीरज के साथ संतोष कुमार, आज तक।
So Iran has declared 40 days of national mourning after Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in a joint US-Israel military action. This triggered fears of escalation across the Middle East. Thousands of Iranians gathered at the Imam Reza Shrine in Iran's Mashdad in show of support for the Supreme Leader of Iran following a joint US and Israeli strike as tensions escalate across the region. Supporters of Iran's Supreme Leader gathered to protest the Israeli and US strikes on Iran. Protesters were heard chanting, "Death to America, death to Israel" in Qom in central Iran, or Qom as people there call it. Few minutes after the announcement of the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, hundreds of protesters in Tehran converged on the Angheleb Square to mourn the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Pilgrims were seen mourning the news of Ayatollah Khamenei's killing at Imam Hussein Holy Shrine in Iraq's Karbala. Pilgrims were also chanting anti-America slogans at the shrine. Kashmiri Shia Muslims in Srinagar, they held a demonstration against the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, killed in Israeli and US airstrikes. So those are images that you see from Srinagar. Protests are taking place in Srinagar. The Badgam area, parts of central Kashmir have some sizable Shia Muslim population. Kargil has a sizable Shia Muslim population, as does Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. And these are areas where people have taken to the streets to protest the US action. There's more breaking news coming in. The United States has released images of its Operation Epic Fury. On your camera, you will see the first 24 hours of Operation Epic Fury. The first 24 hours indicate the President of the United States of America ordering action, and US soldiers, US sailors and airmen, US Marine Corps carrying out military operations. There's a statement that has also been issued by Admiral Brad Cooper, who's the CENTCOM commander. Central Command has hailed the first 24 hours of operation, and they've released certain images of the aircraft carrier. This is USS Gerald Ford and Abraham Lincoln, one that carried out offensive operation. It was Abraham Lincoln that carried out offensive operation. You see the F-22 Raptors, the FA-18 Tomcats, they're carrying out offensive operation off the coast of the Persian Gulf, and helicopters, multiple helicopter sorties. You also had the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System that was in operation, along with the Patriot Missile Defense Shield. All of this that was aimed at targeting multiple locations across Iran. 500 different sites were targeted almost simultaneously, and that was the aim of the operation. Iran takes great pride in the fact that it's a very vast country. Its missile resources, its military resources are very spread out, and that is why it has considerable second strike capabilities. But in this case, America and Israel had wargamed it so effectively that they had that message out that they will strike at all the locations from where Iran can strike back, or at most of them. Of course, there were multiple sites that were underground that could not be targeted initially, and that is where Iran, those are the sites that Iran is using for its counter-strike operations that continue even today. How long will they continue? That remains a huge challenge for Iran. But the weapons that you see being fired by the United States of America and by Israel, their strike decapitation operation on top, subsequently followed by taking down symbols of the regime and leadership of the regime. Two images on your television screen: the launch of the weapons from various locations across West Asia, the Persian Gulf and Israel, and counter-offensive that's been carried out by Israel and America. 500 locations, taking down the entire top leadership of the Iranian forces. Information that is also coming in seems to indicate that 40 top leaders have been neutralized. You have Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who's been neutralized, Ali Shamkhani, and we will also put out those images for you on your television screens. Ali Shamkhani advisor to Khamenei, secretary of the Defense Council. Mohammad Pakpur was the head of the IRGC, was taken down. Mohammad Shirazi, head of the military intelligence, he was taken out. Salah Asadi, a top intelligence officer, someone who was keeping an eye on not just internal but also external intelligence inputs that were coming in. And Aziz Nazirzadeh, the defense minister of Iran since 2024. Now, these are people who have all been neutralized. The strikes, the manner in which Operation Roaring Lion was carried out by Israel and Epic Fury by the United States of America. Very closely coordinated operations, and I must give you some details of this operation that India today has been able to gather either through sources or through information that's now in public domain. Each and every site was identified. Tehran, the command and control center. The underground bunkers where leadership could be hiding. The presidential palace, or to make that statement, wherever President Masoud Pezeshkian is, or the compound where Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was, and they waited. The moment they had information that top leadership was coming in for a briefing and a meeting with Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, they tracked those vehicles. Satellite intelligence, electronic intelligence, signal intelligence, and human intelligence. All of this information was then collated together, mapped, and the moment it was confirmed that you had Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at that location and the entire details of the top leadership that I gave you, 40 top leaders, including the 7 top ones that we've just listed out, from Ali Shamkhani to Mohammad Pakpur to Mohammad Shirazi to Saleh Asadi to Aziz Nazirzadeh. All this information, all of them in one building, one compound, they bombed it. Not one bomb, not 2, not 3, not 5. 30 bombs, 30 bunker busters, one after the other, each primed at a different level. So the first would explode either at the surface level, the next one will explode 5 meters down, the next 10 meters down, going all the way down to ensure whoever is in the bunker would also be taken down. That's how the GBU-31s operated. More breaking news coming in. Iranian Armed Forces Chief of Staff has also been killed. Abdul Rahim Musawi has been killed. That's a big story that we are breaking here on India Today. Several loud explosions heard in Tehran. Multiple explosions, as our reporters were telling us, are being reported from different parts of Iran. Iranian Armed Forces Chief of Staff has been killed. Abdul Rahim Musawi is dead and confirmed according to inputs that are coming in. So this is the level of intelligence that the United States and Israel have been able to glean on ground. Abdul Rahim Musawi has been killed. I want to get you more on this story in just a moment from now as we tell you details about how there is a second line of leadership that is being put together, a temporary transition council that is being put together as the information comes in of Iranian Armed Forces Chief Abdul Rahim Musawi being killed filters in. Ali Shamkhani, advisor to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on defense, Secretary of the Defense Council, was amongst the first whose information was given by the Israeli officials that he'd been neutralized and confirmed kill. IRGC commander Mahmoud Pakpur, Mohammad Shirazi, head of the military bureau, Saleh Asadi, senior intelligence officer, neutralized, as was Aziz Nazirzadeh. I quickly want to bring in Maya Hoffman from Jerusalem for more on the story. Maya, what more can you tell us about the killing of the Iranian Armed Forces chief?
I don't have much inside information right now about that killing. What I do know here in Jerusalem, what they're speaking about is that there are several rounds of Iranian leaders that are expected to be on the assassination hit list. As you saw last night, 30 tons onto one building in order to eradicate leader Khamenei. We've seen the head of the IRGC and many other Iranian leaders. The list is starting to come out. Israel said already that many have not been named and that have been killed. So we're expecting to get more names as the day comes out. And of course, as I said, the hit list is quite extensive. It is like what we saw over the last year with Hezbollah. We're expecting for not only the leader, but the successor and the other potential successors to all be eliminated in order to be able to turn around the situation in Iran.
The situation does appear very grim. We are now being told that there are strikes that are still happening even as we speak. So Israel and America continue to target Iran, not just for the top leadership that's been neutralized, but do you have details of what are sites that are being targeted as we speak, man?
Yes, what they're doing right now is they're continuing to work. There's a two-front attacks going on. On the one hand, as you mentioned, the leaders. But on the other side, the goal of this attack is not only to bring about regime change, but also to eradicate the threat coming from Iran. We're talking about the ballistic missile launching sites that are being targeted directly. We're talking about the nuclear facilities that still remain, the enriched uranium that there is going to be targeting and stopping. The goal is to eradicate Iran's ability on the one hand, to carry out attacks in the region, as we're seeing it do, not only in Israel, but Bahrain, the UAE, etc., and to be able to help the people to bring about a regime change by targeting the leadership and calling on the citizens of Iran to rally against their government and to take to the streets as they did before and to help bring about regime change.
Excuse me. Oh, absolutely. And that's very interesting in the manner in which this appears to be happening. We are told that some of their missile sites, missile launch sites, and some underground sites are also being targeted. Do we have any more details of the sites that are being targeted? And do we have any information on operations against Iranian Navy? There was a threat to the Strait of Hormuz. How is that being dealt with?
So what I do not know any specific sites right now. I've just had a few minutes between recordings to go back and to start talking to the experts and the analysts in the military. I will be able to get back to you with that on our next recording. What I can tell you is that you have to remember that there's also a push by U.S. President Donald Trump to ensure the oil sustainability, right? We're worrying now what is going to happen to the oil prices during this war, but ultimately, like we saw in Venezuela, there's definitely going to be a push to ensure that there is access to the oil coming from Iran. Remember, it's its #1 resource, and without question, you can expect to see that, especially from the American side, attacks that will bring about more stability for the oil in the region.
So the situation does appear to be very grim, man. Stay with me. There's more breaking news coming in, and this time it is Iran's counterstrike that's taking place on the GCC countries. Apparently, according to a report that's coming in, smoke seen over the Dubai port. There are sirens that are blaring in Qatar, in Doha. Reports also coming in. Israel has now issued an official statement. Israel in a statement has said they've dropped more than 1,200 bombs, 1,200 PGMs, precision-guided munition dropped on Iran. And Iran has now lost its armed forces chief of staff, Mousavi. That's the information that is coming in. At the same time, let me also tell you that Iran was also wargaming this for quite some time. They knew if the top leadership was eliminated, the second line was already in place. And learning from the example of Hezbollah being taken down, the pager attacks that took place, multiple attacks that took place when Hassan Nasrallah, for example, was killed of Hezbollah, how the entire second, third, fourth and fifth line of leadership was also taken down, so that the newer boys or the newer fighters would not know what to do, or the terrorists will not know how to strike and would not have access to the bigger picture. That's exactly what Israel wants to do with the leadership in Iran. But the leadership in Iran had also made contingency plans. Mayan, if you're still with me, how difficult would it be to take down those contingencies that Iran has already put in place? So, for example, we are told that After Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed, Mujtaba Khamenei has already taken over. There's a Supreme Council, a temporary transition council that Masoud Pezeshkian, the president, has put in place. What more can you tell us about how Israel is going about it, different from what it did with the Hezbollah, or similar tactics?
I believe you're going to see similar tactics. What you're talking about here is that Israel has been tracking the leadership and the successors, again, of the leadership for quite a long time. This isn't a new operation. The reason that Israel was able to target and kill Khamenei was because Israel has been tracking his whereabouts and knew exactly where he was. They also knew what kind of meeting he was in, who was with him. Remember, they didn't only target Khamenei when that launcher took off. They also targeted 30. They had 30 locations and 30 leaders were targeted in 30 seconds. Is what the Israel intelligence community is saying, and there are many more attacks like that planned. I don't believe that Israel will struggle in terms of finding and eliminating the leadership. I think the bigger question is, can airstrikes actually take out a regime? And I think most military experts understand that the answer is no, that in order for the regime to be uprooted, it will be a combination of the incredible tactics by the United States and Israel alongside the people on the ground who will need to also rebel against the government and bring about an overturn.
Is there anything available as yet to indicate that people on the streets will rise against whatever part of the regime remains? Because all accounts so far seem to indicate, including reports that are coming in from Iran, that people are coming out in large numbers in support of the regime, Mayan.
That is what is appearing right now, but I believe there are a lot of efforts going on behind the scenes, and you're not all the information. Remember, Iran does not have free media, and you are not necessarily getting access to everything that's going on the streets. I'm in a number of groups here in Israel that are in connection with Iranian dissidents and some Iranian reporters and others on the ground who are reporting that there will be an uprising. There was a risk, as we knew, when we go in and we attack a country like Iran, that there is one of two things that can happen. Either you can see a sort of rallying around the flag, people coming out in support of the regime because of the attacks that are happening there, including at some key sites, or you can see the opposite, people feeling that the government is weak and that they have now an opportunity to rebel and take action. I think what you saw, given the fact that after the 12-day war, you had such a mass uprising by the Iranian people. It's not the first one. Certainly it was the largest one. And we know that the Iranian people have sought a regime change for quite some time. I do believe that if these attacks are effective, if Iran's capabilities of launching ballistic missiles and other missiles at the region and Israel is stopped, if they aren't able to control their proxies, you haven't seen yet Hezbollah, even though it came out in words in support of Iran. As you see, Hezbollah has not really entered this war. Not Hamas, not the Houthis, none of them are militarily yet coming out to support Iran. And that sends a message to the Iranian people that perhaps there is not as much support for this regime as they thought, and maybe they have a chance at overthrowing it.
Okay, now when you look at the situation right now, what is the game plan, or what is your reading, or what may happen? Because we're about to break a big story that's coming in from Karachi. But tell me quickly, what is it that you've wargamed? What can happen to Israeli interests and American interests world over?
Look, it's very telling what's going to happen in the next 2 days. You heard U.S. President Donald Trump say that we're in this for the long haul, which means that the war could last a long time. But if it is effective and last the next couple of days, then we're talking about potential regional peace. Saudi Arabia, remember, there are multiple reports about Saudi Arabia calling the president, urging him to move forward with an attack. You're seeing attacks on the Gulf states. Here, we just had another report of smoke right in Abu Dhabi, or in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. And what we're seeing is that with Iran attacking these countries, they're going to also rebel against Iran. So there is a very big likelihood that if this war is effective, that the whole region will change. That, in fact, Saudi Arabia will have normalization. It's right now covert. We're not really sure, what is happening, but we do know that talks are going on behind the scenes, and you might see a major shift. If you see that shift, we talk about much more regional stability for everybody involved in the region.
Oh, absolutely. Israelis world over sadly become a soft target when a situation like this happens. And post October 7, 2023, there were several alerts that went up. Is there an apprehension? Tourists could be targeted, others could be targeted?
Yeah, I mean, look, I can tell you that I've been getting reports from the Jewish communities, even in the United States, that have called on their synagogues and establishments, their Jewish community centers, to be on high alert. There's a lot of concern that there will be reverberating attacks against American targets and certainly against Israeli or Jewish targets that are abroad. Here in Israel, of course, everybody is on high alert. The Home Front Command has its protocols in place until earliest 8 o'clock p.m. on Monday night, and it could be extended, obviously, further. That precludes us being able to gather or to go about our lives. The airspace is closed, as you know. You talked earlier about India having to reroute flights. Flights are not coming into Israel. El Al is evacuated. Its airplanes are national air carriers.
Mayan, just stay with me. So the US, there's another bit of input coming in, and Mayan, I want your response on this. Reports in US say this was a joint CIA Mossad operation. It was a joint operation of the intelligence agencies of the United States and Israel. The New York Times is now reporting CIA helped pinpoint the exact spot where Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was meeting his top leadership. And based on CIA inputs, Israel dropped bombs at Khamenei's meeting with his top generals. The CIA had been tracking Ayatollah Ali Khamenei for months, as of course was the Mossad, is the input that Israel was sharing a short while back through sources. Information also coming in, Mayan, that CIA was tracking Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and it was a combination of intelligence inputs from satellite intelligence to signal intelligence to human intelligence. What more can you tell us? What are you picking up on how Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was finally neutralized?
Well, I think that goes without saying that we would have found out that the CIA was involved. America and Israel have been in full coordination since the very first minutes of planning these attacks. Now, I just want to highlight that I just did get an alert that in a few minutes we will have the siren, so I am going to have to sign off in a moment. Here in Jerusalem, they're about to have more rockets. Iran has launched more rockets at Israel. That being said, just getting back to your question, Israel and America, you have seen, and even Trump has said that they have been in lockstep since the very beginning. Yesterday afternoon, yet another call between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump as they continue to carry out their plans in Iran. So it would make sense that the CIA and the Mossad would be working together. Israel and America intelligence have been working together, again, since the beginning, even before the 12-day war in the summer, and certainly between that 12-day war and today.
In that story, I will come back to you for more on this. There's more breaking news coming in. The U.S. Consulate in Karachi has been targeted. A mob has vandalized the U.S. Consulate in Karachi. Look at these images. Unbelievable images coming in from Karachi in Pakistan. This is a mob that breached the security of one of the most protected buildings in Pakistan. The US Consulate in Karachi has been attacked by a mob. The question remains, what were the Pakistani police and the Pakistan army that provide perimeter security doing? What was happening within? A large mob tries to target the US Consulate, as you can see in these images, and they try to set it on fire. You can see the American flag there. You see this mob. You see concertina wire on top. The embassy, the consulate was shut. And this is where the large mob just went in. They breached perimeter security. They went in. Of course, there's bulletproof glass there. And then they started using sticks and stones to target the consulate, the American consulate in Karachi. And that's the second image that you see on your television screen, that police had to resort to firing tear gas shells when an angry mob took to the streets in Karachi, the business capital, so to say, of Pakistan in the Sindh province. So two images that we'll just show you. One of the mob in Karachi. There, that's the second image. And I want to play out that image to you for a moment, full screen, so that you can appreciate the damage that the mob was able to inflict. So despite the tear gas shells that were going on outside, this mob in Pakistan, it enters the consulate. Watch this. And they're celebrating it. They're celebrating it. The consulate in Karachi set on fire. The American consulate in Karachi targeted. That's television screen right now. Look at those huge security gates. Look at the concertina wire, the barbed wire, and the bulletproof glass that's there in place. You can see the American flag, and yet the mob managed to breach this security. Could this have been done without the complicity of the Pakistani state, of the Pakistani police? How can an embassy be breached? This is how you see lawlessness in the United States of America. It's a huge, huge development that's taking place. The consulate in Karachi has been set on fire. An attempt was made to set the consulate in Karachi on fire. Mob breached the perimeter fence. Police outside are firing tear gas shells. You have the riot police that are present there. And despite the riot police being there, there's nothing they could do unless they just moved aside and let the mob go in and target the consulate. The US consulate in Karachi has been set. An attempt was made to set it on fire. How did the mob with sticks and stones and incendiary, it seems they were carrying Molotov cocktails and petrol bombs, manage to breach the outer perimeter, the security perimeter, and enter and attempt to set the consulate on fire? Two images that you see on your television screen, and is this just the beginning of the protest that you see in different parts of the world to target, and especially the Islamic world? Countries, lawless countries like Pakistan, this is where the situation would be extremely grim. But this is a scenario which should be very worrisome. A lot of it may have been war game. A lot of it would have been war gamed, but is this even acceptable what Pakistanis are doing here? And Pakistan is one country that plays the biggest double game in the world. You had Pakistan's Field Marshal Asim Munir, a member of the Board of Peace, Pakistani airspace being used for strikes against Iran. And that is why America had very extensively been mollycoddling a military dictatorship and a hybrid state, with Donald Trump calling Field Marshal Asim Munir his favorite field marshal. Was this the reason? The lawlessness in the favorite field marshal's country? Watch on your television screens right now. Very, very alarming situation that you see on your television screen in Pakistan, in Karachi. Karachi anyway was once seen as very prosperous, but subsequently a lawless part of Pakistan. Of course not as lawless as the Northwest Frontier Province or Balochistan, where you have a freedom struggle that's underway. Though even in parts of Sindh, there are people who want to break away from the terror state called Pakistan. But just look at these images, the targeting of the American consulate in Karachi. And that full frame image that we are showing you from Karachi was outside the consulate, where you had the frontier constabulary, the paramilitary force, the armed police force in Pakistan that tried to stop this mob. But for a moment, listen in to what was happening. 19 seconds of pure horror in the US consulate in Karachi. My colleague Akshita Nandgopal for more on this. Akshita, this is truly, truly the real face of Pakistan and the doublespeak of Pakistan getting exposed. On the one hand, Pakistan is a part of that Board of Peace, and we are told Pakistani airspace was used for attack on Iran. And on the other hand, the US consulate is being set on fire in Karachi.
Absolute breakdown there in Pakistan, Gaurav. The images that you've been describing for us for the last many minutes. This is at the US consulate. You can see the images of how law and order has gone for a complete toss in Pakistan. These are images from the US Consulate, which you would have figured is an area where extra security would have been deployed, looking at the current situation and the developments in the last 24 hours. And yet people have not just managed to get close to the US Consulate, the images show them right inside the compound, Gaurav. Stone pelting has been reported. There's been arson incidents also reported inside. So this mob going on an absolute rampage. The security officials unable to do anything to stop this kind of a rampage. Also on the point that you mentioned about really where Pakistan stands on this matter, there are hypocrisies out there for the world to see. Yesterday there was a conversation that the Iranian government representative also had with the Pakistan Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar, where the Pakistan government actually condemned the strikes that happened in Iran. And yet there are so many questions about how they continue to try so hard to appease Donald Trump, go ahead and also, of course, are part of the Gaza board peace. And so amid all of this confusion about where they really stand, trying to appease every single side, this is the state of affairs in Pakistan. That a high security zone like the US Consulate in Karachi, parts of it is targeted in arson incidents. There's stone pelting that's been reported, and all the security officials you see around there, none of them could stop this mob from even entering into the compound, into the premises. We are going to assume, of course, in that US Consulate, all of the staffers were doing okay, but you can see how they were breaking through some of the glass panes, trying to enter. There are pictures that have come in of many of them holding up posters also of Khamenei as they continue to try and enter into the US Consulate. But absolute breakdown and very telling, Gaurav, of what the current situation in Pakistan is.
It indeed is, and it actually shows how Pakistan speaks with a forked tongue. Nothing that Pakistan says should be taken on face value. Now, Pakistan, it is widely being rumored, its airspace was being used for missions inside Iran. Because when Iran was being targeted from multiple flanks, the Arabian Sea was an area that was needed, but then you had to fly over Pakistan into the Sistan, Baluchistan area and then into Iran. That is where the Americans wanted Pakistani airspace, and that is why this mollycoddling of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, point 1, point 2, bringing them on the board of peace, point 3, giving them weapons and systems or pledge of weapons and systems was all for this. And now the American consulate is being set on fire, an attempt is being made to set it on fire. This would indicate that Pakistan is desperately trying to play all sides, as was Pakistan with Iran, saying that we are brothers, we should be together. And here is a brother that's virtually selling out the other brother.
You know, you hear the term brother in arms very often, Gaurav. In this case, many would argue it's also brothers in terror. And the fact that, you have Pakistan issuing a statement where they say that Iran has the right to defend itself under the UN Charter. And so on one hand, you've got them constantly reaching out to US, even to Israel, by being a part of the Gaza Peace Board, with those very telling images just from about a month ago, where you had Shehbaz Sharif with Donald Trump saying very clearly and hailing America. And now in open defiance of that, backing Iran, which is why also they're in a catch-22 situation, where you've got a Muslim nation in trouble, so they're having to back them, and at the same time trying very hard to be in the good books of Donald Trump. And somewhere along that line, they've completely messed up their foreign policy, which is why you have such, double standards in their statements also coming to the fore. But absolutely shocking, the images that we're seeing on our screens right now, of a mob on a rampage, armed with massive sticks, stones, entering into the US Consulate, managing to smash through those windows. And there are hundreds of people that you can see there on your screens who've gathered inside the consulate. So the security stood no chance whatsoever. Any active intel agency in a country would immediately alert that these are areas that need to be immediately cordoned off, that this is a high security zone that needs additional security steps, Gaurav, and you know that. In this case, nothing. We don't see any of that. The mob has managed to not be outside and protest. They've entered inside the US Consulate. We hope everyone inside the consulate, if there was anyone inside, is doing okay. And we don't know just yet if they've even managed to enter into the building, because that was clearly the attempt, in the manner in which they're trying to break through the window panes, break through the doors.
So some inputs seem to indicate that the standard operating procedure that's followed is the moment America is about to do something like this, or Israel, security around their embassies, their consulates, their business centers, all of that is enhanced. It's done world over. That's the standard operating procedure. Here, it seems while police were there, they were not there either in numbers, or two, they're giving some kind of a pressure cooker safety valve, just let some steam off. But this just shows the chaos and anarchy in Pakistan. If the US consulate is not safe in Karachi, who will bring in investment in Pakistan? Who will bring in investment? Because Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is a no-go area. Baluchistan, virtually a no-go area. Sindh, Karachi, where this is, if the US consulate is not safe, then what area of Sindh will be safe? Unless this is by design. That's the only thing that you can think of, because it just defies logic. There were some reports that seem to indicate that America anyway has a skeletal staff now in Pakistan. It's no longer a family station. They maintain very, very few personnel, and predominantly only in Islamabad. There are some Pakistanis who maintain, Pakistanis who work with the Americans, they maintain some other establishments for them. But we are waiting for an official confirmation, if at all, Akshita, at this stage. But this just shows the chaos, the lawlessness, anarchy in Pakistan, and the forked tongue with which Pakistan speaks. It sits on the board of peace, but is unable to protect American interests in Pakistan.
Can I also highlight here that, in the last 24 hours, Gaurav, while you've been on this marathon coverage reporting on what's been happening in the Middle East, in almost every single incident of, a US base being targeted, it's been Iranian missile strikes. Nothing that's evolved in the manner that it is in Pakistan internally. In every single one of these countries, whether it's the UAE, Saudi, Kuwait, Bahrain, they've controlled what's happening internally. They're only fighting together against Iranian missiles and trying to ensure that that is intercepted. Pakistan is now the only country in the world where you're seeing chaos and protests within, leading to violence within. And that's what's playing out now in Karachi, with hundreds of protesters managing not just to gather, but managing to enter into the US consulate premises and unleash mayhem, unleash violence. Unprecedented scenes that are playing out. Maybe not unprecedented really for Pakistan, but for the world to be watching this, of how a US consulate is being targeted not by Iran, but by within, by Pakistanis going in there, Gaurav.
So stay with us for a moment, and let's also bring in India Today's Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, who joins us for more on this. Geeta, this does appear absolutely bizarre, the manner in which a mob is able to breach the perimeter security of the US consulate in Karachi, enter the security gate, and those are bulletproof windows that they're trying to break open and trying to enter and set the consulate on fire. Unprecedented.
Unprecedented pictures. Also remember, Gaurav, this is the diplomatic enclave of in Islamabad. It's a high secure zone. In fact, where the US embassy is, there are cordons of security that you have to pass to reach the embassy, and all those security cordons have been breached. So it's not just, it's a huge security lapse, the fact that they've reached the gates of the US embassy and they're trying to break in. The fact that they've already vandalized the property from outside to a great extent. And the fact that even when this is happening, you're not seeing reinforcements come in to dispel the people from outside the embassy. So not just a situation of chaos, but one of a serious security lapse and security threat to
you make there,
to US embassy officials. Although today is a Sunday, so not many would be in the front office.
Yes.
But US embassy is a compound, and there are officials who are inside that compound.
Yes.
So it is a matter of grave concern.
So, you're absolutely right, Geeta. It's a matter of grave concern. This is the consulate in Karachi that we are speaking about as you look at these images of the attempt to breach it. But, that's a very pertinent point, Akshita, that Geeta was making, that reinforcements should have come in. You have reserves that should come in. Reserves should immediately, reinforcements should come in. In this case, none of that appears to be happening, Geeta and Nakshita.
You know, what you highlighted, Gaurav, is also something that people will ask. Whether this was allowed, whether this was a protest and rampage that was allowed by officials in Pakistan, which is how this mob managed to get so far, even entering the consulate premises in Karachi. Geeta's highlighted that too, that, you know, it's impossible for something like this to happen in any country, that these are high security zones like a US consulate. For you to be able to even protest close to it is near impossible, let alone enter inside the premises in the manner that they have, so close to the building, continuing the protest, even trying to breach that particular building premises and going ahead and trying to enter the compound. It's shocking images that have come to the fore, and there will be that question asked about whether, you know, this was intentionally allowed by the authorities. Why didn't they stop it? Or even once these mob and these groups managed to enter inside, why weren't attempts being made to push them back? You don't see a single security official there actively working, actively trying to stop these kind of attacks or stop the violence that's playing out in the streets of Karachi. Geeta, do we also have any sort of update right now on what the current situation is? Has this protest been brought under control at all?
Well, it doesn't seem like it. My apologies, I said US Embassy rather than the US Consulate in Karachi. Either way, even the US Consulate in Karachi is in a diplomatic area where most of the other secure consulates are. And the cordon is the same. In fact, it is a real security breach and a threat that they could pass through those cordons, security cordons, to reach the gate of the embassy, climb up the gate, because I see they're at the door and and are being able to vandalize the windows. So unimaginable scenes. But like we were discussing yesterday, whether it was amongst ourselves, the core reporters, before getting onto the show, or even during our coverage, that this is going to have massive ramifications should Khamenei be killed. Shia population across the world are going to go into not just protests, but they will surely be vandalizing property, taking on the administration of their respective countries as to why was there no help or intervention, and attack U.S. Properties in those countries. And that's exactly what is happening, starting from Pakistan. But expect a lot of these protests reach other countries as well. Might not be the manner in which, or the chaos that you're seeing, the security breach that you're seeing, might not be in other countries as you're seeing in Pakistan, but a serious breach. And expect more through the day, Akshita. While the war continues, while the retaliatory attacks continue between West Asia and Iran, the fact is that there is another layer to this, and that has to do with people and protests. Within Iran, there are going to be protests by those, or huge processions by those who support the regime. And the anti-government protesters are going to come out to celebrate, which is already happening on the ground in Tehran. And in other parts of the world, expect a lot of protests that we'll be reporting in some time from now.
Okay.
So we'll be monitoring situation when it comes to embassy and property through the day.
All right, we're going to continue tracking those images from Karachi, but let me bring the focus back to what's been happening after the killing of Khamenei and the updates that are coming in right now. Now, the information that we're picking up is about how this actually happened. How did America and Israel eliminate Khamenei? Those details are on your screens. We understand that in all likelihood this was a drone strike, and that America used a state-of-the-art suicide drone, a one-way drone that flies right up to the target, explodes on impact. This kind of a suicide drone was used by America to target Khamenei. They knew his precise exact location, which is why they launched their Operation Epic Fury in the first place. A kamikaze drone was used for the first time by America in Iran. It's a suicide drone and so perfect for this kind of a mission where America wanted it to be swift, knew their exact location, wanted the drone to just swoop right in to explode at the site and therefore ensure the casualties required. Remember, Khamenei, his family members have also been killed in this particular strike. What we're picking up is that he was at his office in Tehran and there was specific intel that America and Israel had regarding this, which is why America used their state-of-the-art suicide drones. It's the first time that these kamikaze drones have been used by America in Iran. But it was very clear that all of their military experts believed that the best way in and out, sharp attack, ensure that the target is immediately hit is by using these suicide drones. And so this has largely for America been a successful mission because not just have they eliminated Khamenei, they've eliminated several other of the top ring leadership of Iran. While there are so many questions also, of course, about whether it's been effective because of the succession plan that's been put in place, you look at it militarily for America, they've hit their target spot on. They had details of exactly where Khamenei is based and the drone, the suicide drone that was sent in. It goes in one way, explodes in the precise location that's given to it. It did exactly that, targeted that particular site. And what we're picking up now, I'll get you more updates that are coming in. The US media reports are giving us more details of exactly how this operation was carried out. Using a suicide drone, yes, but the most important aspect of this operation was to ensure that America knew the precise location of the Iran leadership, of the supreme leader. And so this was a CIA-Israel joint operation. The New York Times has reported about how the CIA was the one that helped in actually pinpoint exactly where Khamenei was holding a meeting. And so that was the spot that was identified as the target zone. Then Israel dropped bombs at that particular meet location. CIA, according to the New York Times, was tracking Khamenei for a matter of months now, waiting for that precise moment of knowing his location. The timing had to be perfect. They had to ensure security-wise this was the location that they could actually get to him. And this was the point that they had chosen. At a meeting where Khamenei was meeting with some of his top generals, US and Israel decided this is the time to strike. You essentially had everyone in one base, in one point. And so with the suicide kamikaze drone, US went all out with one clear, precise, clean strike. And that's what's led to the elimination of Khamenei. The New York Times reporting that it was the CIA that's been tracking Khamenei's movement for the last many months and then decided that this is the right time by giving the exact location of where he and top generals would be. Geeta Mohan is joining us with more details on this. Geeta, US was waiting for this exact moment for the last many months, we understand, to ensure that there would be no sort of loopholes and that this operation would be carried out exactly how they wanted it to be. We understand that the supreme leader of Iran, Khamenei, and several of the top generals, they were all in a building in Tehran, in a meeting, in an office.
Well, that's right. And now this, Akshita, what you're seeing today and what we saw since yesterday is not a planning of a few days, weeks, or even months. This is years of planning. When those pagers exploded in Lebanon, that was not weeks or months. That was years of planning. They knew the shipment, they knew where it was going, and they had implanted bombs or to be taken to take out operatives as and when they choose. They could have done it much before, but they did it then after the October 7th attacks and the need to decimate. This also is years of planning. Khamenei's movement, Khamenei's core team, Khamenei's security, every bit of what Khamenei is, was, had, owned, moved, was tracked for years and had been tracked for years. There is serious penetration that Israel has when it comes to Iran, and there are people, there are informants who tell you exactly what the movement is. So they not only have been following the pattern, but also which is things that are out of pattern, and there's a pattern to that as well.
All right, Geeta, I'm just going to come back to you. I want to bring in Jeffrey H. Fisher, a retired colonel of the US Air Force, joining us on this broadcast. Colonel Fisher, thank you for joining us here on India Today. We'd just like a sense from you of the manner in which this operation was carried out. We understand America used suicide drones. They had the precise location of Khamenei with the CIA's help that's been working on this for months. What does it really take to bring this kind of operation together and ensure its success, Colonel?
Yeah, first of all, so good morning. Thanks for having me. You're right. I was listening to some of your assessments that you were just speaking through, and look, this is not a one night plan. This was there was a lot of effort and assessment and analyzing and intelligence that went into this kind of strike, right? I think that, and obviously as a retiree, I did not plan this one, but you know it's interesting. I was talking to a couple of friends as soon as this started, and colleagues from the Pentagon and State Department, and it was somewhat unique. You know, the United States Air Force and the Western Air Forces own the night, right? We're very good at striking in the middle of the night, and this was in broad daylight. So something was more important than securing our aircraft and mitigating risk at night. And as soon as you start ticking through what that could have been, about the only option that really made sense was a targeted strike against the leadership of Iran, who most likely at night was hunkering down and protecting itself where they would not be able to be targeted, and only moving during the daytime, assuming they had freedom of maneuver and that the United States would not be as bold, or the West would be as bold to strike in the middle of the daytime. So the United States and obviously the West chose to actually strike in the daytime and go after him as a target.
So you're explaining to us how, you had a shift in these operations. And I want to understand from you, where is the room really to be dynamic in something like this? Because the exact location, the timing, everything you would think is very precisely fixed to ensure that the target is hit as intended. So is there really room for, this kind of dynamic changing of decisions or calls?
Yeah, this becomes a really hard challenge, right? Because Iran's a big country, and if you can understand the habit patterns of the leadership of Iran, you might be able to target them quickly from, let's say, like a sniper shot or from something like that. But being able to launch missiles, being able to have those missiles and those suicide drones fly hundreds of kilometers without tipping off radars, without starting up warning sirens that the country's under attack. If you compare this, for example, to Israel, right? Israel has a very good early warning detection network that they know when missiles are inbound, and they can help their people and their military bases kind of prepare for an inbound strike. You have to be really, really good at understanding where Iran's radar systems are. How do you avoid them? How do you get your missiles in close enough that you can guarantee with certainty that you're going to be able to hit your target and strike with lethal force without them being tipped off?
The other challenge also in this kind of an operation is that there's not much known really of Iran's military might, or for that matter, their defense systems. So, for America also, how much of a risk or a gamble were they taking with going ahead and launching what we now know as suicide drones to go ahead and target that particular location?
Yeah, I would gently disagree with that. I think if you go back to their recent strike with B-2s, while the B-2s were successful at hitting their targets, the thing that a lot of people don't talk about is the ability to gain some phenomenal intelligence, right? Because as soon as those targets started falling, Iran turned on all of its radars, most likely, trying to find out where are these aircraft. They want to be able to target them and shoot them down. So they gave up their locations, they gave up their operational frequencies, they gave up the parameters of their radars, they gave up all that kind of information to try and strike a B-2. Many of those radar systems are in firm fixed locations. They're not on trucks, right? So the intelligence was extremely valuable for a continued on strike of this kind of proportion.
No, I agree. It was a precise strike, which is why we're seeing what we're seeing right now of Khamenei being killed in the manner, and of course, top generals. This was not just one target. What the US has pulled off here, courtesy the intel that they've received, is not just one, killing, but the top leadership of Iran also being eliminated in one strike, essentially. And that's why perhaps the information we're picking up is that the timing was shifted. US and Israel worked for months together to ensure the success of this particular mission. But also explain to me, Colonel, the timing, of when the announcement was made. You saw the strikes happening, at least India time, yesterday morning, Saturday. Soon after that, there was no confirmation whatsoever. It took about 10 hours plus for US to actually come out, for President Trump to actually come out and say, look, we've managed to get him. We've killed Khamenei. What exactly was involved in those 10 hours? How did that intel actually trickle in? And I'm sure there are huge challenges in that too, to identify whether the strike was successful or not.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how they acquired the intelligence. I can speculate for you. I think that there's a couple things, right? You're going to have Masood agents on the ground that are in and around Tehran that are going to try and validate or secure and the information to find out that. In addition, you're going to most likely be monitoring the radio frequencies and the communication channels that are being transmitted in and around Tehran. To find out, what's the IRGC reporting? Because if they're reporting it internally at their own channels, it's a pretty good validation whether what the situation is. So I don't know exactly how it happened, but you have to be very careful. I will point out you have to be very careful in this situation, right? So if you're the United States or you're Israel and you want to make a claim that you've killed the leadership of Iran. You better be right? Because Iran came out and said, no, they're still alive. They're fine. So we knew one side was going to be wrong, and it would be a lot of egg on one's face if the United States and Israel were wrong on this. I think if you go back to, when I was an operational guy and I was in Afghanistan right after September 11th in the United States, and we had thought that we had killed Osama bin Laden in a raid in Tora Bora, we had leadership go out and say that he was eliminated, and he was not, right? And it looked very bad for the United States at that point. So you got to be careful.
No, you're right. And, the information that came in yesterday, I remember, from Iran was that they kept suggesting that there's going to be a statement from the supreme leader as well. And that was followed hours later by America saying, no, he's been assassinated. We've killed him. We've got him. But thank you very much, Colonel Fisher. I appreciate your time for joining us and giving us your expert inputs on what's played out and Operation Epic Fury, as America called it. I'm going to cut across to more news breaks coming in. This isn't the end of the conflict, nowhere near the end of the war, because Iran now is saying we will retaliate against America and Israel. The Supreme Commander may be no more, but there's a very clear ring of command that's in place, which means seamlessly Iran is vowing that they will continue to take on US and Israel. There's going to be no lull. There's going to be no time for them to sit back and plan. They're making it very clear that even now, the fight against US and Israel continues. A top security official, Ali Larijani, has come out with a statement saying that we will burn your hearts, suggesting that and sending out this message to US and Israel saying you burnt our hearts, now we will burn yours, and that enemies will get a crushing response. Listening to this statement from Iran.
This will be more painful for them. The US should know, Americans should know that they stabbed the heart of the nation. Their heart will be stabbed too. Therefore, the behavior of the Ukrainian armed forces today is much stronger than before.
So that's the statement that's coming from Iran's security chief, saying that you will burn too. A clear warning being issued to US and Israel. Since yesterday, we've seen all of those counter strikes, of course, coming in. Geeta, no lull per se. If anyone thought that with the assassination, the elimination of Khamenei, it would come to an end, that's most definitely not the case. Not just is there a very clearly established succession plan, but for Iran, the security apparatus is already at it. And so this war, it looks like, is going to continue.
Absolutely. Iran does not work like other countries where you will see surrender. They're willing to burn and die, but they're not going to surrender. As of now, it still seems like the case. They still have ammunition, they still have stockpile, and they're going to use it to their fullest might to show and to see whether if there is going to be international pressure for an off-ramp. If that's not really going to happen, then this is going to take a serious turn for Iran. The problem for Iran, Akshita, like we were discussing earlier, are multi-pronged, at least two-pronged for sure. One is the domestic front, where on the one hand, you're seeing a lot of people come out and weep, gather around the house of Khamenei. But on the other hand, you're also seeing a lot of people come out into the streets and celebrate. They're the same people who were protesting the regime and wanted a change not so long ago. So the Iranian regime has to handle what's happening within, at home, and also then take on the US-Israel missile onslaught. And the retaliation is not happening anywhere but in West Asia. So West Asia certainly is going to feel the brunt of the war, and certainly is collateral damage, because they already had said that they're not going to allow their airspace, water, and land to be used against Iran. And that was only to show that they are not going to be party to any of the attacks. Having said that, for Iran, like Arakchi said in his interview to us, 2,000 kilometers is the cap, and they do not have range that reaches or capability of missiles that reach America. So that capability exists within the 2,000 kilometer range, and certainly all America's US bases fall within that range. So they started with the bases, critical infrastructure, and now have moved to the respective countries itself, just to create enough damage, panic, and chaos that once global economy is impacted, Akshita, then there will be some pressure that we're already feeling it with so many thousands and thousands of people stranded in every country, because most of them nowadays go via Qatar, Doha, Muscat, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and the fact that they do not have that space, or they do not have option to reach home or to go to wherever they were going right now is going to hurt. It's going to hurt very, very bad. So a lot of people stuck. A lot of Indians are there in West Asia. So the Indian government is monitoring the situation very, very closely. For the Iranian regime, they've already, like we were saying, there's a council that appoints. We assume that they would be focused on this rather than looking at an appointment, but they've already announced. I suppose they've already realized that if Khamenei has been martyred, there would be no other person who could then take over than Mujtaba Khamenei, his son. Khomeiни's grandson was also a front runner. Ali Larijani was going to be the acting supreme leader till the Assembly of Experts really decide on the future. And
I'm just going to also interrupt, Geeta, just to quickly get the latest update that's coming in of Iran continuing. This is exactly what Geeta is also highlighting, that there's going to be no break whatsoever. Iran is continuing to bomb US camps in West Asia. As we speak, there are updates coming in of key US sites being hit in several parts of the Gulf in the Middle East, including in Bahrain, in Manama, where in fact key US sites, there's a naval base there that's been hit by missiles. Yesterday it happened. We understand today too, Iran continues to target these key US sites. They're attempting to hit Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, and several other countries as well, which is what's led to mayhem in many of the top cities and unprecedented scenes of, drone strikes at some of the most iconic locations of some of these cities. But those images on your screens from Bahrain, I just want to draw a comparison, and I'll bring in Geeta on this. Geeta, while we were reporting through yesterday, the counter-strike started in a matter of maybe 60 minutes right after US and Israel hit Iran. Today, considering the public announcement of Khamenei's death, has that changed? Have there been more counter-strikes today in the last few hours?
Well, the strikes certainly have increased, and they're going beyond just US bases. That certainly is a shift in stance and strategy, which really means that the Iranian regime right now is on an all-out war position. Right now, they've hit yet another. Bahrain, I suppose, Akshita, has been the most hit.
Yeah. At least going by the footage, yeah.
Not just, and also the fact, the number of incidents, the number of bombings that have been reported and explosions that have been reported are more, I see, coming from Bahrain than any other place. So is it vulnerability? The airspace being not as strong as the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and the rest of the countries is something, again, a strategic expert would be able to assess and tell us. But Bahrain has been really badly hit. And now we're looking at US camps and US key installations and facilities in other parts also being hit. So yes, they are going to now respond and respond very, very strongly. For Iran, Akshita, it is a do or die.
Yeah,
there is no other option for the regime. We are not talking about Iran as a country or Iranians as people. For the regime, this is a do or die situation. They either sustain, hurt enough where it hurts the most, hit enough where it hurts the most, so that there's a response on an off-ramp.
And I just want to switch across to big breaking news that's coming in. Remember the footage that came in from Karachi of the US consulate being targeted by a violent mob? The update we can get you is from Pakistani media reports that suggest that 8 people have died in US military firing. The US military was forced to fire upon Pakistani protesters because the local police did absolutely nothing to stop the protest from going out of hand. They entered into the US consulate, and so the US military that's deployed within the consulate has resorted to firing. 8 have died. 30 Pakistani protesters have been injured in that firing. You know, we kept asking that question of how the Pakistani security allowed something like this to happen, for this escalation in protest, that they managed to even enter into the US consulate. The US military that's deployed within the US consulate for the security of the citizens of America who are based in that consulate have resorted to firing at the protesters to bring the situation under control. Pakistani media reports suggest that 8 have died as a result of US military firing. So things going completely out of hand there in Karachi. Look at the images on your screens. That is of the fire that broke out in one part of the consulate building as a result of these mobs entering, these men entering with petrol bombs as well, which they hurled at the building. The US military, looking at the emergency situation playing out, has resorted to firing at the protesters to disperse them, to move them away from the consulate premises. 8 people have died, 30 injured. That is the confirmation we have right now. A complete breakdown of law and order. Geeta, the US military has had to intervene within the establishment, within the US consulate, with hundreds of protesters there. The US military has been forced to resort to firing. 8 people have died, Geeta. Completely avoidable if the local security setup had ensured that, you know, we didn't see these kind of scenes of protesters storming into a US consulate.
Well, exactly, Akshita. That was the first observation when I was looking at the visuals, that how come there are no reinforcements? How come they got through the initial barricades inside the consulate, the security cordon, and that they're here and that there is nobody to stop them? The security apparatus within the consulate in Karachi is very high. It's always been known as a very high security zone, and it has always been known as a very sensitive posting. So certainly the fact that there are military officials inside, that's American territory, by the way. The fact that they are where they are, this is US territory that they were breaching, and so US military and security officials have all the right to ensure safety and security of their staff and their diplomats, which is exactly what the US military or US forces stationed inside did. They took matters in their own hands because the local law and order apparatus has completely failed the diplomatic mission of the United States of America. This is a serious breach, And yes, there have been killings, there have been firing. One will have to see whether if Pakistani authorities are now going to come and ensure that the crowd moves away from this space. But this is going to be a scene in many parts of the world. Let's wait and see whether if certain countries in Africa are going to show tension as well. The certain countries in Southeast Asia where there could be tensions, but a cause for worry, a cause for concern, and lots of questions for the Pakistani authorities as to why is it that they are not containing and controlling the unrest that we are seeing. This is absolute civil unrest.
Yeah, you're right. You're seeing protests in some pockets of India as well, but all of it controlled, no violence breaking out in the manner that you're seeing in Pakistan. And so while you will see, sure, some protests in several parts of the world, this kind of complete breakdown of law and order, where protesters were allowed to enter inside a US consulate building, you perhaps won't see anywhere but in Pakistan. And in Karachi, things going completely out of hand as the US military had to resort to firing upon the protesters to disperse them. They were trying very hard. In the footage that we have, you can see them trying to break through the window panes, trying to enter into the building, which is why obviously there was an imminent security threat, which is what led to the US military opening fire at the protesters there to disperse them. We don't know currently what the situation is, if that entire area has been secured or not. But we can confirm for you that right now, 8 Pakistanis have died, 30 injured in the firing by the US military in these unprecedented scenes that we're seeing really in Karachi, of the US consulate being stormed in this manner, attempts by them to set the entire building on fire. There were many of them armed with petrol bombs. Some of them had massive posters of Khamenei as they entered into the US consulate. And while you will see, I'll again highlight that there are protests taking place across the world, including in pockets of India as well. None of it is escalating in the manner that it is in Pakistan because of, in fact, ensuring detailed security setups in most of these high security zones. A US consulate is an extremely high security zone. And as Geeta was pointing out, the reason the US military has resorted to firing is because you had that breach of, in fact, all of the protesters entering into what's referred to as American territory, because they were in the US consulate by the time the US military resorted to firing. And the local security officials there could do nothing to stop this particular escalation. And that's what's led now to 8 people dying and 30 injured in the US military firing upon Pakistani protesters. This is the footage that I was referring to earlier of hundreds of people entering into the US consulate and trying to break through, enter into the building. I want to go across to more breaking news that's coming in, and as we keep a close track of what's happening in Karachi, remember there's disruption across the world. The biggest disruption is in the form of flight operations being affected. In India too, there have been several flights. Anything that flies through the Middle East has now been cancelled. Flight operations have been suspended by major airlines, and this war has crippled flyers across airports. Millions now remain stranded at airports in Dubai, in Doha as well. Air India has cancelled over 20 flights to and from the Middle East, even via the Middle East. Air India in its statement says safety of passengers and crew is the highest priority. Indigo has also cancelled its flights to Middle East right up until March 2nd. Etihad has suspended all flights to and from Abu Dhabi. Qatar Airways has cancelled flights to and from Qatar. Now, obviously, the Middle East airlines have all cancelled their flights. If you have a flight out from anywhere in the country that flies through the Middle East or to the Middle East, do check your flight status, because most of the flights right now have been cancelled either as a precautionary measure or simply because the airspace has completely been closed off for the time being. So it's not just, domestic airliners like Air India and Indigo that's called off flight ops right now. Most of the Middle East airlines are not functioning, and this could go on for the next 24 hours and more. This is, in fact, the biggest impact that this war has had on flight operations across the world. There are many Indians who are also stranded at these airports in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Obviously, the Gulf has a huge Indian population as well. But at these airports, for anyone who's stranded, I'd like to again highlight that the government is doing everything they can to reach out to them. Embassies are actively in touch with many of these Indians. And there was a communication also that came in earlier today that for any visa issues, to extend it to ensure that they're not left stranded at these airports, the government is stepping in. Embassies are actively working on communicating with all stranded Indians. And again, for any of you who have a flight to catch in the next 24 to 48 hours, ensure you track the flight movement and track all updates coming in, because if it's flying to the Middle East, via the Middle East, in all likelihood, that flight has been cancelled, especially if it's any of the Middle East airlines. It's definitely at this point cancelled. There have been individual communications from Qatar Airways, from Emirates, from Etihad, that for the next 24 hours their flight ops remain suspended. There are constant communications coming through, and do tune into India Today, because we'll continue to get you all of those updates, all of the live communications that are coming in from these airlines and from the government. We're constantly flashing it on our screens as well to get you those updates of what's happening on flight ops. It's happening across the world right now, because if you look at really what the flight movement looks like currently around Iran and in many of the Middle East countries, it's completely empty. No flight flying over these areas, because the airspace has also been temporarily closed off, keeping in mind the fact that we've been seeing all these missile strikes, counter-attacks by Iran and drone strikes too. Most defense systems have been activated to ensure that any incoming drone attack or missile attack is immediately intercepted. So in such a situation, there is no way flights can actually fly through these particular pockets and these airspaces. Expect this to continue, and this inconvenience to continue for the next 24 hours at least, because there's still a huge amount of unpredictability of what the situation could look like in the next 24 hours. And this is something that's obviously completely out of our hands right now. It all depends on what we see in the next 24 hours. Looking at least at what's happened in the last few hours, it doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of ease up in the counter strikes by Iran, which is causing a concern that this could lead to a much longer halt of flight operations over the Middle East. And I'll just bring your focus to the images on the extreme right of your screens. This is from the Dubai International Airport, which was also hit by an Iranian drone. This is one part of the airport, and while we don't want to spread panic here on India Today, I will highlight that this footage shows the impact of that particular strike inside the airport. In all likelihood, this was debris of the drone that managed to hit pockets of the Dubai airport. In Abu Dhabi too, there have been reports of some strikes very close to the airport, and unfortunately a few casualties, about 2 people who've also died in these strikes in Abu Dhabi as well. I'll bring in Anmol Bali, who's joining us live from the IGI airport in Delhi for a quick update on what's really happening. Anmol, I hope there's no chaos at airports for passengers, who are wondering what's happened to their flight. Are they left stranded? Are they left waiting at these airports?
Akshita, currently I'm here at Delhi's IGI airport. Passengers are clueless, confusion and chaotic visuals are here at the IGI airport, where I'll show you the departure board behind me, which clearly shows disruption of flight movement across the South Asia and West Asia, because we have seen after US and Israel have launched a strike against Iran, and after the death of Ayatollah Khamenei and Iran's retaliation towards Israel and other Arabic nations, various of the flights have been cancelled towards the West Asia and towards the Middle East, where I'll clearly show you that a flight towards Sharjah is cancelled and other flights towards Dubai here you can see clearly is cancelled, and another flight towards Doha is cancelled, and not only flights towards Middle East but other flights towards the UK, Europe and other North American countries like US and Canada are also cancelled because of the Middle East, which is now has turned into a war zone. The airspace of 11 Middle East nations have been now totally paused. Flight movements have been paused there due to the war kind of situation. And what we are seeing here at the airport, that people are confused. People have come here from the far places to board their flights, but now what they are being told by the airlines is that their flights have been cancelled and they are asking for refund. And clearly you can see behind me in the departure board, Akshita, I have shown you that not only flights towards the Middle East are cancelled, but flights towards even UK, US and Canada are also cancelled because the Middle East is one of the transit point of the flights towards the Europe, and now various flights either will be moving via the Central Asia and then they will be entering Europe, or people will wait and people will be demanding their refund amid this chaotic scenes at the airports.
Okay,
Akshita.
Thanks, Anmol, for joining us with those details. I'd just like to highlight here that what Anmol has told us is that there are many flights where the stop isn't Middle East, which is why I've been repeatedly saying that if your flight is flying via the Middle East, then there's a big challenge there too. We're not just talking about Middle East airlines. Delta Airlines, United Airlines, they've suspended flights to Tel Aviv, at least over the weekend. KLM already announced that flights to and from Tel Aviv have been cancelled. Lufthansa, Air France, Pegasus, all cancelled flights to Lebanon as well. To Doha, also flights have been cancelled. So across the world, you're seeing airports right now full of passengers left stranded, wondering how long it's going to take for them to reach their destination. The Middle East has some of the busiest airports in the world. The Dubai airport, the Abu Dhabi airport, none of those are functioning right now. But as we get you all of these updates, I want to cut across right now to Mir Farid. If he's joining us live, I'd like to cut across to him to get the latest updates on protests. I highlighted what's happening in Karachi of Pakistan. In India too, there have been some protests by Shias. I'm cutting across to Mir Farid for a live update from Srinagar. Mir, over to you.
Well, Akshita, I'm in Srinagar, in the heart of Srinagar, Lal Chowk, which is a commercial hub, and behind me is the iconic clock tower. Thousands of Shia mourners have assembled here, and since morning the build-up started. As soon as the news spread of Ali Khamenei's death, there was an outpouring of grief, and this spilled over on the streets. I can safely tell you that these are the scenes in almost every district headquarter of the Kashmir Valley, where people in thousands have come out. Fortunately, as of now, these protests are peaceful, but people very angry. They're sloganeering against America, against Israel. People chanting death to America, death to Israel. They're very angry. Now, this was expected the moment we heard this news of Ali Khamenei's death, because his following is not just restricted to Iran or Tehran. He has a special emotional, spiritual connect with Shias, Muslims across the world. And that's why you're seeing protest almost everywhere. Now here, I'll ask Tariq to just show you. This whole square is filled with people, and people are coming thick and fast from various places. A lot of presence of security forces as well, who have their fingers crossed. Fortunately, as of now, no incident of violence, but a lot of anger. Huge portraits of Ali Khamenei here, and a lot of anger and resentment against the US and Israel. And these are the scenes in almost every district headquarter of Kashmir Valley. And not just men. As you can see, there are women as well who come in hundreds. They're mourning, these mourning songs they're singing, and a lot of anger, a lot of grief, and a lot of mourning as far as Shia community of Kashmir is concerned. And they are really displaying it and coming on the streets to protest against US and Israel. As you can see, there are hundreds of women as well, and thousands of mourners spread across Lal Chowk. A lot of presence of security forces, police and security forces in large numbers. But the fortunate bit is, unlike Karachi, these protests are very peaceful, and no reports of any violence from any spot of the Kashmir Valley. Akshita?
So protests continuing in several parts of the country, whether it's in Srinagar, as Mir Farid shows us, a peaceful protest, but you have quite a significant crowd that's gathered there in Lal Chowk of Srinagar. Lucknow has seen some protests. Interestingly, in Karnataka, there is a village called Alipura, which has a sizable Shia population. It's in fact referred to very often in Karnataka as Chota Iran or Mini Iran. You had, in fact, Khamenei visiting there in the 1980s to inaugurate a hospital. So there has been a 3-day mourning that's also been announced in that village. But none of it turning violent, extremely peaceful. I'd like to reiterate that these protests are very much under control. It's being allowed also by authorities. Permission has been granted for these protests. largely peaceful with huge security apparatus also being put in place. So a few of these incidents that have been reported, whether it's in Srinagar, where you have larger crowds, Lucknow, there have been a few protests that have been reported. In Karnataka, like I highlighted, in an area, Alipura village, that's called as Mini Iran, there's a 3-day mourning that's also been announced. All right, as we get you all of these updates that are coming in on the protests, let's also tell you about what's happening in Iran. If there are small pockets where there have been protests in India, in Iran, you've got thousands of people out on the streets, echoing the tremors of 1979, the year that reshaped its destiny. Decades later, Khamenei has been killed, and now you're seeing mourning playing out, scenes of mourning at least in parts of Iran. Let's get you those images from across Iran to give you a sense of what's really playing out right now in the country. Even as a succession plan has clearly been put in place, let's tell you about how the people of Iran are reacting to what's happened, at least going by the images that are coming in. And we'll tell you about how crowds dressed in black gathered with portraits and prayers. There were loud chants as they all came together to mourn the demise of Khamenei. There were several locations, in fact, we'll put out those images for you, whether it was the Engelab Square or the shrine of Hazrat Mazumeh, where mourners thronged the complex and mourned the demise of Khamenei. Let's get you all of those images from across Iran of people coming together in mourning. 40 days of national mourning that's also been announced by the regime. And there you go. Those are the pictures that are coming in of Iranians breaking down, crying, looking rather emotional once the public announcement was made that the supreme leader is no more. You had black-clad crowds gathering with portraits and prayers, mourners who thronged, and prayers that poured in at several of the mosque complexes as well. Devotees assembled at the Imam Hussein shrine for solemn rituals. And grief was written on several of these Iranian citizens' faces. But in some cases across the world, we've also seen incidents of vandalism, chants of death to America, death to Israel. The big question mark now is what happens in the country of Iran. You know, there's been this long call for revolution, for a change in leadership. There have been anti-regime protests in Iran. What happens now going forward? There are protests on both sides, some welcoming the killing of Khamenei, saying it's a new dawn in Iran. Many other protests that are anti-US protests also that's played out in several parts of Iran. A 40-day national mourning that's been announced. The question that will be asked, however, is whether this assassination will lead to change in Iran. Like I highlighted, a clear succession plan that's been put in place. In such a circumstance, are we really going to see any sort of regime change taking place? But I'll get you some of those reactions of what happened when the news was officially put out by Iran that the supreme leader is no more.
روح بلند و ملکوتی کوه نستوه ولایت پدر مهربان امت رهبر و امام مسلمین حضرت آیت الله العظما سید علی حسینی خامنه‌ای در راه سربلندی حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد گوارای شهادت را نوشیدند و به ملکوت اعلی پیوستند.
A very emotional news broadcast there. And for so many of those people, they don't know an Iran without Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at the helm, which is why there are a lot of questions of what happens next. Ultimately, Geeta, if you look at it, you know, US and Israel have succeeded in their military operation. Yes, very publicly, Trump has spoken of a regime change. But is there really a regime change with the assassination of Khamenei? Because you've seen clearly that succession plan already kicking in. So technically, is there any change at all in Iran?
Well, there is a new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and till Mojtaba Khamenei is alive and is not toppled, there is no regime change. There is no toppling of the regime, which is what a Trump administration wants, which is what President Trump said. He said that we want the regime gone. This is not going of the regime. If they think killing of the Ayatollah means that they've toppled the regime, then they're highly mistaken, because that's not how Iran works, and it would be rather myopic to think that one man and the death of one man would be the end of the entire regime itself. Iran does not work that way. They're prepared at 4 layers of leadership, not just the topmost layer. Should they be gone, there's another second rung, then the third rung, then the fourth rung. America will have to exhaust all of them to have the government go. But the other aspect, Akshita, is domestic. What's happening on the ground in Iran? Should the protests again begin within Iran and the administration not be able to control those protests, then we might look at the regime coming under threat. So for now, there has been no regime change. Iran has a new leadership in Mojtaba Khamenei, the religious leadership, and in a new military leadership in Wahidi, after the killing of the commander-in-chief, which is Mohammad Pakpor. And then the civilian dispensation still exists, with the foreign minister still writing, Ali Larijani still heading the National Security Council. So there is a massive, and remember, Wahidi, who is now the IRGC chief, is not a young officer. He has been in the army, in the intelligence wing, in the IRGC for years. He's a 1958 born, so he's about 54 years old, and has had a huge experience. He was a very, very young officer. Ali Larijani, a very senior individual in the administration. Again, was very close to the then supreme leader, late Ayatollah Khamenei, and heads the National Security Council, which was completely under the supreme leader. So, and he would have been caretaker or acting supreme leader till the time the Assembly of Experts chose the next head. So they did not waste time, Akshita. Yep. There is no regime change. The Iranian regime, the Iranian government now has new faces. Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, Ahmad Wahidi as the IRGC chief, Ali Larijani continues to be National Security Council head. Foreign Minister Arakchi still making those strong statements on how the foreign leaders should be behaving. He was on call with most of the West Asian leaders through yesterday, and explained to them about the US bases. That was yesterday, after which we saw them go beyond just the US installations. So we have an entire leadership we're looking at. There has to be, and then we'll also have to see whether if they're able to or not able to contain problems in their own home when it comes to anti-government protests. Yes, there are massive celebrations. Yes, Khamenei was not popular amongst many who were seeking change and reform, but Masoud Pezeshkian was a reformist. The latest where moral policing had come down, and we were there, Akshita, and we were not wearing our headscarves in the city of Tehran. The country still has scarf as a rule, and therefore when I was conducting the interview in an official building in front of an official, I had to wear my headscarf, but I did not report with a headscarf from Tehran. And you saw the reports. There were women who were roaming around without headscarves. Then we went to Qom, which is like a huge religious place. It's almost like entering a Gurudwara, where you cannot enter without covering your head. And therefore, when I was reporting from there, from the Hazrat Masuma's mausoleum, I had to cover my head. But those are rules of the country. The country requires huge changes when it comes to reforms, women's rights. We've been talking about it. I have been talking about it ever since Mahsa Amini. And that position of ours has not changed, or of mine has not changed. There is a requirement. And that's why on the ground, there is massive discontent against the supreme leader. You will see celebrations of not just Iranians who have been very, or have felt oppressed, and which led to a lot of protests in Iran recently, celebrating. You'll see a lot of Iranian activists who've been living in exile for decades also celebrating. You saw Marcia
Sure, but Geeta, you see those protests. I agree with you. You see celebrations outside of Iran. The image, however, that's painted when you look at the footage that's coming in from Iran is scores of mourners coming together. And that, paints an image of the supreme leader of Khamenei being very popular, a loved leader of sorts. So is that just narrative building, or what exactly is the sense you got in Iran?
The shock that the Muslim population, particularly the Shia population, is feeling with Khamenei's death is huge. There is a huge following of Khamenei within Iran and a huge following of Khamenei across the world. So they are in shock, and the problem now which will exist is if this continues, if the war continues between Iran, Israel, US, you have a massive flood of civilians in the streets of Tehran. They'll be out in Mashhad, they'll be out in Isfahan and Qom. So all of them who are out there, the retaliation, if carried out by Israel or America, would certainly have more casualty. So now the weighing in will begin of, and Akshita, when a country is at war, they have to be very careful. The country on the other side has to be careful on what the damage looks like. There's a reason why Iran has been reiterating and ensuring that they say that it's a 2,000-kilometer cap. Key installations will be attacked, and they have not killed a single American. They have not.
That's an important point. This perception, the optics, the messaging, narrative, all of that matters in this kind of a conflict a great deal. Geeta, I'm going to let you go. Thank you very much for joining us over this broadcast. We're going to go back to Geeta in a bit. Let me introduce on this broadcast Hamza Amir, who's joining us live from Pakistan. We also have Ofer Dayam, former IDF spokesperson, joining us on this broadcast. Dr. Datta is also with us. Hamza, I'm going to come across to you first for a quick update on what's happening in Pakistan. Very worrying images from Karachi of how the US consulate was stormed by protesters, leading to the US military also opening fire. We understand 8 people have died in that incident.
Yes, it is very unfortunate that since the time Shia Muslims found out about the martyrdom of Supreme Leader of Iran, Imam Khamenei, Ayatollah Khamenei, since then protests have erupted, and in Karachi, protesters were able to not only breach into the US consulate's premises, they were able to go to the main gate and even burn the entry points of the US consulate. That was when the riots became violent, and there was shooting and firing was done. 8 people at the moment have died. Over 12 people are critically injured. However, the police has cordoned off the area now. The area has been cleared, but the violence continues. The riots on the streets of Pakistan continue. Even in Islamabad, protests have been staged, are being carried out in the heart of the capital, and also in Lahore, protesters are gathering up to move towards the US consulate in Lahore as well. So yes, there is mourning. There are people who are angry, and there are people who are violent as well on the streets of Pakistan, protesting against what they call US's and Israel's aggression against Iran that resulted in the killing of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei.
Okay, we're going to track what's happening very closely in Karachi, but Hamza, just stay with me. I want to bring in on this broadcast also Ofer Dayam, former IDF spokesperson. Ofer, you look at the operation by Israel and US. Militarily, it would be deemed a success with the killing of Khamenei, which was essentially the mission and clearly the goal of both US and Israel. The question, however, that will be asked is whether the ultimate mission of a regime change has actually been accomplished at all, because you're seeing clearly Iran has got already that succession plan in motion and everything set in place.
So I want to put a few caveats in place. First of all, I'm formally with the IDF spokesperson unit. I'm no longer in the unit. I'm a civilian now. Second of all, I might have an alarm soon because we got the preliminary alert, so I might have to leave. The third thing is the regime change is not the prime goal of this operation. This operation is aiming towards Iran's nuclear program, and on the Israeli side, Iran's ballistic missiles. These two programs are a direct existential threat for the state of Israel, and as President Trump said in many statements that he made in the past few days, also for the United States, since Iran is developing missiles capable of reaching the United States. So a regime change would be a very nice to have. It's not the goal of this operation. The goal of this operation is to ensure that Israel keeps on surviving while the radical clerical regime in Iran every single day say they want to eliminate Israel. This is the goal of this operation. If the regime falls, that would be a blessing for Israelis, for the Iranian people who are vying for freedom. You said earlier that people in the streets are mourning, but that's not the whole picture. I get videos from Iran seeing people celebrating, toppling down statues of Khamenei. People want their freedom and they deserve it. So in terms of regime change, this is something that Israel and the United States cannot decide for the Iranian people. The Iranian people need to decide themselves which regime they want. And if now they go to the streets and topple this regime and take over the institutions, that would be, of course, great for Israel. But that is the prerogative of the Iranian people to decide who they want to rule them.
A concern. You're someone who is joining us as a civilian voice in Israel. Is there also a concern about how this will end? Iran has made it very clear they're not going to stop their counter-attacks. And so not just in Israel, but across the Middle East, normal life has taken a hit, a serious hit at that, with these kind of sirens constantly blaring. All of your flight ops being hit, your operations completely suspended. And I'm just listing just a few issues that are being reported.
You might see that I look very tired. I had a late night. We had an alarm at 1:30 a.m. and we spent until 2:30 in the shelter, so we didn't get much sleep this night. But I mostly feel for our brothers and sisters in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Qatar, in the UAE, of course, who are experiencing this war. I think they haven't experienced something similar in a very, very long time. So I'm sure for them it is very, very challenging. In Israel, on the other end, it is very, very hard. I'm sorry, I have a siren. I have to run. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Stay safe. You're going to constantly see those disruptions, and we apologize for that, but that's the nature of what we're reporting on right now. That many of our panelists joining us from the heart of this conflict, whether in Israel or parts of the Middle East, will have to cut off the moment they hear a siren. The new normal in the last 24 hours in the Middle East. The new normal is sirens going off, people running to take cover. And in many of these countries, while Israel, as Ophir did point out to us, is used to this sirens going off and immediately running into a shelter, for many of these countries, it's absolutely unheard of. In the UAE and Saudi Arabia, for sirens to go off, there aren't bunkers around. So essentially what they immediately do is go into a duck and cover mode to ensure they're fully safe and ensure essentially that they're indoors when these sirens go off. In the last 24 hours, this has become the norm, that every few hours you hear these kind of sirens going off. And what triggers it? Every time an Iranian missile or drone is sent towards that country. Their missiles are, of course, intercepted. And what you see in some cases, and some images like that of Bahrain, you see massive impact on the US naval base there. But in many other countries, the reports that have been coming in of missile strikes, not necessarily the missile hitting its target, but the debris of the missile or the drone that's been intercepted by the country's defense system. That's also led to a few casualties, like the example of Abu Dhabi. In Dubai too, it's similar incidents of, the debris of the missile or the drone hitting some of the civilian establishments, even hitting parts of the international airport in Dubai. But that's the biggest concern, that the situation right now continues to escalate because Iran isn't backing off. If anyone thought that with the announcement of the killing of Khamenei, things would kind of calm down, most definitely not the case. The last few hours, we've been seeing a whole lot of these counter-attacks continuing, which leads to the question, I'll bring in Dr. Suvro Kamal Datta on this broadcast, of what, Dr. Datta, the end game in this conflict is going to look like. It's not a question of hours. It's very clearly a matter of days that this is going to continue, because there's been no lull on the part of Iran. The supreme leader may have been assassinated, but clear line of command, which has led to essentially a seamless transition over to the next Khamenei.
I totally agree with you, but I extend my condolences to the Iranian people as well as to the people of Israel who have been killed in this war, and also to people in other countries neighboring both these two countries. And my condolences are also there with the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. What bothers me and what I understand is like this war is not going to end so soon. It will be there for a couple of days or might be for a couple of weeks. If we go by the narrative given by President Trump is very explicitly clear when he says that this brutal regime in Iran has to go. So that is something which is yet to be accomplished. And my understanding is like this war will continue for some time more. Iran does have a second line and a third line of leadership with them, and it is obvious that those people will play a very important role now.
And let me get in that update also. Dr. Datta, just stay with me. Mayan Hoffman, who's been reporting for us from early this morning, is joining us live from Jerusalem in Israel. Mayan, just wanted to first begin with a quick update from you. You know, we've had a number of guests and experts joining us from Israel who've been telling us that the sirens have been going off in the last few hours.
Yeah, sirens have really been nonstop. And as we're standing here, we might even get one here in Jerusalem. We just got a warning several minutes ago that rockets were on their way from Iran. We're also seeing sirens all the way up north at this stage, as well as, of course, the center of the country. Rockets have really been going off really every several minutes or every hour, so that you're constantly running up and down from the shelter. As we've reported since early this morning, last night in the middle of the night was one of the hardest attacks by the Iranian regime. We saw direct hits in the center of the country. Two apartment buildings basically destroyed. One woman in her 40s or 50s, it's not quite clear yet, was killed. Several other in serious condition, including some children who were at least lightly injured. I'm actually hearing interceptions above my head, although the siren has not yet gone off. In addition to that, what I can tell you is that we are, hearing from the Iranian and from the Israeli officials that, in fact, the retaliation, although it is very, very strong by Iran, it is really symbolic. They're saying that while the war may, as your other guest alluded, go on for the next few days, they do feel that the assassination of Khamenei, and not just Khamenei, but remember, most of the top leadership, of course, there are succession plans, but Israel is aware of who those people are. And my understanding here is that they're feeling that this is going to be an intense couple of days, but that this is going to end with victory.
Mayan, what is that victory defined as? You know, there's been a lot of talk about regime change. You're seeing the assassination of the Khamenei, which many would have thought would have led to that accomplishment of a regime change. Doesn't look like it. So what is a victory or a success defined as?
Well, there are two parts to this war you have to remember. Part one is an ultimate goal of regime change, but regime change will not come solely from airstrikes. The airstrikes by the United States and by Israel help to help bring that about, but ultimately the people on the ground will need to rebel and bring about that regime change. And as you've heard, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump both calling out to the people of Iran to go back to the streets and to protest and take down the regime. Of course, we have seen protesters rallying around the flag, of course, coming out in sadness over some of the destruction and the 40 days of mourning for Khamenei. So it's still a little bit preliminary to know exactly where this is going to go. That is only one part of the victory. The other part are the specific targets that you see Israel and the United States hitting right now. While we have also been receiving quite a number of rocket alerts here in the country, mostly intercepted, we are also targeting Iran, and we're hitting the ballistic missile launching sites. We're hitting, of course, the leadership that's able to launch those rockets from the launching sites. And in addition to that, we are hitting core targets that would impact their potential other missile programs and nuclear weapons program potentially. The goal of this, as Trump has made very clear, is that there will no longer be a threat to the region, meaning that this time next year, I will not have to be standing here talking to you about Iranian rockets raining down on Israel.
Well, I definitely hope so. But for the moment, it definitely looks like we are going to be seeing Iran continuing with these counterstrikes. I want to understand the nature of Israel's operation right now, Mayan? Is it largely only defensive, intercepting these missiles, or is Israel continuing to fire missiles at Iran's direction?
Israel is continuing to fire missiles at Iran's direction. It actually hasn't really stopped. It's hitting core targets. It has a list of leadership that it wants to eliminate and a list of locations that it wants to destroy in order to, again, achieve victory. What we understand, and there's been reports both in the New York Times and other American publications and confirmed here in Israel, that the CIA and Israel, the Mossad, have been working extremely closely together to understand where they need to target and who they need to target in order to achieve those two goals. Won't be achieved overnight. I think President Trump made it very clear it could be shorter, it could be long, but it won't be over until it's over. And it seems that even as the Iranian regime continues to threaten the United States and Israel, threaten a regional war, I heard you talking about the attacks that are going on in the region, places that have not seen this kind of rockets before. Our allies, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, we're seeing this, Qatar, all over the region. The question is, will this end up really escalating to a full-blown regional war, or will the United States and Israel working in Iran be able to get it stopped quick enough? Obviously, there will be some death and destruction on all sides, including here in Israel. As I said, somebody was already killed. Some people are in serious condition. And if you remember, during the 12-day war in June, 28 Israelis were killed in those attacks. We had a direct hit on a hospital back then. And we are hearing some reports of direct hits, mostly, again, in open spaces. But there are those that are hitting down. We can't report yet where they are. But definitely, Iran is having some success on the ground here in Israel as well.
The other question that comes up, Mayan, since you referred to, the scope of this war, expanding the theater of war, if you will, expanding also in this particular case, is for how long? Has there been any communication that's coming from the Israeli authorities to the people of Israel saying, listen, you'll have to hunker down for the next few days?
Oh, 100%. Our Homefront command has already let us know that the restrictions that are in place right now are in place at least until 8 o'clock p.m. on Monday night. And at that point, they'll reevaluate and let us know. So people are being asked not to drive on the roads. I'm standing in front of a grocery store because soon I'm going to hopefully be able to interview some Israelis to explain to you how they feel. But really, the only things that are open are pharmacies and grocery stores, the gyms, the entertainment, everything is closed. Schools are closed, of course. Children are learning via Zoom. The country is effectively shut down until what time we'll know that it's safe to come out. People are asked to stay in your shelters. And as I mentioned, these warning sirens come. They tell you, hey, be careful. Within, 8 to 10 minutes, there's going to be a siren in your area. And people are then asked to be by a shelter in order to save their lives. These ballistic missiles are not the rockets of Hezbollah or Hamas that we have seen over the last decades. But in fact, these ballistic missiles are massive warheads that caused tremendous amount of destruction during the 12-day war. After the war settled, when you walked around areas in Tel Aviv where there were hits, you saw buildings literally pummeled to the ground. If people were not in safe rooms, they were killed.
Stay safe out there. Just for our viewers, also, if you could explain to us, how often are you hearing these sirens, Mayan? Is there more frequency today versus yesterday?
I mean, right now, the sirens are going off in the north. I'm in Jerusalem, so I'm not hearing them, but I'm seeing the alerts come on my phone. They are nonstop every couple of minutes up in the north right now. Overnight and into the morning, they were in central Israel and Jerusalem, where I am. Constant sirens. They can be anywhere between every 10 minutes and every hour. Now, remember, Iran is further away than, for example, the Hamas or Hezbollah in Lebanon or in Gaza on the borders. So when you lived in southern Israel in the Gaza envelope and Hamas launched a rocket, you had less than a minute to get to that shelter. That is not the situation with Iran. We have an average of 8 minutes from the time of the warning to get to the shelter, sometimes even up to 15, which of course allows people to be much safer.
All right, Mayan, again, stay safe.
You're hearing the siren. Here you go.
Yeah,
siren is on.
We're going to let you go. We understand, Mayan. We're going to let you go.
Thank you.
Stay safe out there. Get down into a bunker. We're going to continue going across to Mayan when there's a bit of calm and she's able to report for us what's the situation. That's the normal. That as people are going about trying to go about their lives on a weekend, you hear a siren, switch everything off and immediately run to a bunker. It's not just in Israel that this is happening, or not just in Iran. It's not just a question of two countries, but so many countries in the Gulf, in the Middle East, and I'm sure so many of you have visited. These countries are now hearing sirens going off every few minutes, and people immediately have to drop everything they're doing and get to safety. And so most of the cities, the likes of Dubai, Abu Dhabi, which would otherwise be bustling with action on a weekend, empty right now. Most people are choosing to stay indoors for safety reasons. It's precautionary largely because most of the missile strikes that Iran is aiming towards them are being intercepted. But having said that, there's that possibility of debris falling through, which is why people are taking those steps of staying indoors as well. And as we get you all of the updates, I did make a mention of the theater of war expanding. Right now, it's in the Middle East. You see a few pockets like in Pakistan of protests turning rather violent, in which, by the way, 10 people have died at the US consulate. But otherwise also, the challenge here with Iran, and you've heard this before when US had previously also taken on Iran with Operation Midnight Hammer, is the Strait of Hormuz. That is something that Iran constantly threatened of, that they would choke the Strait of Hormuz. And if that's done, you're going to be seeing the whole world being impacted. It's the most crucial trade route. What happens then if Iran actually does it? You're already hearing several threats, loose talk about it by the Iranian regime. And as we get you those details, let me also tell you about whether there's going to be an impact in India. We speak of the Strait of Hormuz. About that, there are questions about whether India will suffer if there's any choking of trade routes. What we can confirm for you is that India has sufficient stock, crude stock sufficient for 10 days. The next few days, we are comfortable, we are taken care of. India's fuel stocks enough for 5 to 7 days, so there's no immediate disruption that India will see. And this is important to highlight because Iran already has been threatening to choke the Strait of Hormuz. Even if that happens, will India suffer? The information we have is that no, we have adequate stock. We have fuel stock for 5 to 7 days. We have crude oil stock for up to 10 days. And so for the next 1 week plus, India is sorted. And beyond that, importantly, strategic oil reserves for India we have for up to 74 days. So there's absolutely no reason to panic. The reason we're highlighting this is no, do not rush to your fuel station, fill up your gas tanks. None of that is needed. There is no reason whatsoever to resort to any sort of panic buying right now in India. We're very much comfortable. That's the assurance that's also coming from the government that at this point, there's no oil shock. There's no supply issues that's going to be, seen in India. We have enough stock sufficient for the next many days. And considering the volatile situation that the world has been for the last, I'd say, 2 years almost, India and every country has been mindful of it, keeping that in mind, ensuring adequate stock. India's done that too. And that's why there's absolutely no reason to worry. The only impact that we're feeling right now is in flight operations. But beyond that, fuel stocks, we are comfortable is the messaging here. But let's put the focus on the Strait of Hormuz. Right now, there are threats coming in from Iran. They did this last time too, but didn't really crack down or choke the strait. This time, will they do it? Why is the Strait of Hormuz so important? Not just to India, not just to 1 or 2 countries, but to the world. I'm going to hand this across to my colleague Anjali Pandey. She's joining me live from the newsroom to get you all of those details about this crucial strait and whether Iran can actually choke it. Do they have the power and control to do that? Anjali, it's over to you.
Absolutely, Akshata, as you rightly mentioned, that the Strait of Hormuz is a crucial trade route, not just for India, but for many countries. And it has also been a bargaining chip for Iran. As time and again, we've seen how Iran threatens that it will close the Strait of Hormuz, it will shut the Strait of Hormuz. And we're witnessing that once again. Currently, also, Iran has threatened that, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. So now the Strait of Hormuz handles 1/6 of global oil production. So oil is transported through this crucial route. It is a crucial route to export oil, and this is how it looks like. This is particularly what is known as the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran controls it, and Iran has time and again threatened that on any given inconvenience to Iran, Iran threatens that it will shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it carries 1/3 of global liquefied natural gas supplies also. So along along with crude oil, it also carries 1/3 of global liquefied natural gas supplies. Remember 1/3 of global liquefied natural gas supply. So that also shows how crucial this route is. In fact, 20% world oil transits through this route, particularly the Strait of Hormuz. So it shows how crucial it is, not just for Iran, not just for India, but for several other countries, as this is a route that moves 17.2 million barrels of oil daily. So 17.2 million barrels of oil daily is moved through the Strait of Hormuz. And India imports, if we talk about India particularly imports around 45% of crude oil through Strait of Hormuz. But what we're also learning, as my colleague Akshata already reported, that India is currently comfortable. India has reserves for 10 days if we talk about crude, and fuel has also been stocked up for 5 to 7 days. Now, the closure of Strait of Hormuz may disrupt oil supplies to India. In fact, not just India, but to several parts of the world. But if we talk about India, it will disrupt the supply. But India currently is comfortable as far as the reserves are concerned, because India has reserves for up to 10 days. But what happens after 10 days will have to be seen. But as of now, India does have the reserves for crude oil for up to 10 days. So this is the significance of the Strait of Hormuz and what can be the impact if it is closed by Iran. Back to you, Akshata.
Thanks very much, Anjali, for getting us those details. So as we've highlighted there, the Strait of Hormuz is a lifeline of sorts for global oil routes. And so if that's choked, the entire world will suffer the consequences. Can Iran actually do that? Even for them, it will be a last resort. Right now, they've put the focus essentially on hitting back at US bases. And I'll get you a news break also that's coming in right now. The advisor to the UAE president has sent across a very clear message to Iran, saying your war is not with your neighbor. At a time when you're seeing the entire Middle East on fire, literally as a result of Iran hitting US bases in all of their neighboring countries, the UAE is sending out a very, very clear message right now to Iran, saying that your war is not with your neighbors. And that message from the government, from the UAE, is very crucial, because we've been seeing as a result of Iran's strikes on some of those US bases, a lot of civilian settlements are also being affected as a result of some of the missile debris hitting civilian pockets as well. So we'll get you all of those details of really reactions that are coming in right now. The UAE president's advisor sending across a message to Iran saying your war is not with your neighbors, and sending out a message that they must stop now. Highly unlikely, because Iran is making it clear that they're only going to escalate now going forward, that it's not going to end anytime now. Their message is very clear that they will go ahead and target every single US base that they can reach. And so the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar continue to see this barrage of incoming missiles as well as drones, which are being intercepted one after another. Important to highlight that UAE's message also comes, and we'll flash that information also on our screens, of the kind of messaging that's come in from the UAE president's advisor, who says your war is not with your neighbor. I want to bring in on this broadcast Saul Sadka, security analyst and author, joining us from Tel Aviv. Saul, just quickly first, I hope your family are doing it through the night and through the day in Israel.
That's right. It's been quite chaotic here. Everyone's running back and forth to their bunkers. Some people are lucky enough to have bunkers inside their house. So far, only one missile from Iran has made it through and killed people, and that was last night, about 1 kilometer from where I'm sitting right now. A very sad story. But yet, the Iranians have fired approximately 300 ballistic missiles at Israel, and for that they have managed to kill 2 civilians.
you can confirm, I'm sure, for us what the situation currently is in Israel, because there have been a few reports that suggest that as a result of Iran's constant attacks at Israel, there have been a few civilian casualties as well.
Yes, there have indeed. There were 2 people that died last night. So in the first 24 hours, Iran managed to fire off 300 missiles, and they managed to kill 2 civilians and injure a few more. They've caused damage to about 5 buildings and destroyed some buses. However, none of that's really going to help them in the long game. None of that's going to be enough to deter Israel in their mission to work with the United States to dismantle this evil regime that has been a scourge across the region for 47 years now. And that will continue. That mission will continue unabated. And certainly, as the days wear on, and the Israelis manage to further attrit and reduce the danger from the Iranian missiles by destroying their launchers and stockpiles, and as Iran themselves uses up their stockpiles that they cannot rebuild, we can expect the danger from these missiles to be reduced, if not go away completely in the near future.
Saul, how do you, in your expert analysis, see this moving forward now? Ultimately, everyone's been talking of a regime change. Iran is making it very clear that that's something that is impossible, something they're not going to look at. And we've already seen the succession happening very, very smoothly. In this kind of a circumstance, with Iran not backing off and the situation only escalating in this manner, what really is going to happen in the next few days in your analysis?
Well, I would, in the next few days, it's hard to say. We don't know what the detailed plans of the United States and Israel are, although they are certainly well coordinated and so far seems to be going quite smoothly. There are no reports of any injuries or deaths or damage or loss to any Israeli or American aircraft or personnel. So far it's going okay. Whether or not it leads to a regime change that is the stated goal by both Trump and Netanyahu. However, that would require the collaboration of millions of people inside Iran. While we have seen videos that have leaked out of Iran showing people shouting for joy as they heard the news of Khamenei's death, his assassination, it's unclear if they are still strong enough to overthrow their regime. But the Americans and the Israelis, after they're done dismantling completely the Iranian nuclear program and the ballistic missile program and severing the links they have with their proxies by making it economically impossible for them to continue, well, after that, one would expect that they will assist the people of Iran themselves by attacking the IRGC bases as much as possible and to weaken them and to smooth the path for a popular uprising. But in a country with 90 million people, there's no way that any foreign power, even one as powerful as the United States, has the ability or wherewithal or willingness to spend the years and blood that are required to replace that government.
Saul, I'm just going to come back to you. I want to focus right now on the big breaking news also that we're putting out on our screens right now of what's happening in Tehran. We understand that several explosions have been heard as Israel has launched another massive attack in Tehran. The information we have is that several explosions have been reported in northern Tehran after Israel says it's launched a broad wave of strikes in the heart of Tehran. So this operation is far from over for Israel. If you thought that right now it's focused on defense, on pushing back against Iranian counter missiles, that's not the case. Even now, Israel continues to bombard parts of Iran. Massive explosion has been heard in the Iranian capital of Tehran. The heart of Iran is being targeted by Israeli forces. The message is very clear here that Israel is not done. They are continuing to hit these sites because they want to go ahead and target more of the leadership, the military leadership of Iran. The operation hasn't ended with the supreme leader's killing. And that's why multiple blasts, as we speak, has been heard in parts of northern Tehran. The missile strikes by Israel continuing. Has it hit its target? What exactly was the target? We'll get you those details. But Saul, also important to talk about this. The fact that, Israel continues these missile strikes. Ultimately, the question will be, what is the goal or the mission of this operation right now? You'd think that with the supreme leader gone, US and Israel would kind of sit back and say that we've accomplished what we wanted to.
Oh, no, absolutely not. On the contrary, the supreme leader is a powerful man in Iran, or he was rather, but he is just one piece in the puzzle. The Israelis and the Americans, I assure you, I'm sorry, I just got an alert that I have to go to the bunker.
Okay, Saul. Yeah, we'll let you go, Saul. Thank you. And be safe. Yeah, we'll come back to you. Saul, we understand. The sirens are going off.
The story is as follows. The Israelis and the Americans are going to continue pounding these targets. They have a long target list. Every Iranian Revolutionary Guards base in Iran is a legitimate and desired target. And I've no doubt that they will continue pounding them. Every vehicle that belongs to that regime will be destroyed. It seems, we haven't got the data yet, but it seems that pretty much the entire Iranian Navy has been destroyed. And we will certainly see what remains of the jerry-rigged Iranian Air Force, made up of 60 or 70-year-old planes mostly, but still, nevertheless, an Air Force.
Yeah.
That's all been destroyed on the ground, just as we've seen their air defense destroyed, first in June, and rather again yesterday. In other words, the fact that American and Israeli planes are able to fly, and we know from the Israelis that yesterday Israeli planes alone dropped 1,500 munitions across Iran, and that's not including all the ballistic missiles that were fired from submarines and so on. So we know between that and the Americans, and they can continue doing this. This can continue indefinitely until there are no targets left, and then new targets will pop up. But the most critical targets right now, I would say, for the Israelis and the Americans, is to damage Iran's ability to continue to lash out. We have seen Iran attack 7 states in the region. All they've done here is they've essentially built a coalition of very angry people united with Israel and the USA, including their erstwhile friend Qatar, who tried very much for years at this point to help them work towards their nuclear program. Even they are being attacked. So all this is going to lead them into a dark room and isolate them.
They've completely alienated themselves in that sense, because they've now attacked all of their neighbors. Saul, thank you for joining us. Stay safe. I know that the sirens have gone off, so we'll let you go right now. I just want to bring the focus to the images we're showing on our screens from North Tehran. This is the first set of images of the latest strikes that have been reported. In North Tehran, there have been a series of explosions that have taken place, and that's the impact of the strike that you see on your screens right now. What exactly were the targets? We don't know, but it's very clear that US and Israel are going after military establishments, military installations in Tehran. Iranian Navy, Iranian air bases, all being struck right now. But whatever this particular target is, the missile seems to have gone right through the defense systems that have been activated, the radars that have been activated in Iran, and has hit its target. In North Tehran, chaos playing out as you can see a missile strike that's been reported. This is, in fact, a fresh attack that's taken place in Shariati of Tehran. The explosion has happened near the Vanak Square in Tehran. And just look at the footage there of the massive impact of the strike. It almost seems like it's right in the heart of the city that this has happened. So we don't know just yet if any casualties have been reported. Let's put it, the latest images that have come in, the latest videos from North Tehran, and multiple blasts have been reported. This is because Israel has launched a series of missile strikes. That's the latest footage on your screens from North Tehran of the chaos that's unfolded after a series of explosions, missiles launched by Israel that's gone right through, hit the target of North Tehran. These are the latest images on your screens right now of the chaos that's playing out in Tehran. So no, the war is nowhere near over. Israel and US continue to bombard Tehran, because they are very clear that their mission doesn't end with the assassination of Khamenei. It goes beyond that. Every single military installation is being targeted. Remember, some of the top leadership of the Iranian military has also been eliminated because it was one spot that the supreme leader, that Khamenei, was based in, along with some of his top generals. And that's why that was the time that US decided to strike with a suicide drone. Beyond that, there are other military installations that they're continuing to target. So in a matter of hours, strike after strike after strike by Israel, largely by Israel, in parts of Tehran continuing. You can see the chaos unfolding there among locals, Iranians, who are trying to get out of that spot as soon as they can, move away from where the impact of the strike was felt. And I can confirm for you that it wasn't one location. Multiple blasts that have been heard through parts of North Tehran. And Colonel Rohit Dev is also with us on this broadcast. Colonel Dev, as we put the focus on these latest images and the newsbreak that's coming in of Israeli forces confirming that they've targeted the heart of Iran, one tends to question really how things will move forward. You know, for Iran, this is hugely damaging. The Israeli forces are effectively ensuring that they put an end to Iranian military might.
Yes, that's correct, Akshita. They have no option. So the stated objectives are still not in public domain. But yes, the first part, besides denigrating the military capability of Iran, was also to strike at the command and control structure, right from Ayatollah Khamenei to the military commanders. That process has taken a lot of time to map since last summers, and that is why you saw in the first wave nearly 500 targets were attempted. Because you actually did not know where that entire leadership would be spread out, and that is the way they struck through precision munitions or kamikaze drones, whatever they employed to strike back. Now also after that, the damage assessment coming from ground, because there are many intelligence operatives of at least the Mossad operating in Iran, so they have come to know yes, there are many people at bay. These strikes are to also target them besides the military installations. Now, going forward, the question is only twofold. The first part is Khamenei dead? If the answer is yes, then there is a lot of angst in the Iranian IRGC and the leadership. So obviously, there will be a continuum of violent actions taken by Iran, not limited to conventional warfare, but attack on primarily US assets across the globe, whether it be their bases, their embassies, whether it be any even school and colleges by the name of US going around anywhere. They will target anything and everything in the future. That is going to be a continuum. The second part is, if Khamenei is actually not dead, then what could happen is that they have played it to the US in a different card, because don't forget that just a day prior, when they were deliberating and negotiating with each other in Oman, Iran per se never, sort of thwarted the negotiations. And in fact, they said that they will take steps A, B, C, D in order to assuage the US requirements per se and to deter a war from happening. But for whatever be the reason, whatever be the geopolitical planning, whether this was all along a charade to go into war with Iran, whatever be the objectives, if Khamenei is, in some very remote probability not actually struck, then maybe this is a way that they again want to have that geopolitical diplomatic advantage to say, okay, yes, you wanted to kill Khamenei and 10 generals you have killed. And now regime change, you cannot dictate, similarly to what you could not dictate in Venezuela, because you picked up Maduro, but you had no lane whether Delcy will come or somebody else will come, because Delcy was not your chosen preferred person. So I think that is the way to understand Iran. So Iran, in one sense, is being a little more ahead of the curve in terms of perception. Where it has lost the battle, which most of us are thinking, is about the striking of countries in the Gulf and Middle East.
Yep.
And we just saw on your television screen the UAE minister talking about not hitting your neighbors. Now there is a logic to it. The logic is twofold. A, these same countries have American bases. So if America is the attacker or the aggressor, which Iran believes, then obviously it has got the rightful connotation and choice to strike those assets. Now, if the US soldiers, you remember last time in June, they struck back for a few days just for a show kind of a thing, maybe in Iran, to say we have struck back America in the Middle East. Not much damage was caused because the assets had been removed. Yep. This time also, many assets, including the workforce, was removed. And they were placed, as per intelligence sources, what Iran believes, into these hotels and other public places. Now, the third connotation is that if I am going to go with my back on the wall, and obviously you can't compete with the technological superpower like the United States in war with all that posturing of the naval assets, the air assets. I'm afraid US is still to put boots on ground after it went away from Afghanistan anywhere in the world. So the new mantra is to strike the objectives, to claim a geopolitical win, to claim and retain the leadership role, which also assists the economic drive of US because it is in part recession it has to showcase. There are many other domestic issues which the US president is facing. So he has to open some front which aligns with the majoritarian view, with the right-wing view, which gets him to a steady surface going into the November polls. And you could see similar kind of actions even in the future going to the next phase of the selection of the 48th president as well. So there are many connotations. So it's just not about, and let me just explain to your viewers. The casus belli, which the US stated, was twofold. A, Iran is a threat, right?
Yeah.
That was the statement. It has got nuclear weapon capabilities or in the making.
Correct.
Now, their own ally in NATO, France, denies, the president has denied that they are aware of any nuclear weapons being anywhere. This has come on some kind of a social media. You can just spot check that as well, whether it's true or false, because I just read it a few hours back. Now, the casus belli is that you have oppressed your people, you have oppressed your women. So we are the protectors of law and order and morality in the world. So we are coming at you. Have you got a UN sanction for this war? The answer is no. Even by the smallest frame of Board of Peace you have curated recently, have you got that sanction on paper? The answer is no. Do the first 10 economies of the world support you directly? The answer is no. So if that is the phase, so it's coming to a level that tomorrow, if there were hypothetically a country superior to the United States, they could also attack United States tomorrow and say, you are suppressing your people, you are suppressing the black, you are suppressing this. It can happen. So the casus belli is not that.
Colonel, they very clearly, the trigger here is that, they had the right intel to go for it. They had the right intel, the timing worked because of that. And just as that worked out for them, they went ahead with the strike, and then you had statements suggesting, that the nuclear program was on, suggesting that, that they were terror proxies who were being shielded. All of this is something that's been in the discourse for the last many months.
Absolutely. So that intel is courtesy a very fine agency called Mossad with Israel, because they infiltrate ranks and file of the country they are looking into. They're in everywhere. So the intel is clear. Targeting pattern is also very clear. It's quite military in nature, because you're not very sure. You are saying 8:45, 9 o'clock in the morning. So you are going for a conference round in Oman. So you have seen in the last 9 days that the Khamenei regime congregates at a particular place. They may have had a pattern, or they may have had a pattern, more than a couple of options of those patterns where they go for a huddle before their spokesperson speaks in Oman. So if you are following that, so it is very easy to target. It's not very difficult. It's not difficult because you have Mossad. But the point is, after this attack, after a subtle regime change or a very drastic regime change, is the US willing to put boots on the ground to ensure things happen that the way they want? They were in Afghanistan, they left. You see what has happened to the women there as well, right?
Yeah.
So can they assure in the coming of the balance of century, Iraq happened, everything has happened. So can they ensure that without going with boots on ground, without running 3 or 4 successive chains of governments in that country through their proxy or whatever, they can, ensure women's safety? The answer logically is a big no. So I think there has to be rationality. Yes, military might prevails, and that's the way it's prevailing in the last few months. There are compulsions of the Trump administration. I can see that as well. If you see people to people, there are 2-3 more players not entered the fray. They've just commented. You have an MFA statement from Russia. You have a Chinese spokesperson saying something else. But there's a North Korean. So in this passe between last summers and now, how are you so sure that certain kinds of military hardware has not flown into Iran from those countries, especially North Korea? There could be a contingency that there is a pause in the battle. You lower your guard, you state your objectives globally, you tom-tom your achievement as the US president, and then Iran erupts again. What do you do then?
No, you're right.
What I'm saying is,
questions
moral policing has to be backed with foots on the ground to ensure you take it to a logical
highly unlikely. Most experts have highlighted it's highly unlikely, Colonel Dev, that they'll put boots on the ground.
Akshita, the women of Iran were let down last summer. They had 3.5 years to plan whatever coup and strike they were planning. They eventually failed in that. They struck nuclear sites halfway, and thereafter they left the people in the lurch. Imagine if you leave them in a lurch now. So my point is that no matter you are a superpower, if you don't take it to a logical conclusion, you have not done the job.
No, how
and
do
the world is not in consensus.
No, how do they also see this to its logical conclusion right now? Because there are so many factors here and question marks over what a regime change can actually look like, and how can you trigger that? You've killed the supreme. You've killed the supreme leader. You've killed the supreme leader. There's a succession plan in place that's already kicked in. You're seeing strikes continuing, but there's no logical conclusion that we see to any of this right now.
I agree with you. Can the war book planning of America today with conviction say they anticipated strikes in the Middle East by Iran? The answer could be no. Did they anticipate that their consulate in Karachi will be hit on the second day itself? The answer is no. So obviously they thought as a military adversary that Iran will focus on their ships, warships. So they created that contingency to protect those assets. Who's going to protect the innocent people on the streets of Dubai? So my small point is that when you go in an all-out frame using a contour of military bases in Middle East to support your military plan, yes, you can keep your citizens safe. But what about the host nations? What about the safety of only your people in the various countries where they're deployed?
But that, Colonel Dev, is also only largely led to the alienation of Iran, because most of these countries are taking on Iran for firing these missiles. I'll just get a quick breaking update also that's coming in right now. The head of the Iranian Police Intelligence Center, Brigadier General Gholam Reza Rezaian, has also been assassinated in the strike that took place yesterday. So that's another important update. We've been talking about the leadership of Iran that's been eliminated in the strikes. The latest is Iran's police intelligence head has also been killed in the strikes that took place yesterday. That confirmation coming in right now. So top leaders, top military leadership of Iran, and those names are constantly flashing on your screens of every single one of them who's been killed in the strikes by US and Israel. Most of them were in the exact same building as Khamenei, which made it easy for US and Israel with their precision strikes to go ahead and eliminate many of these leaders, many of these generals in one shot, in one go. I'm cutting across to more breaking news coming in. Now there is more strikes reportedly being attempted by Iran in Qatar. There are reports coming in of strikes in Doha, along with the images of what exactly is happening. This is Tehran, but we'll show you what's happening in Doha as well, of the plumes of smoke emerging from parts of Doha. Mind you, and I will highlight this repeatedly because there's a lot of panic in some of these countries. The missile strikes being attempted by Iran are not successful. This is debris of the intercepted missile that's then shot off and so falls in some parts of these cities. Like in Doha, those images on your screens where you see this massive smoke coming out. It's from an intercepted missile, shrapnel and debris that's fallen in that particular location, leading to a fire. Unfortunately, this has led to some casualties, like in Abu Dhabi, where again it was shrapnel debris that had fallen, which led to 2 casualties also being reported. But in Qatar, this is the latest situation, missiles constantly being intercepted. And as a result of that, some of the shrapnel, some of the debris falling and leading to a few casualties. There's no report right now on confirmation of casualties in Doha, but you can see property damage, infrastructural damage that has been confirmed as a result of the strikes by Iran. And that's what's led to also all of these UAE countries, some of them speaking out, saying that, you know, your war is not against the neighbor. UAE has sent that message categorically right now to Iran. Others have said we reserve the right to respond as well. And Dr. Datta, I'll bring you in on this as well, on how Iran right now is also alienating many of their neighbors in the attempt to hit these US bases. These countries now are taking on Iran, saying, stop this fight. Your fight is not against us.
Yes, absolutely. Ashita, please give me 2 minutes so that I can explain each and everything in details. First and foremost, we have to look into the historical side of it. The tug of war between Saudi Arabia-led alliance and Iran has been based on Sunni-Shia conflict. Iran is a Shia country and the rest of the Middle East are Sunni countries. So obviously they have a historical animosity. is also a game of oil in Middle East. Iran has huge reserves of natural gas as well as oil, and United States of America has always tried to control that. And when they did it in Libya, or for that matter in Egypt or in Iraq or Kuwait, the same is the agenda. United States of America gave in three important arguments in relation to this war. First was the elimination of Khamenei. They have succeeded in that. The second was complete neutralization of the nuclear program in Iran. That they haven't been able to so far. The nuclear reactors are functioning.
Dr. Datta, my apologies, but we're having a bit of a problem with your connection. I'm going to fix that and then come back to you as you give us the historical context of what's playing out right now. I can confirm for you, and as we put out images of what's happening in Tehran, you can see multiple spots there of smoke arising from missile strikes. In Tehran, a fresh batch of missiles were fired by Israel towards the heart of Iran, as they put it. Northern Tehran, we understand, has been hit as a result. And you're seeing multiple locations. This wasn't just one blast, one explosion, we understand that's been reported, but multiple of them, many of them in northern Tehran. That's led to images like what you see on your screens right now. This is far, far from over. Israel continuing to bombard parts of Iran, making it very clear that they want to target more of the military establishment setups, repeatedly saying our war is not against the people of Iran, but against the regime, against the military establishment. So even as Iran has said that, look, even with the assassination of Khamenei, we're not going to sit back and watch. We're going to hit and hit you hard. That message going across to US and Israel. Israel now has made it clear that they will now continue with their strikes. Now, with the latest missiles that have been fired at Tehran, Iran's defense systems struggling to really thwart or intercept these missiles. And so many of their targets have also been hit in northern Tehran. There's information coming in right now that explosions have been reported near Iran's broadcasting complex in Tehran. Remember that in parts and in Tehran particularly, there's been a complete internet outage for the last 24 hours. And now it looks like, based on the details that we're getting right now, that Israel is also targeting some of the broadcasting complexes, some of the media complexes that are continuing to put out messages of the supreme leader, that's putting out messages of the Iranian military. These are targeted strikes, very clearly with the messaging that they want to go ahead and ensure Iran, the regime, is crippled, and how. Which is why the latest information coming in right now is that explosions, and this is based on what Iranian media is reporting, that explosions that we are seeing in Tehran, images on your screens, some of those targets are actually Iran's broadcasting complexes in Tehran. That's an important update that's also coming in right now. Now, as we get you these updates from Tehran, I'll just switch over to what's happening in Abu Dhabi, where there's been a confirmation that's come in that a drone was intercepted at Abu Dhabi's Etihad Towers. A woman and child have been injured as a result of the debris that fell from this intercepted drone, but we can confirm for you that it was minor injuries. This is the confirmation that's come in from the Abu Dhabi government media office, where they have said that the Abu Dhabi Etihad Towers is where, very close to it, is where a drone was intercepted. The falling debris has led to a woman and child sustaining minor injuries. So those are the updates that we are going to track very closely. I'm constantly reading out for you the live information that we're getting from multiple sources across the Middle East. In Iran, fresh batch of missile strikes that have been reported. Colonel Dave, I also want to just put a focus on the military fight that's playing out right now, away from what we're seeing as far as this operation goes. These fresh missile strikes by Israel, what does it signify? That Israel very clearly is not backing off right now. They're continuing with the operation to target key installations in Iran. The question, however, is that when Iran is firing back-to-back missiles across, the Middle East, why is it that they're unable to intercept these missiles at a time when perhaps they're at their highest state of alert?
There are two ways to look at it. The first way is that Israel has done its homework very well. And Israel, because of the nuclear part, you remember that time when Israel wanted to push the pedal last summers, it was the US which pulled back. And I'm quite sure that time the Prime Minister of Israel was not very happy about it. One could see from his body language, one could see with the geopolitics building up. So he went on not only building consensus with people who mattered in that domain, but his int agencies and his military prepared much better for these strikes. They have taken on a slate for the last 9 months and mapped every soul of IRGC who is prominent or in the Khamenei regime. And that is the way they need to go after them. Now, once you strike the leader off, there's obviously going to be those 10, 20 million people who are with the Khamenei camp as citizens who are going to come around and create those pockets of resistance for you. So to make that not happen, you have to ensure that there is no communication between these people. And that is why in the latest targeting in North Iran, what you're reporting, they're trying to go after broadcast stations in other places because they could be sans internet requirement. So I think you need to cripple the communications internally to create an information void. And then through various other ways of putting information through their field agents and otherwise, they will be able to create that kind of unrest or that kind of a voice to pacify the Shias, not only in the country of Iran, but also you will see the US perception management and their media doing it across the world as well.
Yep.
So I think it is coming from that. But the war has just started, Akshita. I mean, by no terms, you can say that a 2-day or a 3-day war with Iran is going to suffice because Iran is going to fight. It will be protracted. It will not be short and over. Even if America gets its objective, you will still have a long number of years where the Americans would have to rethink 15 times before they do anything more concerning Iran and where Iranians are present. I'll give you one more, Philip. Just like China. Now, listen to me on this China and Iran part, which people don't get. The Chinese infiltrated the US administration, economy, technology domain, biological domain, every domain for the last 30 years. Most of those families who migrated to China, same like school kids who go to Harvard and they say, my country is bad, your country is good, and they get scholarship and they get citizenship there in US. Believe you me, at least 70 to 80% of Chinese are absolutely pro-Chinese. They have got their legs on the ground there with their parents, grandparents, cousins in China. How do you think that is not the case when you go into some of the Middle Eastern countries, which are also part of think tanks, of administration, of things like, what has been achieved in the US? In that context, take it back few more decades to Israelis. That's the community which went into US, which commands a lot of respect, a lot of money power backs, and a lot of technology, a lot of transition of the US has happened through them. So I must say, with a lot of caution, that while you are dealing with the Iranians in the military domain, the biology and the ideology is something which you cannot put your hands to sitting in continental US. So that is a big geographical gap to connect. The US will never be able to do it. But yes, Israel has got its stated objectives. They are going for the kill to ensure, as far as possible, the last Khomeini regime person is killed in the future. Should they have their way, should the implication and pressure not come on the US president from his friends in Qatar and UAE and other places, Israel will not stop till it achieves. So my now question is, when are the brakes going to be applied, not by Israel, but by the US, due to other pressures and contingencies? Because
they'll have to step in. They'll have to step in clearly. And as so far, they haven't. Colonel Dev, I'll just put you on hold for a moment because I want to again put the focus on the images that are coming in. Now you can see very clearly the exact location, and look at that footage on your screens. The impact of the massive strike by Israel from just about 20 to 30 minutes ago, which shows you how there is this massive impact of the missile strike. In northern Tehran, we're being told, is where this strike took place. Some reports suggesting that it is the broadcasting complex that's been hit, in which case Israel's mission is very clear, that they want to stop the broadcast of Iranian media controlled by the administration, by the Iranian regime. I want to cut across to that big breaking news that's coming in. The footage that's emerged of the Israeli strikes on Iran. Israeli forces have now released footage of them bombing these locations in Tehran. That's on your screens right now. They're now putting out these images to show exactly how they carried out this strike and the impact of it. This has been released by the Israeli Defense Force, and those images are on your screens. Just look at that, viewers. That entire compound there, all destroyed in a matter of seconds. This is what a precision strike looks like. It's playing out on your screens. That entire area demolished, destroyed down to a rubble in a matter of seconds. We're going to presume that that location there was perhaps a key military compound. Was this the one where, you had the Khamenei based? We don't know just yet. But this is the footage that's been released by the Israeli Defense Forces to show off the success of their operation. This is a strike that took place yesterday, and then you have a similar one that's happened today as well, just about 30 minutes ago, again from Tehran. And Israel has been saying that we are striking the heart of Iran. They're not going to stop. Very, very clearly, they're now going all out to ensure that this mission is a success. How do they define what exactly is a success in this mission? They want the Iranian military, they want any sign or any power of the Iranian regime to be immediately weeded out. That is that's how, in fact, they will define this mission to be a success. That is ultimately the goal of this operation by Israel. And that's very clear in the fact that you didn't see strikes happening just yesterday. Even today in Tehran, even after the news of the supreme leader being assassinated, strikes are continuing even at this point. And don't think that Iran will sit back and watch. They're continuing with their counterattack, which is what has led us to constantly reiterate here that this war is nowhere near over. This is going to go on for the next few days as well, unless someone steps in, tells Israel to take a step back. No one's done that just yet, which is why you're seeing these images right now of the massive strikes by Israel in northern Tehran. Mayan Hoffman is joining us from Jerusalem in Israel. Mayan, on our screens is the latest footage released by the IDF showing the success of the operation, of their strike. We know that there's been a fresh attack by Israel on North Tehran. What's the communication that's come in from the IDF on that?
Yes, what we're hearing is the IDF is continuing to strike. There are a number of targets. I mean, I think you mentioned it well, that while there are really two goals of this war. One is, of course, regime change, that the Khamenei would be killed and all of these top leaders, round one, round two, round three, all of the successors, until there are no longer leaders in place to be able to rule in Iran. The other side of the operation is focused specifically on dismantling all of the ballistic missile capabilities, the nuclear capabilities, and we're seeing those strategic strikes taking place as well. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said to the nation that we will not stop until we succeed, and success is twofold. So I assume you will continue to see strikes like the ones that are being revealed right now by the defense forces.
Mayan, looking at the current situation and as it's playing out, it's very clear that we're nowhere near the end of this conflict. Has there been any attempt essentially by America to kind of step in here to pull Israel back? Because at this rate, with these strikes continuing in the next many hours, they're going all out to destroy all Iranian military establishments. That's very clear.
That is very clear, and you have to remember that the United States and Israel have been lock in step this entire time, full coordination from the very beginning. What we saw and what we heard from Netanyahu and from U.S. President Donald Trump is that Israel and America are on the same wavelength. Just yesterday, there was a call in the late afternoon again between the Prime Minister and the President. Any attacks that are being carried out by Israel are certainly with the green light or stamp of approval by the United States. And Trump said himself the U.S. would continue to attack as well until the goals are achieved.
All right, I'll again put the focus on the footage that's just emerged right now. This is footage that's been released by the IDF as Israel has struck Tehran. We're unsure at this point if this is the exact compound where Khamenei was based. Not just him, of course, many of his generals. We're unsure of exactly what that location is, but the message from Israel is clear, that this was a precision strike that hit the target as intended. And similar such strikes have just taken place once again in North Tehran, where we understand, Mayan, the target this time was a broadcasting complex. So it's going beyond military establishments. It seems Israel's strategy is also to ensure that anyone who's also putting out the narrative on behalf of the Iranian regime is cracked down upon.
Yes, I mean, I think that's certainly the case. And I think if, yes, as you mentioned, we don't know the exact location. And also here, as strikes are hitting down from Iran into Israel, people are being very careful about reporting those exact locations of any drops. Sure. There's going to be a security cabinet meeting to make decisions on the next phase of the war tonight. And the location of that meeting, we're also not sharing. In the end of the day, it's very important that Israel is careful about the locations for multiple reasons. One of them, and we talk about Iran, is that there are going to be many more strikes, and we certainly don't want them to be able to preempt or to move. We know that Israel was tracking Khamenei alongside the CIA for quite some time to know his every movement. It's possible that the footage you're seeing is that targeted precision strike. In general, Israel carries out precision strikes. You have to remember, Israel is one of the best militaries in the world at trying to alleviate civilian casualties. Unfortunately, we know that does not always work. We saw that certainly in urban warfare when it came to Gaza. But Israel does not have an intention of mass killing in Iran. These are precision strikes to take down the regime and to stop the weapons capabilities of Iran.
Also, Mayan, keeping in mind the fact that I'll just put the focus on the message that's coming from the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, who said that Tehran views revenge as its legitimate right and duty and will do its utmost to fulfill this duty. And that messaging is very clear that Iran is not going to step back. They're going to continue firing missile after missile in Israel's direction. Keeping that in mind, what's the current situation in Israel, Mayan?
So I'll tell you two things. Number one is that, of course, we are all bunkering or hunkering down here. The only things that are open are grocery stores, pharmacies, anything that would really be a necessity. Hospitals, of course, though they have all moved underground. But in general, people are being asked to stay near shelters and stay near home because we expect these rockets, as you said, to come for a long time. We had a first death overnight in the center of the country, several people in serious condition. During the 12-day war in June, 28 Israelis were killed. So people are certainly on edge. These are ballistic missiles. We're not talking about the rockets you generally see from Hamas and Hezbollah, also which are deadly, but certainly not nearly as deadly as the rockets that we're seeing coming from Iran. That being said, on the other hand, what we are hearing from military officials and IDF officials here is that Iran is just blasting us with missiles, but doesn't really have the strategy anymore as we take out the key leadership. Remember that rockets don't launch on their own. You need to have somebody pull the trigger, somebody to go there and to say, it's time to launch the rocket and to launch it. And if Israel is able to take out effectively the core leadership in Iran, there might still be some rockets for a number of days. The Iranian threats about the most furious war that we've ever seen are potentially real, but the U.S. and Israel are determined to complete their goals. And Israelis, I will tell you, have a strong amount of resilience. Nobody wants to be in a shelter. On the other hand, we want to eradicate the Iranian regime and the Iranian missile capabilities so that once and for all, we can live in a little bit more peace. Keep in mind, Saudi Arabia called the United States and encouraged Trump to carry out this attack. The Iranians right now are not only attacking Israel, they're attacking many of the Gulf states in the region, Bahrain, the UAE, allies of Israel. All of these countries are together understanding that we want a better and safer region. I would surmise that if there is success, and I say if, I hope there will be, of course, for Israel and the United States, we still have to let that play out a little bit further. But if there is success, one could imagine that Saudi Arabia would move forward with the normalization it planned with Israel before October 7th, and the region will look a lot different.
Mine, just also, considering we're talking about Israel's precision strikes, I also wonder if Iran, in their counter missiles, are also targeting certain installations, or are these missiles targeted towards civilian establishments?
Well, look, it's both. Iran is obviously using precision missiles. Iran does have excellent technology. It's been working also, remember, with Russia and China to upgrade its capabilities. And I can't tell you the location of all the places where the missiles dropped, some of which we know and some of which we don't. But certainly they are targeting key military and key energy infrastructures, military bases without question, and headquarters. Those are some of the goals of the Iranian regime. We knew that last time in June. We're seeing it again today. They are definitely targeted missiles. But most of the missiles, I want to remind you, 99% are intercepted in the sky. It's not 100%. We have the new laser capabilities. We have the Iron Dome, which we've always had. They continue to improve. But that being said, it's not foolproof. And again, that's why Israelis are being asked to stay near their shelters, because some of those rockets will get through.
Mayan, thank you for that update. We'll come across to you in just a bit. We'll let you go for the moment. Thank you for getting us all of those details. So Mayan Hoffman there reporting for us right now from Jerusalem, telling us that yes, Iran seems to be firing precision missiles, but also missiles non-stop at Israel. all of it being intercepted by, of course, the infamous Iron Dome in Israel. Many other countries are also in the Gulf, in the Middle East, now intercepting these missiles and drones one after another. The only footage that you do see of some of these strikes hitting locations is those of the likes of Bahrain, where you've seen the US naval base taking a hit. I'll bring in on this broadcast Mohsin Behzad-Karimi, who is an Iran-EU policy journalist, joining us from Brussels. Mohsin, thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us. I think one of the big questions that's emerged in the last 24 hours, looking at the global reactions, is who can possibly play mediator in this situation, in this war. And there's a lot of focus on EU on that front. What do you think?
Well, first of all, allow me to let you know this is not a war. This is a liberation for Iranian people. As an Iranian, as someone who's fought this regime for more than 25 years, we Iranian, we don't see this as a war, and we don't need any mediation. For the first time in the history, we need the world, the West, and our respectful neighbors to let it happen. Let us liberate ourselves. Look, France did not got occupied by American forces on a D-Day. France was liberated with when American, Canadian, Indian forces, they entered to France to liberate the First World War. This is a liberation. This is not a war, and we don't need a mediator. Stay off the case, and please do not support this regime. This is the end. They massacred 50,000 Iranians on the street only in 2 days, whereas in Palestine-Israeli conflict, during 2 years, we nearly had 70,000 casualties on both sides. This regime reached its end, and I call, as an Iranian, as an activist, as a journalist, to all our beloved neighbors, stop supporting this regime, or history will judge you. History will judge you as a journalist, as a citizen, as a politician, as whoever support this monstrous regime which massacring my people for the past 47 years.
No,
this
sure.
is the
Mohsin, you call this a liberation. You call this a liberation movement, but is that actually happening? Yes, Khamenei has been eliminated, but the succession plan has already been put in motion. Nothing's really changed, has it?
No, there is no succession plan. Since the 12-day war in summer, the regime, the snowball effect began. Yeah, this regime is gone. This regime is dead. Trying to salvage the regime by any means is nothing but extending the suffering of Iranian people. Succession, they can bring 10 different scenarios. They have, for sure, any brutal regime or any democratic regime has a crisis management in place, has a planning in place. Succession, no succession. This is the end. And please stay off the case. Do not support this vicious regime in Iran. You see what happened to the neighbors. Imagine if this regime had an atomic weapon. India and Pakistan conflict is a good example of it. Imagine if this regime become another North Korea.
No, so let me explain to you. Let me explain to you what I mean by mediation. At no point are we, defending any regime here. We're very clear that we're reporting on what's happening as far as this conflict is concerned. By mediation, I mean, what's the end game here? Iran is continuing to bomb parts of bases in the Gulf countries. So what's the end game? Israel is continuing to strike. And you are seeing right now Iran continuing with that counter bombardment. It's not stopped.
This is a hybrid war. This is not the classic war as we know it, okay? There is no boots on the ground yet. If there is going to be a boots on the ground, it's going to be us. We're going to arm ourselves and fight this regime. This is a hybrid warfare. The only civilian casualties, the 80 school kids who are unfortunately perished, it was misfire of IRGC missile. If you look at the map, next door to that school, there's IRGC base, and one of their so-called missile, which we call it firework or boilers, one of the boilers misfired and landed in that school and killed 70 innocent school kids. So far, we don't see any civilian casualties. And if there is, we already paid the price. 50,000 of us been massacred by Iranian regime and its proxies, including the Indian hardline Shia Muslims, Pakistani hardline Shia Muslims, Afghan hardline Shia Muslims. All these proxies, they participated in the massacre of the last month in Iran, and they're going to be hunted down and brought to justice.
Mohsin, just focusing on what's happening currently in Iran. You say there's no succession plan. The indications from Iran is otherwise. Look at the messaging.
I didn't say there is no
You said it's not
plan.
successful. You said it's not successful. Yes?
Yeah, there is a plan. There is no other outcome of it. They can change any regime at the moment of poll is keep changing administration.
So ultimately, will that happen only with boots on the ground? Is the regime change only possible because and if there are boots on the ground?
And if there is boots on the ground, so what? First of all. Second of all, boots on the ground is different. We are not Iraq. We are not Pakistan. We are not India. We are one nation. We are ethnically bound to each other, despite all the differences. We are one nation. We are a proud nation with the longest history. We don't have independent day. Do you know why? Because Iran been always a country. We are the only one in the region without independent day. We always been independent. We always going to be independent. And I, as an Iranian citizen, not as a journalist, warn our neighbor, stay out of it. Especially the defense minister of Pakistan or any other hardliner who wants to involve and salvage this regime.
Okay.
Enough is enough. In Bangladesh, how many Muslims in Bangladesh, without knowing who Khamenei was, now are mourning his death? It's only one reason, because of the dollars they receive every month through the Islamic establishment over there. It's finished. This cow doesn't give milk anymore.
Okay, Mohsin, appreciate you joining us. Appreciate you sharing your views on what's playing out right now. I want to cut across to the breaking news that's coming in. A message from the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who said very clearly, we will strike targets of a terror regime. He's called the Iranian regime a terror regime, saying that we will teach the enemies a fitting lesson. There's no question of stepping back right now. The Israeli Prime Minister has said that we will continue with our strikes. And this is in line with the strikes that have just happened by the Israeli Defense Forces on targets in northern Tehran. The message that's come in right now from Netanyahu is very clear, and I'll read it out for you. In the coming days, we will strike thousands of targets of the terrorist regime. We will create the conditions for the brave people of Iran to free themselves from the chains of tyranny. And for this reason, I address the citizens of Iran. Do not let this opportunity slip away. This is an opportunity that comes only once in every generation. Do not sit idle, because your moment will arrive soon. The moment when you must take to the streets, come to the streets in your millions to finish the job, to overthrow the regime of terror that has embittered your lives. The message from Netanyahu is very clear, that this will continue, that these strikes will continue by Israel. I want to bring in Yusuf Jalali, a Press TV journalist, reporter who's joining us from Tehran. Yusuf, we are seeing images on our screens of the latest strikes by Israel on parts of northern Tehran. Can you give us any details that you've been able to pick up so far about these strikes? What was the target?
Well, of course, first of all, let me correct you. I'm not a Press TV journalist. I used to be, but now I'm an independent journalist.
Apologies.
Working for various news networks.
Sure.
Yes, you mentioned the strikes taking place in central Tehran. The Israelis said that they are targeting the heart of Tehran. And this time around, it's very much different from the previous round back in June last year. This time around, we see that the Israelis are targeting not only IRGC facilities, not only ballistic missile production lines in northeast Tehran, but also the central Tehran, where much of the Iranian anti-riot police bases or stations are located. So the Israeli strikes targeted the riot police who were in charge of quelling the protests back in December last year, and then in January this year. And of course, some of the army-affiliated institutions and buildings have come under an attack by the Israelis today during the past few hours. But of course, the Iranians have also been responding. But this time, the response by Iran is also different from compared to the previous round. We see now Tehran is attacking and launching missile strikes against some of its regional allies like Qatar and the UAE, which is not a hostile country with regards to its foreign policy or relationship with Iran. So this time around, Iran's response has been very much different. They're targeting commercial areas in Dubai and also a port, which is a trade hub in Oman. Oman has been a mediator in the US-Iran nuclear talks. So this is very much different, and Iran warned earlier, before the war erupted, it warned that it would, of course, sorry.
So, Yusuf, let me just take this opportunity to just quickly add a follow-up question as well. Or what things have been like since the rather public announcement of the killing of the Khamenei? Have things changed? I know there's a succession plan in place that's already kicked into motion. But, we're seeing the counter-strikes continuing. There's been a lot of talk about a regime collapse, a regime change. With the killing of Khamenei, has that changed anything at all?
But of course, many experts say that the Islamic Republic's survival or its livelihood depends on the life of the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, who was killed and assassinated recently. But of course, in the eyes of Tehran, the story is very much different. They're saying that the power structure in Iran is designed in a way that remains resilient in the face of shocks like losing a leader, even if that leader is the supreme leader, which is the top person in the hierarchy of the Islamic Republic. So right now we're expecting that the assembly of experts, which is responsible for choosing and even overseeing the activity of the Iranian supreme leader, they're now convening an emergency session to try to deliberate over who is going to succeed Ayatollah Khamenei. We're expecting such a session, or the announcement of at least such a session, to surface anytime soon.
All right, Yusuf, just stay on with us. I'll also bring in on this broadcast my colleague Preeti Chaudhary, who's tracking all the latest updates now going forward on our non-stop coverage of this war. Over to you, Preeti.
Well, thank you, Akshita. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our rolling coverage on the crisis that is unfolding in West Asia. The latest, of course, that has come in on that is the Israel Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu, that has warned Israel. That's the news that we are breaking. Will strike targets of terror regimes. Sufferings of Israelis will not go in vain. Iran's president has said Tehran views revenge as its legitimate right and duty and will do its utmost to fulfill this duty, is the statement that is coming in from Iran. All of that, viewers, in the backdrop of Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, which was killed in the US-Israel strikes, as Tehran continues to carry out retaliatory attacks. The world right now split in the action that Iran has seen in the last 24 hours. Iran's vice president has also ordered ministers and governors to ensure the country's administration goes on without interruption in wartime. Well, that is what the state media has put out a short while ago. Lots of statements that are coming to the fore, and we're going to continue to get you the latest. All of this, viewers, the biggest news right now is that Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed in US-Israeli strikes. It happened where India time is concerned, early morning. But to put the perspective on what many think, is this a simplistic or a simple answer, the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei, to what seems to be a very complex problem? Joined right now by Yusuf Jalali, press, TV journalist from Tehran. Mr. Jalali, thank you for continuing to join us. And in the larger perspective, because the world, of course, is split on the action that has taken place where Iran is concerned with the killing of Khamenei. But would you reckon, do you understand in terms of how complex the regime structure is, possibly, taking out Khamenei was, in a way, a simplistic look at what is a very complex problem?
Yes, I think so. First of all, let me once again correct you, my colleague. I'm not a press TV journalist. I'm an independent journalist working with various news outlets.
Oh, we're going to correct that, Mr. Jalali. We're going to correct that. We're going to correct that in your introduction as well. Apologies there. Go ahead, sir.
No worries. Of course, the power structure in the Islamic Republic is very much different. It's not as simple as that. The assassination of the supreme leader would lead to a regime change. Of course, the Iranian officials have time and again said that the structure or the fabric of the Islamic Republic is multi-layered and it does not depend on a specific person. So if that person, even if that person is the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, who has been leading the country for more than 3 decades now, even if that person is Ayatollah Khamenei, then the Islamic Republic remains resilient and withstands such pressures or such shocks. So it remains to be seen how legitimate or how authentic this claim is by Islamic Republic officials. But of course, we're expecting that the Assembly of Experts, which is a clerical body comprised of clerics, mostly coming from the Islamic Revolution generation, these people and these clerics are responsible for choosing or dismissing and overseeing the activities of an Iranian supreme leader. So right now, we're expecting an emergency session to be convened inside the Assembly of Experts to try to choose the successor for Ayatollah Khamenei. And there have been some options or candidates on the table, so to speak. They're not candidates, of course. They're people who are believed to be the most likely successors of Ayatollah Khamenei. One on top of them is Hassan Rouhani, who is the former Iranian president, a pro-reformist Iranian president, the person who led, of course, the 2015 nuclear deal to achievement. That Hassan Rouhani has been recently very much active, trying to portray himself as a viable successor for Ayatollah Khamenei. The other person who is most likely to succeed Ayatollah Khamenei is his son, Mojtaba Khamenei, who has been also very much active. And many describe him as the de facto supreme leader in Iran, even during the life of Ayatollah Khamenei. He was in charge of many paperwork or many preparations for meetings with the Iranian supreme leader. So he could be a viable option right now. But of course, his life or his whereabouts and his survival amid these extensive Israeli attacks remains a big question right now, because nobody right now knows whether or not he has survived these attacks, because we heard that Khamenei's son-in-law and other relatives of Mr. Khamenei have also been attacked and have also been killed during the Israeli strikes. So we have to wait and see how this transition takes place and whether or not there would be chaos or unrest on the streets of Tehran.
Mr. Jalali, one quick question before we let you go, because the world is now looking at what next, where you've spoken in detail, of a successor, of how it's way more complex than in other countries. In a theocracy like Iran right now, there is already somebody, being ready to take over the place of Khamenei. So, with Israel and America taking out the top leadership in a theocracy like Iran, a very simplistic solution on what has been problems that has beset America for decades. But on a larger question, Mr. Jalali, how long do you think this is going to last? What next now?
Well, of course, nobody can predict the future. We're not sure how long or how it will come to an end. But the Iranians have time and again said that if the United States goes ahead and attacks Iran, they would be the ones that started the war, but the Americans would not be the ones who would end this war, meaning that the war would be, the trajectory of the war would be decided by the Islamic Republic. And right now we see that there have been some unprecedented developments going on this time around compared to the previous round back in June. Back in June, you saw strikes targeting Israeli territories and just a single U.S. base in Qatar, that was Al Udeid Air Base. But right now you see that the Iranians are targeting just other nations like Bahrain, Oman, which has been a mediator in the talks, the UAE, and of course, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabian oil fields have also come under an attack, and Saudi Arabia conveyed a very serious note and message to Iran saying that it reserves the right to respond. So if they would reach the tipping point, then we have to anticipate or expect a retaliatory strike coming from those Arab countries as well, something which be a turning point in the whole landscape, and it would mean regional conflagration.
Economic compulsions to this as well. It will also depend on the kind of firepower that Iran actually has. Can Israel and America sustain a legitimate regime change just on the virtue of air power?
I'm not sure if that question is for me.
For you, sir, for you.
So would you please go again?
Mr. Jalali, my question is because there are economic compulsions to this war as well, number one. Number two, it will also depend on the kind of firepower that Iran actually has to sustain a conflict like this. And on the contrary, if you flip the question, Mr. Jalali, the sheer fact that can America and Israel effect a legitimate regime change without boots on ground just on the virtue of air power?
Well, of course, it depends on multiple factors. Iran said that it can sustain or it can withstand operations that would try to bring about a regime change in Iran because they are saying that they enjoy popularity and public support. And of course, this claim also remains to be seen. But for now, we see a significant number of people are now coming to the streets in support of the supreme leader, in support of the Islamic Republic in Isfahan. I personally was shocked by the level of participation, by the turnout of the public in the cities, in major cities around the country, like in Isfahan. Tens of thousands of people took to the streets, and also in Tehran, as soon as people heard the official confirmation of death of Ayatollah Khamenei, they took to the streets midnight. And they mourned the loss of Ayatollah Khamenei. But of course, there are those who are opposed to the political system, to the Islamic establishment. And it remains to be seen which party wins, which side of this bargain or which side of this conflict would win.
Yusuf Jalali, thank you for taking the time out and joining us. I'm joined right now by Dr. James M. Dorsey, Adjunct Senior Fellow. Thank you, sir, for taking out the time and joining us. Mr. Dorsey is the Adjunct Senior Fellow from Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Middle East and Counter-Terrorism Expert. My quick question to you, I'll be also joined by Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, retired former Army commander and commentator in strategic military affairs. Cutting across to Dr. James Dorsey. Dr. Dorsey, what do you make of the current developments that are taking place, especially of the taking out of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? Do you think a simplistic, brutal answer to a very, very complicated problem? Because Iran is unlike many other countries.
The Israelis, certainly, and to a degree the United States, has believed for a long time that if you take out the head, then you take out the system. In most cases where the Israelis have made that assumption, it's failed. And there's no reason why it wouldn't fail here. Keep in mind that Iran has been here before. If you go back to 1979, 1980, the first year of the Iranian Revolution, you had within a period of months, 2 presidents, 3 prime ministers assassinated, 72 members of parliament taken out in one go in a bombing, including very senior members. So Iran has been there before. Similarly, in June of last year, the Israelis were taking out the military and IRGC command, and they were taking out their successors. And yet Iran is where it is today, still capable of firing a significant amount of missiles, even if many of those or most of those are getting intercepted. One last comment on this. The notion that the street can topple a regime is false. If you go back to the Philippines, 1986, Indonesia, 1998, the Arab popular revolts in 2011, the Iranian Revolution itself in 1979. Masses of anti-government protesters need to see a split within the regime or a split within the military to actually take over power. And often, if that occurs, the problem is that the protesters don't have the wherewithal and the organizational structure or the experience, for that matter, to manage a transition.
Well, Doctor, I'm going to ask you one quick question, Dr. James Dorsey, before I cut across to our other panelist. And that is that there is a cautionary tale to all of this, because to take out a world leader, in Iran in the manner in which America and Israel have done so, even though the world is split, we are seeing celebrations at one end and criticism and mourning in the other. But it is a cautionary tale with what has happened in Venezuela and what has happened in Iran.
I mean, the issue here is it's in the eye of the beholder. In other words, if indeed you can credibly argue that there is an imminent danger and threat, then there's legitimacy to take action to prevent that. In the case of Iran, there is not that. I mean, the closest that the United States has come to that is to say, well, the Iranians weren't negotiating seriously. Fact of the matter is, you had 3 rounds of negotiations. The Iranians were making proposals. Those proposals were constructive. They did not constitute the kind of surrender that Donald Trump was demanding, and they had agreed to meet for a 4th time round 2 days later. So that's not an environment and a sequence of events that suggests that you have an imminent threat.
Stay with us, Dr. Dorsey. I want to bring in Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, retired as well. General Shukla, the question that Dr. Dorsey also raised earlier, that you can't put the onus on the streets to effect a regime change. Is it as simplistic as this? Just by the virtue of air power, where America and Israel are concerned, that they are actually looking to effect a regime change, a regime that is well entrenched even in society? Because today, while we are seeing celebrations in parts of Iran, there is also deep mourning.
I think how the character of war has changed in the last 2 to 3 years is this, that it is no longer an argument between air power and boots on the ground. Look at Venezuela. What actually happened in Venezuela was that you had air power, but you had these layered capacities of space, EW, cyber, electronic attack, intelligence that enable the insertion of the commandos. So it is these layered capacities which are bringing air and ground power together in such a manner that you are able to pull off Maduro. You are able to pull off the assassination of the supreme commander or supreme leader. These things did not occur in the past. Now, I would like to make 2 more points. What you have to grant to the Israelis and the Trump-Netanyahu combo, if I may call it, in the military sense, is this, that the Israelis have successively and successfully been able to carry out these high-level assassinations. Nasrallah, those 30-odd IRGC commanders, and a repeat now. If you ask me in a professional sense, the IRGC had no business of keeping the supreme leader there in his compound. It was so obvious after so many of these warnings. And especially because the Israelis are so strong in intelligence, what people call offensive ISR. I'll just make one point to drive home to drive home this point. I'll give you one example. I'm told the Israelis, when they took out Nasrallah, knew where he was sleeping virtually every night since 2010. They took him out only in 2024. Now, when they have such deep, sophisticated capacities to conduct a meeting like this in the compound is, shall I say, less than professional. So it is here that the Americans and the Israelis are succeeding. If you also go into how these operations have played out, 5th generation digital architectures are now playing out, where you see things like the use of Claude AI. It was used in Venezuela. It's been used again in Israel. Algorithmic warfare. Now, this has given politicians new options.
But,
they have expanded political options, yeah.
But General Shukla, just to come in, nobody's denying the kind of spycraft that Israel has effected in what has taken place. The sheer, devastating impact of it and the taking out of Khamenei. Nobody is denying the kind of spycraft. But, to play the devil's advocate, Iran is no Venezuela, General, and that is very clear. Now, even with, you had somebody like President Trump who said that he has an idea who's going to be the successor. Without having boots on ground, there's very little idea. I'm going to come right back to it. I'm going to come down to that question, General, but let me quickly take our viewers through the latest that's coming in. Iran's top security officials has counter-warned the United States and Israel, saying fired missiles at US bases in Israel will hit enemies with maximum force, will hit enemy with unseen force. So you have a very defiant and a very belligerent Iran. Iran's top security officials have now sent out a warning to the United States of America and Israel, stating that they have just fired a barrage of missiles at US bases in Israel. Over the course of the last 24 hours, the last count was 184 ballistic missiles have been fired at Israel from Iran. Word coming in from Iran's top security officials who have just stepped in, some of them, because the top core team of Khamenei, the defense minister, the chief of staff, had been wiped out in the last 24 hours. But the latest messaging is strong, it's belligerent, it's defiant, stating will hit enemies with maximum force. All right, I want to go back to our guests. All right, let's cut across back to our guests. I want to cut across to... All right, we have Lieutenant General Raj Shukla still with us. General Shukla, to come back to you, the question that I was asking, nobody was denying the kind of spycraft which, Israel has used, but and Iran is not a Venezuela. You had President Trump who seemed to suggest that he knows who, was going to succeed Khamenei, but there's little clue in that. It's a theocracy. Most of it is very well entrenched in society. There is an ideology in order, and in this regime, it's very clear that already it is so multi-layered and multifaceted that it's not as simple as taking out Maduro and installing his deputy, because there is already a deputy in waiting to take the position of Khamenei.
So certainly Iran is certainly not Venezuela, but at least what we have seen thus far is almost a replication of military capacities in Venezuela being done once again in Iran. I mean, when Venezuela happened, people said, look, Venezuela is so close, Iran is the away game. But the Americans assembled this armada of military prowess and virtually executed the same thing, at least in the first phase. Now from here, you're right, regime change is not going to be so easy. By the way, I don't think regime change was the primary objective of the Americans. Why Netanyahu managed to persuade Trump against the advice of Trump's...
General Shukla, when they started the military offensive, when they started the air offensive on Iran, that was what was stated very clearly, that the aim was a regime change.
Just 1 minute. I have a slightly different reading. See, what really worried Trump and Netanyahu, and I'm not commenting on the right and wrong, but was the fact that Iran continued to enrich uranium in that Pickaxe Hill. And what really was happening, that this time they were burying the enrichment in the centrifuges so deep that they would be beyond a B-2 strike. Also, what really worried them was that the ballistic missile capacity was moving into the ICBM domain. So Europe and USA would be in the target crosshairs of the Iranian missiles. So that is why Netanyahu and Trump intervened. And in that speech of his, Trump also said regime change. But I don't think regime change was the primary objective. Now, regime change. I'll just take 30 seconds more. See, here on, what is critical is control of the skies. The problem is that Iranian air defenses have been so ineffective that if the Israelis and the Americans do take control of the skies, then over a period of time, they can resort to taking on the IRGC leadership, so on and so forth, and degrade it to a point where they hope they will get some defections. I'm not saying it will happen, but they overwhelming control of the air in the absence of air defense will really put, the IRGC leadership and the Basij under great strain. So I'm not saying it's happening, but that is the way it can go. What
Dr.
will
James,
stop Trump? Just 10 seconds.
Right, go ahead, sir. Make your point, of course.
What may stop Trump in his tracks is American body bags. If these bases that have been hit and you see American soldiers dying, and if those bodies travel back home, I think that is the only thing, at least on current evidence, that may stop.
But General Shukla, I would think something even more than body bags that could stop Trump is the economics of this war, is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and the kind of economic pushback which will be felt also by America that could also result in Trump stepping back. Many had suggested that this is a 72-hour war. Dr. James Dorsey, to bring you in, just stepping into a bit of news break and then coming right back to you, Dr. Dorsey. The latest, of course, Ayatollah Arafi has been appointed as the jurist member of Leadership Council, tasked with temporarily fulfilling the supreme leader's role. That's the latest that has been released where Iran is concerned. Already there has been Ayatollah Arafi, who has been appointed as the jurist member of the Leadership Council that is now going to be tasked with temporarily fulfilling the supreme leader's role. Where the regime in Iran is concerned, where the theocracy is concerned, it's multifaceted, multi-layered, and not as simplistic as many would look at in world country governance. I want to go back to Dr. Dorsey right there. Dr. Dorsey, do you concur with our guest? Trump's Iran gamble over the weekend, if not similar to past regime overthrows, still could work, or do you think not as simplistic as that?
First of all, Venezuela was not regime change. It was the apprehension of an indicted foreign leader and who was taken to the United States. The regime was left in place. In fact, that was what worked for Trump. Iran's a very different question, and the United States has a lot more fish to fry with Iran, going back to the occupation of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran for 444 days, incidents of the kind that the United States did not have with Venezuela. In addition to that, I think that Trump, certainly Netanyahu, has long advocated regime change and has been very clear that regime change is his goal. As a matter of principle, the United States has toyed repeatedly with supporting some form of regime change. For example, by supporting ethnic minorities, rebellious ethnic minorities in Iran. So I don't think that regime change is off the hands. But if you go back to Trump's statement, it's a very interesting statement in the sense what Trump said was, we're going to hit Iran. We want regime change. We are creating the opportunity for the Iranian people to do so. He didn't say we are going to execute regime change.
All right, Dr. Dorsey, stay on with me. I want to quickly cut across because there are multiple developments that are taking place on the sidelines. And another facet that could hold back President Trump, or maybe step back, which we were discussing, along with the economic pressure of it, along with body bags, is if there is pressure from the likes of UAE and other countries that are now being attacked by Iran. Visuals coming in from across the world. Rising tensions in West Asia have triggered missile and drone strikes across the region, hitting military bases, airports, and key infrastructure. Take a look at the latest set of visuals that have filtered in. Now, this video on your television screen shows U.S. air defense systems intercepting multiple Iranian missiles over Al Udeid air base in Qatar. 2 missiles targeted the base, home to the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East. Let's get you the other set of visuals from Tel Aviv. Iranian missiles were intercepted over Tel Aviv, triggering sirens across the city. Israel's air defense systems engaged multiple incoming projectiles, protecting civilians and infrastructure amidst the barrage of Iranian attacks. Iranian missile attacks in Tel Aviv continue. Massive destruction visible in the visuals on your television screen. Cars, buildings on fire. The incident highlight the human impact of the ongoing regional escalation despite air defenses intercepting many incoming projectiles. Satellite imagery of Iran's Konark naval base showed a warship on fire. The damage followed coordinated US and Israeli strikes on Iranian military targets. All right, this image coming in of an Iranian drone strike targeted Bahrain International Airport, causing material damage but no casualties. Emergency protocols were activated immediately to secure the area, ensure operational safety and manage passengers affected by the incident. An Iranian drone struck a high-rise building in Bahrain. While the building may not have been the intended target, it did reflect the ongoing strikes in the region targeting US military assets and infrastructure. All right, back-to-back statements now that have been released. You just heard what Iran had just said. And the latest coming in, Israel has released a statement on Operation Roaring Lion. Israel has says 40 Iranian commanders have been eliminated, Iran's terror regime leadership killed, Iran's chief of army staff killed as well. So lots of statements, counter statements coming in as Iran is also in mourning. Iran's chief of army staff has been killed, so has been the supreme leader along with the defense minister. And now Israel claims that 40 of Iranian commanders have been eliminated. Having said that, Iran did just a short while back release their statement saying that they are going to retaliate with full fury, defiant, belligerent at that, stating that they are hitting American bases. But the kind of visuals that are coming in through also seem to suggest a lot of damage that has been done where civilian population is concerned. And civilian population in areas like UAE, the Emirati of Dubai, Abu Dhabi, entire airspace where West Asia is concerned practically shut. I just want to give in a quick update where India stands. From yesterday till today, over 450 flights have been cancelled, especially in terms of flights flying over West Asia where the aviation route is concerned, as well as flights going in to Western Asia, in Dubai, to various other countries around. I want to cut across back to Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, who continues to be with us. General Shukla, you know, with what we've been discussing now, what could possibly happen in the next couple of hours? Of course, number one, many would suggest could be economic pressure of it all with the Strait of Hormuz shut. And that is the area where most of the oil, even where India is concerned in terms of consumption passes through, is concerned. China could be one of the countries that faces a quick economic backlash of that. So there is bound to be repercussions coming in from that aspect. Even America itself would, suffer on the economic account. But General Shukla, the kind of visuals that we are seeing coming in from, Dubai, from Bahrain, civilian population being hit, international airports being targeted, you have hotels that are being targeted. This kind of imagery, somewhere down the line, is also sending out messages, even though UAE has been very quick and sharp to suggest that Iran respect its neighbor, pull back. But there will be pressure because perception, optics speak a lot during war.
Exactly. So, Ayatollah Arafi, I'm told he's the cleric who would lead the Friday prayers in Qom. So he's even more hardline than the Ayatollah who passed away. So I mean, ideology remains, and that's why Iran will be a far more difficult nut to crack. What I think will be material, at least in the military dimension, is the use of hypersonics. Now, Iran has this Fateh 1, Fateh 2, which are hypersonics, which can penetrate the Iron Dome and the Iron Beam with greater ease. But it has limited, these missiles are limited in number. So when these missiles get used, it would be interesting to see how many of those penetrate the Israeli Iron Dome and the shield that it has got. And the second point is that there were leaks, a week before the attack actually happened, where Dan Kane, the chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, had actually warned Trump and said that even the Americans are short of interceptors to intercept these. So I'm saying even in the military metric, the war cannot be dragged on forever. There would be a limit, 7 to 10 days. And then, as you rightly point out, the Strait of Hormuz has been closed since yesterday. And one of the prime consumers of oil, both from Iran and Venezuela, is China. So at some point, China is going to exert far greater pressure on the Americans to bring hostilities to a close, because I think China is going to get affected far more. But what really surprises me, that if China and Russia knew that Iran is a friend, is an ally, if it's part of that grouping in this Cold War, what little they did to beef up the air defenses of Iran. Because this is the third or fourth time that Iran is being hit, and its air defenses have proved to be rather feeble. So China and Russia...
General Shukla, doesn't it also somewhere down the line reflect that even if Iran was relying on Chinese technology, let's just go back, because we ourselves have seen it firsthand where Pakistan was concerned. Pakistan was relying on the air defense technology of China, and that didn't quite augur well for the country, especially in Operation Sindoor. And that's once again documentary on the equipment where China is concerned.
So, what surprises me is that 1.5 years down the line, the Iranians still have S-300s. Why not S-400s and S-500s? At least that upgradation didn't take place. So that is one point. And if the point that you're making is true, that American-Israeli weaponry is far superior to that of the Chinese, then that is good news for us, if the Chinese are actually so weak. But I suspect the Chinese have been a little lazy, sluggish in giving the Iranians equipment like S-400. And because it's not recent, it's been 1.5 years now when these exchanges have been going on. Why did they not invest seriously in the military capacities of Iran? We keep hearing, 16 cargo planes flew in, 20 cargo planes flew in. What were they carrying? Potatoes.
Look, but General Raj Shukla, look at it with what's happening in, say, Dubai, where UAE is concerned. UAE also relies mostly on, air defense equipment that is provided to it by the United Kingdom. And other than ballistic missiles, they've been able to intercept ballistic missile. But the cheap, low-rung drones that have been the cause of the kind of damage that we see right now, caused by Iran, where Dubai is concerned, and where optics are concerned, extremely damaging for, an Emirati like Dubai. That is documentary in itself as well.
So the larger lesson is, it starts from Europe to the countries in the Gulf, also for India, that if hard power is the currency of our age, we should invest far more in defense than we are currently doing. You not only need, systems to intercept drones. Look how the Israelis have invested. Their high-energy lasers, their interception costs are virtually zero, and they are far more effective in intercepting drones. And Preeti, just 1 minute. For 4 years, we have a war raging in Ukraine. All these lessons were obvious. So I think I'm not, kind of justifying what's happening, but it is because countries haven't taken defense so seriously. Look at Europe, the richest cohort in the world, and today it has suddenly to jack up its expenditure to 5% of GDP. So we have countries all over the world have underinvested in defense, underinvested in deterrence, and therefore you have these scenes playing.
But, these are difficult times and these are strange times, General. And I want to bring in Dr. James Dorsey, because until 24 hours ago, who would have thought, nobody in their wildest imagination would have thought that Dubai would be attacked in the manner in which it has been, where, the Burj Khalifa will be hit, the Burj Al Arab will be hit, top hotels would be hit, residential areas would be hit by drones. Who would have thought that? But Dr. James Dorsey, on a larger, level, what do you look like? What does it look like to you? How long will this war sustain? A lot of it will depend on the firepower that possibly Iran's Revolutionary Guard actually has to carry on, especially where hypersonic missiles are concerned. Defense is one end of it. How long do you think this kind of warfare can be sustained?
I'm not going to venture a prediction, in part because the decision on how long that war will last is not simply a military decision and in terms of weaponry at one's disposal. It's a political decision too. I mean, theoretically, President Trump could walk away from Iran today saying, we've won, we've killed the Ayatollah. It's now up to the Iranian people. I'm not saying that that's what he's going to do, but I think it's a very slippery slope to try and predict that. Fact of the matter is that Iran will fight to the bitter end. First of all. Second of all, Iran is a master. Iran is a master at asymmetric warfare. It's one of the reasons it doesn't have air defenses is simply sanctions. It's very hard for Iran to purchase sophisticated weaponry. So it's not a question simply of, oh, we didn't take this serious. It's a question of what was available to them, and they've compensated that through asymmetric warfare.
But Dr. Dorsey, do you think that's also one of the reasons that the kind of attack that possibly Dubai has come under? Because, we've seen in terms of optics and visuals in Israel, Israel is a war-beaten country, especially in the recent past. We've heard sirens blaring. We've seen the kind of time even the regular citizens spend in bunkers there. But to see that in Dubai, that's also pressure in terms of optics, because Iran knows that those visuals will hit hard.
I beg to disagree with you that one should be surprised about targets, whether airports, whether hotels, or other infrastructure being hit by Iran. Iran was very clear. It was going to hit both at U.S. military bases as well as on local infrastructure in the Gulf, in the hope that Gulf pressure on the United States would either prevent a war from erupting, or if a war erupted, would prevent that war from expanding and being prolonged. The fact of the matter is the Gulf states are in a bind. They have been attacked by Iran.
Dr. Dorsey, do you see that now as a pressure point as well? To hit out at, the kind of areas, some of them residential, hotels, international airports, be a pressure point now?
The pressure on Donald Trump not to attack was before the attack. And Iran, and you had the Iranian mediator, the foreign minister, visit the vice president of the United States the day before the attack. So clearly, Gulf pressure on the United States is not having the kind of effect that Iran would want to have. But what I was going to say, and I think that is important, Iran has now put the Gulf in a bind. Because on the one hand, it's being attacked. It needs to be seen to be responding. It's taking a wait-and-see approach. But if it were to attack or respond in retaliation, it would be fighting alongside the United States and Israel, which is not a position that Gulf states would want to be in.
Dr. Dorsey, all of this is taking place at a time, when there were negotiations on, and then, what we saw in the last 24 hours. Do you see any mediation or the possibility of any mediation now? And if it is, who will be that mediator?
I think it's going to be very difficult. First of all, there was already a tremendous gap in confidence or trust between the United States and Iran. That has only grown even greater with the United States attacking for the second time in less than a year as the two countries were negotiating. Essentially, we've got to also define what constitutes victory here. The Iranians have a victory if their regime survives, and it will fight for its survival. The Americans can claim victory on various grounds, but regime change is not likely going to be it. They would have to destroy totally Iran's nuclear facilities, its ballistic missile infrastructure, and even then, survival of the regime would probably be or diminish from whatever victory the Americans and the Israelis would claim.
So you see this go down to a bitter end then?
At this point, yes.
All right, do stay on with me. There's more breaking news that is coming in right now. Amidst protest in Pakistan, the United States has issued an advisory. If you remember a short while ago, viewers, if you can recall, a couple of hours ago, the US Embassy in Islamabad was attacked. And now the US Embassy in Islamabad has advised its citizens in Pakistan to observe good personal security practices. US to its citizens in Pakistan, be aware of your surroundings and avoid large crowds. All of this at the back of the US Embassy being attacked in Pakistan, which in the count of 8 Pakistanis were killed. Let's quickly dip into the visuals that came in a short while back, and we'll cut across to our guests and the latest news that's coming in. This amidst protest in Pakistan, the United States of America has issued an advisory claiming that all its citizens in Pakistan need to practice excellent security hygiene, whatever sense that is, and warning its citizens to be extra careful. All of this comes in wake of the US Embassy in Karachi, which was attacked, and in the counterfire, 8 Pakistani citizens were killed. In fact, there have been protests that have taken place across the world at the back of the killing of the Khamenei, not just in Iran, but as well as many countries, including India, which holds a sizable Shia population, because he was not just viewed as the supreme leader of Iran, but also as a Shia Muslim leader. Kashmir also staged one of the protests in India. Well, let's take you back now on how exactly Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. Now, Israel struck Khamenei's residence complex, coordinated attacks with the United States. Israeli jets dropped 30 bombs at the compound. Strikes when a high-level meeting was already underway. Usually we've seen, if you remember in the past, Israel has always taken the cover of night. It's usually launched these operations in the night. But intelligence was such that it launched this coordinated attack with the US. It happened in broad daylight because there was a sense in terms of intelligence that a high-level meeting was underway. Now, the joint meeting of senior political and military leaders was on. Intelligence inputs determined Khamenei's location. Opportunity was unique. Strike in broad daylight. All right, I want to quickly cut across to General Shukla there, because General Shukla, with what you and I were discussing earlier, a lot needs to be said and understood of the kind of spycraft, the kind of sophisticated weaponry that Israel actually used. Not just this once, we've seen it happen in a number of times earlier as well.
So, as I was saying, air power was a kind of game changer till 4-5 years back. What has happened in recent times that air power itself has been taken to a new high by what is called this 5th generation digital architecture. As I said, AI is actually being used. AI is being used in Ukraine for the last 1 year. You have these Gotham software platforms which enable killing chains to get compressed to minutes. Claude was used in Venezuela. Claude has been used in these strikes for intelligence assessments, so on and so forth. We are in the age of software-defined warfare, which means platforms like the F-22, the F-35s, the aerial fuel tankers, the aircraft carriers, their entire targeting is now a digital web. And that is what enables these attacks to be carried out in broad daylight and with such success. Also, you see, one of the fundamentals of military operations remains surprise. So because the Iranians were expecting an attack by night, this time it was done by day. But fundamental to all this was human intelligence. None of these attacks could have been carried out, from Nasrallah to those 30 IRGC commanders to the supreme leader, without ground intelligence. So the penetration of Mossad into Iran and its proxies is so deep. And this is an investment of 20 to 30 years, deep investments. And that is really the lesson for militaries from all over the world to take. Also, you just see, look at America. Now that it has seen over the last 3-4 years of these drones and missiles flying all over, Trump has pledged $3.5 trillion for the Golden Dome to be effective by 2028. And that is the time they estimate, these growing capacities of Iran in terms of missiles will move from the region to Europe and then to mainland USA. So the bottom line for the Americans is that nobody will have missiles that can reach mainland USA, and they will certainly not be nuclear tipped. And that was, I think, the drivers behind this attack.
I need to get into a quick break, commercial break. But Dr. Dorsey, I just want to take you in very quickly, because we've spoken about, that you don't think that there's going to be any mediation now. This will, at least the way things are panning out right now, and one can only look at the latest developments, will go down to a bitter end. But Dr. Dorsey, what happens where China is concerned? Because economically, with the Strait of Hormuz, which is shut, there will be economic pressure as well. What about Iran's friend, Russia, China? Do you see them come in as well?
China and Russia will support Iran diplomatically, but they're not going to do anything on the ground. Clearly, this is a major issue for China because of its energy security, and it will push for as quick an end to the hostilities as it can, and to a more secure international shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. But it's not going to go. It's not going to go against, or in any case, create a situation in which it's a conflict with the United States. The same is true for Russia. And so if I were the Iranians, my expectations from Russia and China would be very measured.
All right, thank you for both gentlemen for joining us. I want to quickly get into a quick break to stay with us, our rolling coverage on the latest that is coming in from Iran and Israel and the West Asia. A quick break, stay with us.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Iran launches strike on Qatar's industrial area. Drone attack reported in Doha. Israel claims it has dropped over 1,200 bombs on Iran during the war. Iran shuts down internet for 24 hours, imposes restrictions on US ships. Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 285, Mumbai 159, Kolkata 167, Bangalore 146, Chennai 119, Hyderabad 165.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
The Great Nicobar Controversy. Can India's biggest island project balance growth and nature hand in hand? With the National Green Tribunal clearing the 81,000 crore port and defence project on Great Nicobar Island, a high-stakes debate takes centre stage. Development versus a fragile ecosystem. In the latest issue, India Today examines the key questions behind one of India's most ambitious projects. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speedy delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.